Book 3, Chapter 13 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 13. How Queen Sardamira arrived in Great Britain with the other ambassadors whom the Emperor of Rome had sent to bring Oriana, and of what happened to them in a forest with a knight errant whom they treated with rude words, and the payment which he gave them for their discourtesy. The ambassadors of the Emperor Patin, having arrived in Lombardy, took ship and passed over to Great Britain, and landed at Fenusa, where King Lisuarte honorably welcomed them, and gave order that they should be well lodged and served with all things fitting. There were many good men with the king at this season, and he waited for others with whom to take counsel upon this matter of his daughter's marriage. And he told the ambassadors that they should be answered in a month's time, giving them good hope that the reply would be such as they wished. He resolved also that Queen Sardamira should go to Miraflores, that she might relate to Oriana the greatness of Rome, and the great state whereto this marriage would exalt her, and this he did, knowing how averse his daughter was to the proposal, and in the hope that Queen Sardamira, who was a discreet woman, might bring her to consent. For Oriana at this time was in exceeding distress, thinking that her father would give her up to El Patin, and thus destroy both her and Amadis. Queen Sardamira therefore set forth for Miraflores, and Don Grumedan went with her by the king's command, and many knights of Rome and Sardinia, whereof she was queen, for her guard. Now it so happened that, arriving in a green and flowery meadow by the riverside, they resolved to wait there till the heat of the noon was past, and therefore pitched their tents. And the knights of Sardamira, who were 5 in number, placed their shields without, whereon Don Grumedan said to them, Sirs, ye should place your shields within the tents, unless ye wish to maintain the custom of the country, which is, that every knight who places shield or lance without side of the tent or house or hut wherein he himself is, must joust with whatsoever knight requires the combat. We know the custom, they replied, and for that very reason have so placed our shields. God send that some knight may claim it before we depart. In God's name, quoth Grumedan, many knights pass this way, and we may perhaps see your prowess. Long they had not tarried before the good knight Don Florestan came by, full of heaviness, for he had been traversing many lands in quest of his brother Amadis, and now having heard that these knights of Rome were at the court of Lisuarte, was going thither to see if they knew aught concerning him. He, when he saw the tents, went towards them, and coming up to that where the queen was, he beheld her sitting on the estrado, and that she was one of the fair women of the world. The wings of the tent were open, and he rode nearer, even within the courts, that he might look at her. Presently there came a damsel to him and said, You are not over courteous, Sir Knight, to sit on horseback and look at so good a queen and ladies of so high birth as are there. It would become you better to look at those shields that are inviting you, and their owners. Certes, my good lady, replied Florestan, you say truth, but my eyes, desirous to regard so fair a queen, led me into this fault. I beseech pardon of her and those other ladies, and will make the atonement you require. The damsel answered, You say well, but the atonement must come before the pardon. That, quoth Florestan, will I, if I can, perform, but on this condition, that I shall not be required to desist from doing what I ought against those shields, or that they be placed within the tents. Sir Knight, said she, before those shields be removed, the shields of all who pass this way will be won, their owners' names written on the rim, that they may be carried to Rome, and there preserved in proof that the Roman knights exceed all others. If you wish not to fall into shame, turn back, or else your own shield and name will be carried away also. Damsel, quoth he, I do not trust your love enough to follow your counsel, but for those shields, I design to carry them to the Firm Island. Then he addressed Sardamira. God preserve you, lady, and give you as much happiness as beauty. And with that he went towards the shields. Don Grumedan hearing this was well pleased, and because the knight spake of the Firm Island, he weened that he was from the good lineage of Amadis, and able to perform what he had said. And though he did not know that he was Florestan, he saw that he was well armed, and sat well upon his horse, and he wished him good success. Florestan, who knew Grumedan, and that no knight was a better judge of chivalry, took the more courage, and with the blunt end of his lance struck the 5 shields one after the other, that the knights might meet him in succession. Then he withdrew about a bow shot off, hung his shield round his neck, took a strong lance, and sate in readiness. Now it was his custom always to take with him 2 or 3 squires, that he might be the better served, and have a store of lances and battle axes which he knew well how to wield. Presently the Roman knights armed themselves, and mounted, and went towards him. How now, knights? cried Florestan. Would ye come all at once and break the custom of the country? Gradamor, whom the others obeyed, then asked Don Grumedan what they ought to do, as he knew best. And he answered, The knights must go one by one in order as their shields were struck, and I advise them not to go too rashly, for methinks that knight is not one who will choose shame for himself. Don Grumedan, answered Gradamor, the Romans are not of your condition. Ye praise yourselves before the thing be done, and we, when it is done, suffer it to be forgotten, and for this reason there are none equal to us. Would to God our battle were upon this quarrel, though my comrades were not to lend a hand. Try your fortune with him now, replied Grumedan, and if he remain whole and unhurt after the joust, I will engage that he shall combat you upon that quarrel, and if by reason of any harm that cannot be, I will undertake it myself in God's name. Go to your joust now. Gradamor laughed at him in disdain. I would this battle were so near at hand as the encounter with yonder fool who dares resist us. Then he said to the knight whose shield had first been touched, Go on, and let us get rid of the little fame we can get from such a victory. The knight replied, Make yourself easy, I will bring him to be at your disposal. His shield and name shall be done with as the emperor commanded. His horse is a good one, and that I will keep myself. With that he crossed the brook. Florestan was ready, and they ran their encounter. Both failed in their attaint, but they met shields and bodies, and the Roman, who was the worst horseman, fell and broke his right arm, and lay like a dead man. Florestan bade one of his squires alight, and hang the shield to a tree, and take the horse of the conquered knight. Then he, with a sign of anger that he had missed his blow, took his place again, and sate, lance in hand, the blunt end resting upon the ground, ready for the second foe. The second came on. In that encounter Florestan did not miss, but drove the lance so well that the knight was driven to the ground, and the saddle with him, and Florestan passed on. But presently turning, he said, Sir Roman, the saddle which you have carried with you shall be yours, and the horse mine, and if you choose to relate your prowess in Rome, I freely permit you. This he said so loud that the queen and her company could hear it. Now I tell you, Don Grumedan was right glad to see how the knight of Great Britain spake and acted against the Roman, and he said to Gradamor, If you, sir, and your comrades do not speed better, there will be no need to throw down the walls of Rome for your triumphal return. Gradamor answered, You think much of this, but if my comrades finish the joust, I shall settle what you appointed differently from what you suppose. We shall see, quoth old Grumedan. That knight of the Firm Island takes good care of his armor, and I trust he will set aside my battle. At that Gradamor began to laugh without being pleased. When it comes to my turn, said he, I shall allow all you say. But Queen Sardamira was grieved to see the haughtiness of Gradamor and the Roman knights. Florestan had now made his squire take the shield from this second knight, who lay like one dead, for the spear had gone through him, but when it was drawn out he spake with a dolorous voice, and demanded confession. The third knight now took his place, and rode full force against Florestan, but their lances slanted and crossed each other, and Florestan struck his helmet and burst the laces, and sent it rolling on the ground, and made him bow to the horse's neck, but he did not fall. Florestan then took the lance, and with an overhand blow made at him. The Roman lifted his shield, but the blow drove the shield against his face and stunned him, so that he lost the reins. And then Florestan let his lance fall, and plucked the shield from his neck, and dashed it twice on his neck, so that he fell, and lay sprawling, while his shield and the horse went to keep the others company. The fourth knight then encountered him, but that joust was soon decided. He and his horse were borne down, and the horse's leg was broke. Florestan took another lance, and made ready to meet Gradamor. Gradamor was in new and goodly arms, and mounted on a bright bay horse, large and strong. He shook his lance threateningly, and cried, Don Grumedan, arm yourself, for before you take horse, this knight will stand in need of your help. I shall not take that trouble yet, quoth old Grumedan. By this Gradamor had crossed the brook, and Florestan came at him angrily, for he had heard his boasts. They met in full career. Gradamor pierced his shield. The lance went through about a palm, and then broke. Florestan's spear drove through the shield, and broke the armor on the left side, and sent him out of the saddle into a hollow which was full of water and mire. He then passed on, and bade his squire take the fifth shield and horse. Lady, quoth Don Grumedan to the queen, I think I may rest till Gradamor has cleaned his arms, and procured another horse for our combat. Cursed be his arrogance, replied Sardamira, and the folly of those who have made all the world hate them. Now had Gradamor, after rolling about in the puddle, got out, and taken off his helm, and having cleaned the dirt from his eyes and face as well as he could, he laced on his helmet again. Florestan, seeing this, came up to him. Sir Threatener, unless you can help yourself better with the sword than the lance, you will neither take my shield nor my name to Rome. Gradamor answered, I only wear my sword to avenge myself, and that shall I do presently if you dare maintain the custom of this country. And what is that? quoth Florestan, who knew it better than he. That you give me my horse or a light from your own, that the fight may be equal, and he who plays worst to receive neither courtesy nor mercy. Florestan answered, I believe you would not have maintained this custom had you been the conqueror. However, I will alight, for it would not become so fair a Roman knight as you are, to mount a horse which another had won. With that he alighted, and they began a most perilous battle. But it did not last long, for Florestan, seeing himself in the presence of Queen Sardamira and her ladies, and of Don Grumedan, who was a better judge of such feats, put forth all his strength, so that Gradamor could not endure it, but gave ground, and made back toward the tent, thinking that for courtesy Florestan would not follow him there. But Florestan got between him and the tent, and made him turn, and pressed him till the sword dropped from his hand, and he fell down, having no strength left. Then Florestan took his shield and gave it to his squires, and caught him by the helmet, which he plucked off so forcibly that he dragged him some way along the ground, and threw the helmet into that standing pool, and took the knight by the leg, and was about to cast him in also. But Gradamor began to cry mercy for God's sake, and the queen exclaimed, a bad bargain did that unhappy one make, when he proposed that the conquered should show neither courtesy nor mercy. At this Florestan said, a covenant which so honorable a knight as you have made must not be broken, and you shall have it fully accomplished, as you shall see. Ah, wretch, I am dead, quoth the Roman. You are, unless you do two things at my bidding. Tell me what, and I will do them. The one is that with your own hand you write your name in your own blood upon the rim of your shield, and the names of your comrades in their blood, each upon his shield. That done, I will tell you what the other thing is. And as he said this, he held his sword over him who lay quaking for great fear. But Gradamor, because he could not write himself, nor lift up his hand, called for his secretary and bid him empty out the ink from his inkstand, and fill it with his blood, and write his name and the names of his companions. This was forthwith done. Don Florestan then wiped his sword and placed it in the scabbard, and mounted his horse as lightly as if he had done nothing, and gave his shield to his squire, but his helmet he took not off, that Grumedan might not know him. His horse was strong and well limbed, and of a strange colour, and the horsemen of unanswerable make and stature, so that few were like him in their appearance. Then taking a lance whereto there hung a rich pennon, he stopped by Gradamor, who had now risen, and said to him shaking the lance, Your life is no more, unless Don Grumedan will beg it. But he cried out loud to Grumedan to save him for God's sake. The old knight came up. Certes, Gradamor, quoth he, it would be but right that you should find neither courtesy nor mercy, as in your pride you covenanted with this knight. However, I beg him to spare you, for which I will greatly thank and serve him. That will I do with a good will for you, replied Florestan, as I would aught else to your honour and pleasure. You, Sir Roman, may relate in Rome, when you return there, how you threatened the knights of Great Britain, and how you maintained your threats, and the great honour which you won from them in the short space of one day. So tell this to your great emperor and his potentates, because it will please them. And I will make it known in the Firm Island, that the Roman knights are so frank and liberal, that they readily give their shields and horses to those they do not know. But for these gifts which you have made me, I do not thank you, but thank God who gave it me against your will. These words were worse to Gradamor than his wounds. Sir Knight, quoth Florestan, you shall carry back to Rome all the arrogance you brought from it, because they esteem it there, and we in this land like it not, but like instead of it what you abhor, courtesy and gentleness. And if, my lord, you are as good in love as in arms, you should go prove yourself in the Firm Island by the arch of true lovers, that you might take home that praise also, and then belike our mistresses may forsake us for you. Now I tell you Don Grumedan heard all this with great glee, and laughed to see the pride of the Romans so broken, but it was not so with Gradamor, for his heart was almost breaking to hear these things, and he said to Grumedan, Good sir, for God's sake, let me be carried to the tents, for I have been sorely handled. So it seems, replied the old man, by your appearance, and it is all your own fault. Then he made his squires remove him. Sir, said he then to Florestan, if it please you, tell us your name, for so good a man as you ought not to conceal it. My good sir, he replied, Don Grumedan, I pray you, be not displeased that I do not tell it you, for I would not that this fair queen should in any ways know it, because of the discourtesy which I have committed. For though her beauty was the occasion, I feel myself greatly to blame. I beseech you, procure my pardon, that she may take from me what amends she will, and send me the tidings to the round chapel hard by, where I shall rest today. I will send my squires with her answer, replied Grumedan, and if it be after my will, it will be such as so good a man as you deserve. The Knight of the Firm Island then said, I beseech you, Don Grumedan, if you know any news of Amadis, tell me. At that question the tears came into the old man's eyes. So help me God, as I should rejoice to know any news of him, and communicate it to you and all his friends. That I believe, replied Florestan, for such is your nature, and if all were like you, discourtesy and falsehood would not find harbour where they are harboured now. God be with you, I shall expect your bidding at the hermitage. Florestan then bade his squires take the 5 horses of the knights, and give the bay one, which was the best, to Don Grumedan, and the others to the damsel with whom he had spoken, and to say that Don Florestan sent them. Right glad was Don Grumedan to have that horse, because it had been won from the Romans, and still more to know that that knight was Don Florestan whom he loved so well. The squires led the other horses to the damsel and said, Lady, the knight whom you disparaged to praise your Romans, sends you these to dispose of as you please, and as a sign that his words were true. Much do I thank him, quoth that damsel, and of a truth he hath bravely won them. Yet had I rather he had left his own horse, than that he should give me these 4. You must procure better knights than these, replied the squire, if you would gain that. But, said the damsel, marvel not if I wish well to my friends, rather than to a stranger. Howbeit, because of the goodly gift which he has sent me, I repent that I said aught to offend so good a man, and will amend it as he may require. With this answer the squire returned to Don Florestan, who went then to the round chapel to wait there for Grumedan's answer, for this chapel was in the way to the Firm Island, and he being resolved not to enter Lisuarte's court, was going thither to hang the Roman shields there, and to hear if Gandales knew anything of his brother. Now when Don Grumedan had delivered his bidding to the queen, she listened willingly and said, This Don Florestan, is he son of King Perion and the Countess of Selandia? The same, and one of the best knights in the world. I tell you then, Don Grumedan, that the sons of the Marquis of Ancona speak wonders of his deeds in arms, and of his prudence and courtesy, and they may well be believed, for they were his companions in the wars which he had at Rome, where he abode 3 years when he was a young knight, but they dare not speak his praise before the emperor who loves him not. Do you know, said Grumedan, why the emperor does not love him? Because of his brother Amadis, replied Sardamira, of whom the emperor complains, because he won the Firm Island by arriving there before him, and so deprived him of the honor which he should else have won. Certes, lady, quoth Grumedan, he complains without reason, for in that Amadis saved him from great shame. Trust me, it is for another adventure that the emperor hates him. By the faith you owe to God, Don Grumedan, tell me the reason. Do not you be displeased then, lady. And then he told her how Amadis and he had met in the forest, and of their battle. Thereat was Queen Sardamira well pleased, and she made him relate it 3 times. Truly, said she, the emperor hath reason enough to dislike him. End of chapter 13. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Book the Third, Chapter 14 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA, translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 14. How Queen Sardamira sent to Don Florestan, requesting that, since he had left her knights in such plight, he would be her guard to Miraflores, whither she was going, to speak with Oriana, and of what passed there. Well pleased was Queen Sardamira to hear how the emperor had been vanquished by Amadis, because that journey which El Patin made to Great Britain was for her love, as he at that time loved her much, and she laughed to think how he had concealed this adventure. Lady, said Grumedan, tell me what message you will send to Don Florestan. She, after pondering a while, replied, You see in what plight my knights are left. They can neither protect me nor themselves, and must stay here to recover. I would wish Don Florestan, therefore, to guard me with you. Grumedan answered, I tell you, lady, that so courteous is he, that whatever dame or damsel should ask of him, that would he do. How much more for one like you, to whom he hath to make atonement for a fault? Give me then a guard to guide my damsel. He gave her 4 squires, and she giving a letter of credence to her damsel, told her secretly what she should say. The damsel mounted her palfrey, and rode more than a pace till she reached the round chapel, where she found Florestan talking with the hermit. Her face was uncovered, so that the knight knew her, and welcomed her courteously. She gave him the letter, and said, The queen hath bade me say that you have left her knights in such plight that they are unable to guard her, and therefore, as this hindrance comes from you, she requests you to guard her to Miraflores, whither she goes to see Oriana. I thank you, lady, replied Florestan, for thus commanding me. We will go from hence, so as to reach her tent by daybreak. Well was the damsel pleased with the gentle demeanour of Florestan, for he was comely and debonair, and in all things such as beseemed one of such high degree. So there they took their supper together, and the damsel was lodged that night in the hermitage, and Florestan slept under the trees with his squires, and soundly did he rest after the fatigue of the day. When it was time, his squires awakened him, and they and the damsel accompanied him to the tent, where they arrived full early. She went straight to the queen, and Florestan to Grumedan's tent, who was preparing to hear mass, and he seeing Florestan embraced him joyfully. The queen, said he, desires you for her guard, and methinks she has made no bad bargain in losing her own knights and gaining you in their stead. In truth, replied Florestan, I am right glad to serve her, and the more so since it will be in your company, whom I had not seen so long. God knows, replied the old knight, how I rejoice to see you. What have you done with the shields which you won? I have sent them to the Firm Island, that your friend Don Gandales may hang them where they may be seen by all comers, and where the Romans may seek them, if they are disposed to recover them. In that case, said Grumedan, the island will soon be well stored with their shields and arms. They now came to the queen's tent. Florestan would have kissed her hand, but she laid it on the sleeve of his mail to show how gladly she welcomed him. Don Grumedan then sent the wounded knights to the nearest town that they might be healed of their wounds. This done, Queen Sardamira mounted her palfrey, which was as white as snow. The saddle and trappings were all wrought with gold. She herself was most richly habited, and about her neck were pearls and jewels of great value, which were the more set off by her own exceeding beauty. Florestan took her bridle, and then she and her company went their way toward Miraflores. Now I say unto you that Oriana greatly grieved at her coming, knowing for what purpose she was coming. Yet did she rejoice that Florestan was coming also, that she might enquire of Amadis from him, and complain to him of the king her father. But disturbed as she was, she ordered the house to be made ready, and rich estrados prepared for the guests, and she apparelled herself in her best attire, and so also did Mabilia and her other damsels. When the queen entered she came in between Florestan and Don Grumedan, and Oriana liked her well, and thought that she should have been full glad to welcome her, had she come thither on other errand. Sardamira would have kissed her hand. Nay, said Oriana, you are a queen, and I but a poor damsel, who am suffering for my sins. Mabilia and the damsels then saluted her with great pleasure, as being a queen, but that did not Oriana, who could show no sign of pleasure since the Romans had arrived, but she did welcome Florestan and Grumedan from her heart. They then all seated themselves upon one estrado, and Oriana having placed the 2 knights before her, after she had spoken a while with the queen, turned to Florestan and said, Good friend, long is it since I have seen you, and that grieved me, for I loved you much, as do all who know you. Great is the loss which we in Great Britain feel by the absence of you and Amadis and your friends who used to redress all wrongs, and cursed be they who were the cause of driving you from my father. If ye were here now as formerly, a poor wretch who expects to be disherited and brought to the point of death, might have some hope of help, for ye would defend her as ye have done, for ye never forsook the helpless in their need. But such is her fortune that all have failed her except death." And then she wept bitterly, having two thoughts in her mind: the one, that if her father gave her up to the Romans she could cast herself into the sea; the other was the want of Amadis, which she remembered more lively because of the likeness which Florestan bore to him. Florestan well understood that she spake of herself. "My good lady," said he, "God in his mercy will relieve great sorrows, and do you trust in him. As for my brother Amadis, if his aid be wanted here, there are others who experience it elsewhere, for trust me he is well and at his own free call, and is going about redressing wrongs as the one whom God hath gifted above all others in the world." Queen Sardamira hearing this exclaimed, "God keep Amadis from falling into the hands of the emperor, who hates him mortally. There is no other knight in the world whom he regards with such deadly hatred, except it be one who abode sometime at the court of King Tafinor of Bohemia, and slew in battle Don Garadan, the best knight, except Salustanquidio, of all his lineage." She then related how that battle had passed, and in what manner the kingdom of Bohemia was by him delivered from El Patin's claim. Florestan said, "Know you the name of the knight who achieved all this so greatly to his honour?" "They call him the Knight of the Green Sword, or of the Dwarf. Not that these were believed to be his true names, but because of the green scabbard and belt of his sword, and of a dwarf, who though he had another squire in his company, never leaves him." When Florestan heard this he mused a while, resolving to go seek him so soon as this business was over, for he doubted not that this knight was his brother Amadis. Oriana knew this also, and was dying to speak with Mabilia. She said therefore to Sardamira, "You come from far, lady, and must need rest." And then she led her to her apartments, which were full pleasant with trees and fountains. So having left her there, she retired with Mabilia and the Damsel of Denmark, and told them she had verily believed that the knight of whom Queen Sardamira had spoken was Amadis. They answered that they believed so also. "And now," said Mabilia, "the dream is out which I dreamt this night, for methought we were all fastened in a chamber, and there arose a great uproar without which put us in fear, and your knight burst the doors and called aloud for you, and I showed him where you were lying upon an estrado, and he took us by the hand and carried us away, and placed us in a tower marvellously strong, and said, 'Remain here and fear nothing.' With that I awoke, and this hath encouraged my heart, and he will succour you." At this Oriana was rejoiced, and she threw her arms round her friend, the tears running down her fair cheeks. "Ah, Mabilia, my good lady and true friend, how do you comfort me! God grant that your dream may come to pass, or if this be not his will, that Amadis may come and we may die together, neither surviving the other." "Think not thus," replied Mabilia, "for God, who hath so prospered him in the affairs of others, will not forsake him in his own. But do you speak with Florestan, and beg him and his friends to endeavour that you may not be carried away from this country, and let this request him of Don Galaor in his own name and in yours." But I must tell you that Don Galaor, though no one had so counselled him, was resolved so to advise the king, and you shall hear how it fell out. Lisuarte had been hunting, and when their sport was done, as he was leading the king's palfrey along a valley, he let the rest pass and called to Galaor and said to him, "My good friend and loyal servant, I never yet asked your counsel that good did not come of it. You know the great power of the Emperor of Rome, who has sent to ask my daughter for his empress, wherein I see two things greatly to my advantage. The one, that I shall wed my daughter so honourably, and have that emperor to assist me whenever need shall be. The other, that my daughter Leonoreta will remain heiress of Great Britain, and upon this matter I wish to consult with my good men whom I have called together for that end. Meantime, now we are thus alone, do deliver to me your opinion, for I well know you will advise me to my good." Galaor remained thoughtful for a while, and then replied, "Sir, I am not so used to these things that I should advise you. I pray you hold me excused."
Nay, tell me your opinion, Galaor, or you will offend me, and I shall be greatly grieved thereat, never having received aught from you but pleasure and good service.
Since you will put my weakness to the proof, I must say, that if you think by this marriage to place your daughter honourably and in greater power, it will be quite otherwise than you think. For she being the heiress of this land, you cannot do her greater wrong than to deprive her of that inheritance, and deliver her to the subjection of a stranger. For she will have no rule in that strange land. And allowing that she could attain that which is the utmost in such cases, that she should have sons and see them married, then will her state be worse than before, seeing another made empress.
But as to what you say, that he will help you in your need, considering your high rank and power, it would be shame to think that you could ever need his help. More likely is it, by what all say of his arrogance, you should for his sake incur great danger and waste of treasure without profit. But the worst is, that doing service to him you must become subject, and as such be recorded for ever in his books and chronicles, and this, sir, I hold to be the worst dishonour that could befall you. That you would make your daughter, Leonoreta, heiress of Great Britain is a still worse error, and so it is that many errors proceed from one. That you would dispossess such a daughter to endow another who has no right to her inheritance. God forbid that I should counsel such a thing, not only when your daughter is concerned, but were it the poorest woman in the world. I say this for the faith I owe to God, to you, to my own soul, and to your daughter, for being your vassal I hold her as my liege lady. Tomorrow I must set out for Gaul, because the king my father has sent for me. I know not for what cause. If it please, I will give you this, my opinion in my own handwriting, that you may show all your good men what I have said, and if there is any knight who gainsays me, I will do battle with him upon that point, and make him confess it to be true.
The king was little pleased at this. Don Galaor said,
Since you must go, leave me this writing.
This he asked with no design to produce it, unless there should be great need. So the next day Galaor left this writing with the king, and took his leave, and departed for Gaul. Now it was his wish to prevent the marriage, because it was not for the king's honour, and because he suspected the love of Amadis and Oriana. And when he found the king was determined upon it, he wished to be absent. But Oriana knew nothing of this, and therefore besought Florestan to request Don Galaor's aid. Thus as you have heard, that day passed at Miraflores. Greatly was Queen Sardamira pleased with Oriana, and much did she marvel at her exceeding beauty, albeit it was impaired by long sorrow and the dread of this marriage. Nor would the queen speak at first concerning the emperor, but rather of such news as pleased her. But when on another day she did speak on that subject, she received such answers from Oriana that she never dared renew it. When Oriana knew Florestan was about to depart, she led him under some trees, where there was an estrado placed, and making him sit before her, she covertly explained to him her will. Her father, she said, wished to disinherit her, and send her into a strange land, and she besought him to pity her, for she expected nothing but death. She therefore besought not only him whom she loved so well, and in whom she had confidence, but she complained to all the nobles of the realm, and to all errant knights, and she called upon them to pity her, and change her father's purpose. And do you, my good friend Don Florestan, said she, counsel him thus, and make him sensible of the great cruelty and wrong which he would do me?
Florestan answered, Good lady, believe you that I will serve you with the same earnest desire as I would serve the king my father, but I cannot say this to King Lisuarte, because I am not his vassal, nor would he have me in his council, knowing that I hate him for the wrong which he hath done to me and to my lineage. What services I and my father have since done him was for the love we bore to Amadis, and because if this land had then been lost, the loss would have been yours, whom my father esteems as one of the best princesses in the world, and if he knew your wrongs, believe me lady, that he and all his friends would make ready to redress them, which he would do for the poorest woman living. Do you therefore, good lady, take good hope, for yet, if it please God, I trust to bring you help. I will not rest till I arrive at the Firm Island. There I shall find Agrayes, who greatly desires to serve you, because you were brought up by his parents, and we will consider together what may be done." "Are you certain that Agrayes is there?" cried Oriana. "Don Grumedan told me so, to whom he had sent a squire." "God be praised! Salute him dearly from me, and tell him I have in him that true hope which reasonably I ought to have. And if meantime he know any tidings of your brother Amadis, let him send me the news, that I may tell them to his cousin Mabilia, who is dying for want of him. And God direct you, and grant that you and Agrayes may come to some good result for my succour." Florestan then kissed her hand and departed. End of chapter 14. Recording by Amy Graymore of Maine. amysmindtoyourmind.com.
Book 3, Chapter 15 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA, translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 15. How the Knight of the Green Sword, who was now called the Greek Knight, and Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and Angriote of Estravaus, came with the fair Grasinda to the court of King Lisuarte, who had resolved to send his daughter Oriana to the Emperor of Rome to be his wife, and of what happened when they made their demand. The Knight of the Green Sword and Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote went sailing on with Grasinda, sometimes with fair wind, sometimes with foul, as it pleased God to send it, till they came into the ocean sea, which is by the coast of Spain. And when he of the green sword saw himself so near Great Britain, he gave thanks to God that, after escaping so many perils, he was at last in sight of the land wherein his lady dwelt. Then called he the vassals, and desired that no one would call him by any other name than the Greek Knight, and bade them strive to reach Great Britain. He then bade Gandalin bring him the 6 swords, which Queen Menoresa had given him in Constantinople. 2 of them he gave to Bruneo and Angriote, who marvelled at the richness of their accoutrements, and 1 he took himself, bidding Gandalin place his own green sword where none might see it, lest he should be known in King Lisuarte's court. This was between nones and vespers, and Grasinda, being aweary of the sea, was led on deck, that she might be refreshed by the sight of land, and so sate talking with the 3 knights. When it was about sunset they saw a ship, and the Greek Knight bade the sailors steer towards her, and when they were within hearing, Angriote hailed them courteously, and asked whence the ship was going, and who were in her? Answer was made, the vessel belongs to the Firm Islands, and 2 knights of the island are on board, who will tell you what you please to ask. When the Greek Knight and his comrades heard this, their hearts rejoiced that they should now hear what they so much wished to hear. Friend, said Angriote, I pray you for courtesy request your knights to come up, that we may ask news of them, and if it please you tell us their names. That, they answered, we will not do, but we will say what you desire. Presently the 2 knights came on deck, and Angriote asked them if by chance they knew where King Lisuarte then was. We know all concerning him, they replied, but first we would inquire a thing for which we have undergone great toil, and will yet go through more. Know you any tidings of a knight called Amadis of Gaul, in quest of whom his friends are perishing, and wandering all over the world? When the Greek Knight heard this, the tears ran down his cheek for pure joy, to think how true his friends and kinsmen were to him, but he continued silent. Tell me who you are, said Angriote, and I will then relate to you what we know concerning him. The one answered, Know that my name is Dragonis, and this my companion is Enil, and we are going over the Mediterranean Sea to seek him in all its ports of either shore. God give you good tidings, cried Angriote. In these vessels we have mariners from sundry parts, and I will enquire among them if any one have heard of him. This said he by the Greek knight's bidding. Now tell me where King Lisuarte is at present, and what you know of Queen Brisena and of his court. Dragonis answered, He is in the town of Tagades, which is a seaport opposite to Normandy, and there he holds a court to consult with the chief men of the land, if he shall give his daughter Oriana to the Emperor of Rome, who hath demanded her in marriage. Many Romans are come to escort her, among whom are Salustanquidio, Prince of Calabria, and with them Queen Sardamira is arrived to accompany Oriana, whom El Patin already calls Empress. The heart of the Green Knight failed him, and he stood like a man dismayed. But when Dragonis came to relate the bitter lamentations which Oriana made, and how she had appealed to all the high-born men of Great Britain, then was his heart comforted, and he took courage, thinking that as the thing displeased her, the Romans could neither be so many nor so mighty, but that he would rescue her from them by sea or land. This would he do for the poorest damsel in the world, how much more for her, of whom if he had lost all hope, he could not endure to live. And then he gave God thanks for directing him at such a point of time to the place where he might serve his mistress, and somewhat requite her for the love she bore him, and win her, and have her his own, even as his heart desired, without fault. These thoughts made him full joyful, and he bade Angriote ask Dragonis how he had learnt this news. It is 4 days, replied the knight, since Don Quadragante arrived at the Firm Island, which we have so lately left, and with him his nephew Landin, and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Mandasil of the Silver Bridge, and Helian the Haughty. These 5 came to consult with Florestan and Agaraes, how they should proceed in search of Amadis, whom we are seeking. Don Quadragante would have sent to the court of King Lisuarte, to know if any among the strangers there knew aught of that excellent knight, but Don Florestan told him that they knew no tidings of Amadis there, for he had been at Miraflores with the Princess Oriana, as the guard of Queen Sardamira, all whose knights he had overthrown, and then he related the manner of his combat. Glad was the Greek knight and his companions to hear of Florestan's good fortune, but when he heard Miraflores mentioned, his heart leaped, and immediately he took Gandalin apart and said to him, My true friend, you hear how it is, that if Oriana be thus given to another, both she and I must pass through death. Now I beseech you, very carefully perform what I shall bid thee. Do you and Ardian the dwarf take leave of me, and of Grasinda, saying you will go in that vessel in quest of Amadis, and there tell my cousin Dragonis and Enil all the news of me, and bid them return to the Firm Island. And when you arrive there, beseech Quadragante and Agrayes not to leave the island, for in 15 days I will be with them, and tell them to collect all the knights, and bid Florestan and your father Gandales prepare all the shipping they can find, and store them with food and arms, for I must go with them to a place appointed, which they shall know when I come. Be careful in all this, for you know how it concerns me. Then he called the dwarf and said, Ardian, go you with Gandalin, and do as he shall direct you. They obeyed their bidding, and took leave of Grasinda, and Angriote said to the knights in the other vessel, Sirs, here are a squire and a dwarf, who would go in your company in quest of Amadis. But when Dragonis and Enil saw Gandalin and Ardian, they were full joyful, and the more when they heard the truth from them. So they made sail for the Firm Island, and Grasinda with her company sailed on towards Tagades. King Lisuarte was at this time in his city of Tagades, taking counsel with the good men of his land concerning the marriage of his daughter, but they all advised him against the resolution he had taken, saying he would sin against God if he dispossessed his daughter of her lawful inheritance and gave her to a stranger, a man of so evil a disposition and so fickle, that inasmuch as he desired her, so much would he soon dislike her, as is the manner of such men. But the king remained firm in his intentions, God permitting that his greatness and honour should be abased by that very Amadis, who had so greatly exalted it, and so often secured his kingdom and his life. This king not to change his purpose, but that his obstinacy and rigour might be more manifest to all, thought proper to summon to that council his uncle, Count Argamon, who was very old and gouty. Yet he, knowing the design of the king, did not wish to leave his house and advise him in vain. But when the summons came for him, he obeyed. Lisuarte met him at the palace door, and led him to his seat, saying, Good uncle, I have convoked you and these good men to counsel me upon my daughter's marriage with the emperor. Tell me now your opinion. Sir, replied Count Argamon, it is a grievous thing to answer you. In whatever manner I shall do it, to contradict you will be to displease you, as all kings are offended when their inclinations are opposed, and to agree with you would make us guilty of falsehood and disloyalty in the sight of God and of the world. The same right which you had to this kingdom on your brother's death, the same and even stronger right hath your daughter Oriana after you. But you think by making Oriana Empress and inheriting Leonoreta in Great Britain to increase the rank of both. If you will look well to this, you will perceive that the contrary must happen. For you cannot set aside the right order of succession to these kingdoms, and the emperor having your daughter Oriana to wife, her right will become his, and with his power after you are gone, he will easily win the land, and thus will both your daughters be disherited, and this land, which is so honoured and famous in the world, will become subject to the emperors of Rome, and Oriana will have no other power therein than it shall please her husband to permit, so that instead of sovereign, she will herself be a subject. Uncle, replied Lisuarte, I well understand what you say, but I had rather you had approved of the promise which I have made to the Romans, for I cannot recall it. The Count answered, It is on the terms and confirmation that depends, and then you may preserve your honour in your word, and confirm or set aside as shall be best. You say well, replied the king, and with that he broke up the assembly. Grasinda and her company sailed on so long that the sailors one morning saw the mountain of Tagades, from whence the city at its foot took its name. They immediately went to Grasinda, who was talking with the knights, and said, Sirs, give us our albricias, the reward of good tidings. For if the wind hold but 1 hour longer, you will be in your port. Full joyful was Grasinda, and they all went on deck to see the land which they had so desired to see. And Grasinda gave thanks to God who had safely guided her, and with great humility besought him to prosper her enterprise, and give her the honour which she desired. But I tell you that when the Greek knight beheld that land wherein his lady dwelt, and which he had so long longed to behold, he could not suppress his tears. He turned his face away that Grasinda might not see him weep, and having recovered, said to her with a cheerful countenance, Take good hope, my lady, that you shall depart from this land with the honour which you desire, for seeing your beauty sure I am that our cause is right, and since God is the judge, that the honour will be ours also. But she, who, seeing herself so near the trial, was somewhat fearful, replied, I have more confidence in your prowess than in my own beauty. Do you remember that, and do as heretofore you have done, and you will make me the most joyful woman alive. Then they called Grinfesa, one of her damsels, who understood a little French, which King Lisuarte understood also, and they gave her a writing in Latin to give to Lisuarte and Queen Brisena, and then return on board with their answer. The damsel forthwith arrayed herself in rich attire, and her father, who was Grasinda's steward, prepared horses and palfreys, which were lowered into a boat, and the damsel with her 2 brothers, who were good knights, and their squires, left the vessel and put to land. The Greek knight then bade Lasindo go ashore in another boat, and to the city by another road, and ask if there was any news of his master Don Bruneo, feigning that he had been left behind sick when that knight went in quest of Amadis. Under this pretext he bade him learn what answer the damsel received, and return on the morrow. Now I tell you, that when the damsel entered the town, all were delighted to see her, how richly she was arrayed, and how well accompanied by those knights. It so befell that Esplandian and Ambor de Gandel, Angriote's son, were going hawking, and met the damsel, who was inquiring the way to the palace. Hearing this, Esplandian gave his merlin to Sargil, and went up to her, saying in French, My good lady, I will guide you, and shew you the king if you do not know him. The damsel marvelled at his beauty and gentle demeanour, thinking that she had never beheld man nor woman so fair. Fair child, said she, whom God make as happy as he hath made handsome, I thank God for such a guide. Her brother then gave Esplandian her bridle, and he led her to the palace. The king was at this time out in the court under the porch, talking with the Roman knights, and had just given them his final promise to deliver to them his daughter, and they had bound themselves to receive her as their lady. The damsel alighted, and was led towards him by Esplandian. She knelt down and would have kissed his hand, but that the king never permitted, save only when he conferred a favour upon a damsel. She gave him then the letter, and said, Sir, the queen and all her damsels must hear my bidding, that if peradventure the damsel should be displeased thereat, they may procure a knight to defend their cause. King Arban of North Wales then went to Brisena and brought her and her ladies, so fair a company, that hardly could the like be found, and she seated herself by Lisuarte, and the damsels ranged themselves round her. The damsel ambassadress kissed Brisena's hand and said, Lady, if my errand shall appear strange, do not you marvel at us, for your court is remarkable above all others for such things, because of your worth and the king's. Hear this letter, and grant what is requested therein. The king then ordered the letter to be read, which was thus. To the most high and honourable Lisuarte, King of Great Britain, I, Grasinda, the Lady of Beauty above all the dames of Romania, kiss your hand, and make known to you that I am come into your dominions with a Greek knight, and the reason of my coming is this. Having been judged the fairest dame of all the dames of Romania, so would I in pursuit of that glory which hath made my heart glad, be judged fair above all the damsels in your court, that having won this victory also, I may rest in the happiness which I so much desire. If there is any knight who will undertake the quarrel for any of your damsels, he must prepare himself for two things, to do battle with the Greek knight, and to place in the field a rich crown such as I bring, that the conqueror may present both in token of victory to her for whom he hath conquered. If this demand please you, most noble king, do you give me security for myself and my whole company and for the Greek knight, save only from him with whom he shall combat. And if the knight who fights for the damsel shall be conquered, let a second, and then a third come on, for he in his worth shall keep the lists against all. As God shall help me, quoth Lisuarte, the lady must be a full fair one, and the knight must think not a little of himself. A great fancy have they taken up, which they might safely have avoided. Howbeit, damsel, tell you your mistress that she may come safely, and if there be none to gainsay her, her will be satisfied. Sir, replied the damsel, you answer even as we expect, for from your court none can depart with just complaint. But because the Greek knight brings with him two companions who require to joust, they must have the same safe conduct. So be it, answered Lisuarte. In God's name then, quoth she, tomorrow you shall see them in your court, and do you, my lady, said she to the queen, command your damsels to be present, that they may see how their honour is increased or lessened by their champion. Then took she leave and went her way to the ship, where her tidings were joyfully heard. Forthwith the arms and horses were landed, and one large tent and two lesser ones were pitched on shore. Howbeit only the steward and certain men as a guard left the ship to sleep in them that night. Now you must know that so soon as the damsel had departed, Salustanquidio, the cousin of the Emperor of Rome, rose up, and with him 100 Roman knights, and he spake aloud that all might hear him. Sir, I and these good Romans ask of you a boon, which will be to your profit and our honor. Lisuarte replied, I shall willingly grant whatever boon ye ask. Let us then, said Salustanquidio, answer this defiance for the damsels. We shall render them a better account than the knights of their own country can, for we and the Greeks know one another, and the Greeks will fear the name of the Romans more than the deeds of those of this land. Don Grumedan hearing this immediately rose and said, Sir, although it be a great honor to princes that strangers come to seek adventures at their court, it soon becomes a shame and a reproach, if they be not discreetly received and restrained. This I say because of the Greek knight's challenge. If his pride should be satisfied, and he should conquer those who are to oppose him, the danger would be theirs indeed, but the shame and loss of honor yours. Therefore methinks, sir, you should wait till Don Galaor and your son Norandel arrive, who will be here within 5 days, and by that time Don Guilan the Pensive will be recovered enough to bear arms, and these 3 will undertake the quarrel, and thus maintain your honor and their own. Lisuarte replied, This cannot be. I have granted the boon to the Romans, and they are such that they could bring greater adventure to a good end. That may be, quoth Grumedan, but I will prevent the damsels from granting it, and to them this matter appertains. No more, cried the king. What I do, I have done. Salustanquidio then kissed the king's hand, and said to Grumedan, I shall end this battle to my own honor and to the damsels. And since you, Don Grumedan, think so much of these knights, and of yourself, that you say they would perform the battle better than we shall, if after the combat I am able to bear arms, I and 2 companions will do combat with them and with you. Or if I am unable, I will bring another in my stead, who shall well supply my place. In God's name, replied old Grumedan, I accept the challenge for myself, and for those who will bear a part with me. And taking a ring from his finger, he held it toward the king, saying, Sir, here is my gage for myself and those whom I shall produce with me, nor can the battle be refused since they demanded it, unless they confess themselves vanquished. Salustanquidio replied, Sooner shall the seas be dry than a single word of Rome be unsaid, unless it be to her honor. If old age had bereft thee of thy senses, thy body shall pay for it, if thou darest risk it in the battle. Certes, answered Don Grumedan, I am not such a boy but that I have years enough, but this which ye think against me is to my help, for I have seen many things, and one of them is that pride never comes to a good end. So will it happen to you, who are the captain and head of all pride. King Arban of North Wales then rose to answer the Romans, and with him full 30 knights to take up the quarrel, and 100 others rose also. But the king held a wand and bade them be silent, and Don Grumedan also. And Count Argamon then said, Order them to their dwellings, sir, all of both sides, for such disputes are not to your honor. The king accordingly dismissed them, but the count then said, What think you, sir, of the arrogance of this people? And yet, you will give your daughter to them? How is it that one so wise as you will thus venture to tempt God? Remember how you made Amadis of Gaul and all his lineage forsake you for your pride, and now you would commit yet another worse error. Therefore, sir, I discharge myself of my fealty and homage due to you, and will go to my own lands, that I may not witness the tears and wretchedness of your daughter Oriana, when she is delivered up, for I am told that you have sent to Miraflores for her. Uncle, replied the king, say no more upon this subject, for what is done cannot be undone, and I pray you tarry yet 3 days longer to see the issue of these combats, of which you shall be judge, with such other knights as you shall appoint, because you understand the Greek tongue better than any other man of my realm, by reason of your long abode in Greece. Argamon answered, I will do this to please you, but longer will I not tarry, for I cannot endure these things. Lesindo, the squire of Don Bruneo, as the Greek knight had enjoined him, learnt all that passed after the departure of the damsel, and returned to the ship to acquaint him. And he told him also how the king had sent for Oriana from Miraflores, to deliver her to the Romans so soon as this combat was over. When the Greek knight heard that the Romans were to fight for the damsels, he was full joyful, for what he most feared was, that his brother Galaor might be in the court and take up their cause against him, in the which case either he must have died or have slain his brother, for Galaor was the knight who had put him in greater danger than any with whom he had done battle, even though a giant. Therefore his heart was now at rest, and the more so knowing that he was not to fight against any of his friends. Lady, said he to Grasinda, let us hear mass betimes tomorrow in the tent, and do you prepare yourself, for by God's help we shall bring this adventure to such issue as you desire. End of chapter 15. Recording by Maricel Cui. Book 3, Chapter 16 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 16. How the Green Knight and his companions led Grasinda and her company to the place of battle, where her knight was to fulfill her command. On the morrow Grasinda with 4 damsels heard mass in the tent, the 3 knights being armed mounted, and Grasinda mounted her palfrey, she and her palfrey being arrayed in cloth of silk and gold, with pearls and jewels, that the greatest empress in the world could not have been more richly adorned. This day had she long looked for, and therefore had prepared the ornaments the costliest that could be procured, for having great possessions, and neither husband nor children, nor people, she thought of expanding her wealth no other way than this. Her damsels were also in rich array, and she herself appeared so well, that all who beheld her thought her beauty marvellous. Great confidence did her champion feel in beholding her appearance that day. She wore nothing upon her head, except the crown which she had won as the fairest among all the dames in Romania. The Greek knight led her bridle. The armor which he wore Grasinda had provided for him. The breastplate was white as snow, the surcoat was of her colors and laced with threads of gold, and his helmet and shield were of the same color as the surcoat. Don Bruneo wore green armor, and he bore a damsel on his shield, and before her a knight whose arms were waved with gold and murrey, as if he had been supplicating her. Angriote of Estravaus rode a mettlesome horse, his arms were ore and argent. He led the damsel ambassadress, and Bruneo took her sister's bridle. The 3 knights had their helmets closed. The steward and his sons went with them, and in this array they reached the place where combats were performed. In the middle of this place was a marble pillar of the height of a man, whereon they who came to the mad battle were to place shield or helmet or garland of flowers or glove as their gage. When the Greek knight and his company arrived, they saw the king at one end of the field, and the Roman knights at the other, and among them Salustanquidio in black arms, bearing serpents ore and argent. So huge of stature was he, that he seemed like a giant, and the horse he rode was of growth marvellously great. The queen was at her window, and the princess near her, and among them was the fair Olinda, wearing a rich crown. But when the Greek knight beheld the queen and her damsels, and saw not Oriana whom he was wont to see among them, his heart trembled with the want he felt of her. Howbeit beholding Salustanquidio, how stern and strong he seemed, he turned to Grasinda, whom he perceived to be dismayed, and said to her, Be not affrighted, lady, to behold a man of such disproportionate body, for God will be for you, and I will make you win that which will gladden your heart. May it so please him in his mercy, she replied. Then he took the rich crown from her head, and riding gently to the marble pillar, placed it thereon, and returning to his squires who held 3 lances, each with a pendant of different color. He took the strongest, and threw his shield round his neck, and rode to the king, to whom he said in Greek, having forgotten himself, O king, God be with you. I am a foreign knight who come hither from Greece to prove your knights, who are so good, not at my own will, but at the will of her who has power in this instance to command me. But my good fortune it should seem, so ordering it, the trial will be between me and the Romans. Bid them therefore place the crown of the damsels upon the pillar, as was covenanted. He then brandished his lance and rode to one end of the lists. The king did not understand what he said, because he had spoken in the Greek tongue, but he said to Argamon, It seems, uncle, that knight will not choose dishonor for himself. Certes, sir, replied the count, although you would partake some, because these Romans are in your court, I should be right glad to see their pride humbled. I know not how that will be, said Lisuarte, but methinks we shall see a fair encounter. Now the knights and all they of the king's household, seeing how the Greek knight rode and appeared in arms, marvelled at him, and said they had never seen so promising a knight, except it were Amadis. But Salustanquidio, who heard these praises, and saw how all eyes were fixed upon the Greek knight, exclaimed angrily, What is this, ye men of Great Britain? Why do ye marvel to behold a Greek knight, who can do nothing but manage his horse in the field? This is a sign that you can never have performed any worthy feats of arms, when this surprises you. You shall see him who is so fair on horseback, heartless and dishonored upon the ground. The Roman then went where the queen was, and said to Olinda, Lady, give me your crown, for you are she whom I prize above all others. Do not fear to give it me, for I will return it presently with the other, and you shall enter into Rome with it, for the king and queen will consent that I shall take you hence with Oriana, and make you the lady of me and my land. Olinda hearing this, despised his presumption, but her heart and limbs trembled, and a lively colour flushed over her cheeks, and she did not give him the crown. Salustanquidio repeated, Do not fear, the honour shall be yours, and that foolish woman shall go hence without her crown, which she hath trusted to yonder cowardly Greek. Yet would not Olinda give it, till the queen herself took it from her head and gave it him, and he placed it by the other on the marble pillar, and hastily demanded his arms. 3 Roman knights brought them to him. He hung on his shield and helmed himself, and took a strong lance with a long and sharp iron head. Then seated himself on his horse. He now seeing that all were looking with admiration at his great size, grew more confident, and said to the king, I will let your knights see what difference there is between them and the Romans. I shall conquer that Greek, and as he said that if he conquered me, he would combat other 2, I will combat the 2 best whom he can bring, and if their courage fail, let a 3rd come on. Don Grumedan, who was swelling with anger to see the arrogance of the Roman, and the patience of the king, exclaimed, Salustanquidio, have you forgot the battle which you are to wage with me if you escape from this, that you demand another? This is an easy business, replied Salustanquidio. With that the Greek knight cried aloud, Misshapen beast, what are you talking about and letting the day run on? Remember what you have to do. The Roman at this turned and ran at him. They ran at each other full speed, their lances laid in rest, and being covered with their shields. The horses were both fleet, the knights both strong and mutually enraged. They met in the middle of the lists, and neither failed in his blow. The Greek knight struck him on the edge of his shield and pierced it, and struck the strong plates of iron beneath, with so rude a blow that though it did not pierce them, it bore him from his saddle. The Greek knight passed on, carrying the lance of Salustanquidio hanging in his shield and in the sleeve of his mail, so that all thought he was wounded, but it was not so. He drew out the lance and raised it with an overhand grasp, and turned to Salustanquidio, and saw that he did not move, but lay as if he were dead. This was no wonder, for he was a large man and bulky, and had fallen from a high horse, and his armor was heavy, and the ground was hard, and moreover the left arm upon which he had fallen was broken near the wrist, and the greater part of his ribs put out. The Greek knight, who thought him stronger than indeed he was, stopped his horse, and held the lance point at his face, for his helmet had fallen off with a shock, and said to him, Knight, you will not be so discourteous as not to award the crown to that fair dame, because she merits it. But the Roman made no reply. The Greek knight left him and went up to the king. Sir, quoth he, though yonder knight is free from pride now, he will not award the crowns to the dame who is waiting for them, nor defend them, nor yet answer me. Do you therefore decree that they are hers, as by right they are? Otherwise I will strike off his head, and so decide it. This he said in Greek, and then rode back to Salustanquidio. The king asked Argamon what he had said, who having interpreted it, added, It will be your fault if you suffer the knight to be slain before you, for you may lawfully award the crowns to the conqueror. Sir, quoth Grumedan, let the Greek knight do what he will, for these Romans have more tricks than a fox, and if this one lives, he will say that he was able to maintain the battle, if you had not hastily given judgment against him. All laughed at this except the Romans, whose hearts were bursting. But the king, seeing that the Greek knight had alighted, and was going to cut off Salustanquidio's head, said to Count Argamon, Haste, uncle, and bid him spare him, for I judge the crowns to be his. Count Argamon cried aloud to him to hold his hand and hear the king's request. He drew back, and resting his sword upon his shoulder, waited to hear the count's bidding, which having heard, he replied, I am content, and know, sir, that if I had fought with any of the king's vassals, I would not have slain him, if by any other means the combat could have been decided. But for the Romans I would kill them, or dishonor them as wretches that they are, following the bad example of their arrogant emperor, to be boasters first, and cowards when put to the proof. He then mounted again, and took the 2 crowns from the pillar, and placed the crown of the damsels upon Grasinda's head, giving the other to one of her damsels to keep, and he said, Lady, your wish is accomplished, and I, by the grace of God, am discharged of my promise. Go now, if it please you, and rest in your tent. I will remain to see if any of the Romans will take the field to revenge this shame that they have received. Sir, she replied, I will not leave you yet, for I can receive no greater pleasure than in beholding your rare chivalry. He then examined his horse, and found him fresh, for he had had little labor that day. So he threw the shield round his neck, and took another lance with a fair pendant, and said to the damsel ambassadress, Go, my friend, to the king, and tell him that as I promised, if I was able after this first battle to combat with 2 knights at once, I must now make good that vaunt, but say that I beseech him not to send any of his knights against me, for they are of such renown, that they would gain no honour in conquering me. Leave that to the Romans, and let them see if I fear them because I am a Greek. The damsel delivered her bidding in French, and Lisuarte answered, It would not please me that any of my household should go against him. He has done enough today for his honour, and if it might please him to remain with me, I would recompense him well. I forbid all my subjects to challenge him, for I have other things to attend to. The Romans may do as they like. This he said, for he had much to arrange about his daughter's departure, and likewise because at that time none of his good knights were present, they having all departed, that they might not see the cruelty and injustice which he was about to commit against Oriana. Only Guilan the Pensive remained, being sick, and Sendil of Ganota, who had been shot through the leg with an arrow by the Roman Bronjadel of the Rock, when hunting with the king. The damsel answered, Many thanks, sir, for your gracious offer, but the Greek knight's choice is to go about the world redressing wrongs. If he would have remained with the Emperor of Constantinople, he might have been rewarded with whatever he would have asked. I pray you, quoth the king, tell me by whom he is commanded? Certes, sir, I know not, but if any one, it must be by one whom he greatly loves. I must bear him back your answer. Whoever will seek may find him in the lists till noon. When the Greek Knight heard this reply, he gave his lance to one of the steward's sons, and his shield to the other, and bade him place the shield upon the pillar, to see if any of the Romans would challenge him. His helmet he did not take off, lest he should be known, and thus he stood talking with Grasinda, and holding her bridle. There was among the Romans a knight called Maganil, who was the best next to Salustanquidio, and his countrymen surely thought that no two knights in Great Britain could stand against him. And he had two brethren, both of great worth in arms. To him the Romans all looked for vengeance, but he seeing this said to them, I cannot take up this challenge, for I promised Salustanquidio that if he was not able, I and my brothers would do battle for him against Don Grumedan. If he and his companions should refuse it, then may I undertake this. While they were thus speaking, two brethren well armed and mounted rode up, by name Gradamor and Lasanor. They were nephews of Brondagel of the Rock, the sons of his sister, who was a fierce and haughty woman, by the emperor's high steward. They without speaking or making obeisance to the king, went into the lists, and the one taking the Greek knight's shield dashed it against the pillar so violently that he brake it to pieces, and exclaimed foul before him who would permit the shield of a Greek to be placed there against the Romans. At this the Greek knight was so enraged that his heart burnt for anger. He left Grasinda and caught his lance, and heedless of a shield, though Angriote called to him to take his, he rode full against the two Romans, and they at him. The one who had broken his shield he smote so rudely that he bore him from his seat, and his helmet came off in the fall. He himself lost his spear. He drew his sword and turned upon Lasanor, who was assailing him fiercely. Him he smote upon the shoulder and cut him to the bone, and made him drop his lance, and with another blow upon the head, he made him lose his stirrups and bow down upon the horse's neck. Then lightly passing the sword to his left hand, he caught Lasanor's shield, and tore it from his neck, and with the force brought him to the ground. The Roman presently rose, being in fear of death, and went up to his brother, who had now recovered himself. The Greek knight, fearing lest they should kill his horse, alighted, grasping the shield he had won, and went towards them sword in hand. But then all were amazed to see his great prowess, and how little he cared for these enemies. He had so pressed them that Lasanor cried out for mercy, and while he was crying, the Greek knight lifted up his foot, and kicking him in the breast, felled him. Then he turned to the other who had broken his shield, but he could not endure his might, and ran towards the king, that he might save him. The Greek knight turned him, and drove him towards the pillar, and then he ran round the pillar, avoiding the blows which his enemy aimed at him in exceeding wrath, and which fell sometimes on the stones and struck fire there, till at last, being sorely wearied, the Greek knight caught him in his arms, and squeezed him till all his strength was gone, then let him fall, and took his shield, and dashed it upon his helmet, so that he broke the helmet, and he made him mount upon the pillar, and then thrust him down, and placed the fragments of the shield upon his breast. Next he took Lasanor by the leg, and dragged him beside his brother, and all who were present thought he meant to behead them. And Don Grumedan cried out, Methinks the Greek hath well revenged his shield. But Esplandian, seeing this, was moved to pity for the knights, and calling out to Ambor, clapped spurs to his palfrey. The Greek knight, seeing them approach, and that he was the fairest child that ever he had seen, waited to know what he would say, and Esplandian said, Sir, I beseech you grant me their lives, for they are conquered, and the honour is already yours. The knight made semblance as though he understood him not. Count Argamon then came up and interpreted, and he replied, I should have had a pleasure in killing them, but I spare them for his sake. Who is this fair child, sir, and whose son? No one in this land, replied the Count, can tell. And with that he related the manner how the child was found. I have heard mention of him in Romania, cried the knight. Is he not called Esplandian, and hath he not certain letters on his breast? Would you see them? said Count Argamon. Willingly, and should thank you and him to show them to me, for it is a marvellous thing to hear, and more to see. Esplandian then drew nearer. He had on a coat of mail, and a French hood, wrought with lions of gold, and was girt with a golden girdle. The hood and coat were fastened together with gold brooches. A few of them he opened and showed the letters. Much was that knight amazed, for it was the strangest thing that ever he had seen. The white letters made the word Esplandian, but the colored letters could he not read, though they were sharp and well made. God prosper you, fair child, said he, and taking leave of the Count, he mounted and rode to Grasinda. Lady, quoth he, you must have been displeased at witnessing my follies, but impute you the fault to the pride of these Romans, who provoked them. Nay, sir, she replied, it rejoices me to see your good fortune. Then went they to their ships, both full joyful, she for the crown which she had won, and he that he had shown himself to the Romans. They took their tents aboard and went towards the Firm Island. But Angriote and Don Bruneo remained on board one of the galleys, by his desire to help Don Grumedan secretly in his combat, the which being past, they were to hasten to the Firm Island with tidings of Oriana.
End of chapter 16. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Book 3, Chapter 17 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 3, Chapter 17. How King Lisuarte sent for his daughter Oriana to deliver her up to the Romans, and of what happened with the Knight of the Firm Island, and of the battle which Don Grumedan and the companions of the Greek Knight fought against the 3 Roman challengers, and how after the Romans were conquered, the companions of the Greek Knight went to the Firm Island, and of what they did there. You have heard how King Lisuarte sent Queen Sardamira to Miraflores to talk to his daughter of the greatness of the Roman Emperor, and of the high rank whereto she would be exalted by this marriage. Now you must know that he sent for her that she might depart, bidding Giontes his nephew take an escort for her, and suffer no knight to speak with her on the way. Giontes took with him Cangel of Sadoca and Lasanor and other guards, and went to Miraflores, and having placed Oriana in her litter, for she could not go in any other manner, by reason of her exceeding affliction and continual tears, they and Queen Sardamira and her company took the road to Tajades. On the 2nd day of their journey what you shall now hear befell them. Under some trees near the roadside there sat an armed knight upon a grey horse beside a fountain. He wore a green surcoat over his breastplate, fastened with green strings and eye loops of gold, which appeared marvellously well. As soon as he saw them, he hung the shield round his neck, and took a lance, having a green pendant, and brandishing it awhile, said to his squire, Go and say to the guards of Oriana that I request their leave to speak with her. It will be neither to their hurt nor to hers. If they will permit me, I shall thank them. If not, sorry as I shall be, they must try my strength. They laughed at his message, and replied, Tell your master he shall not see the princess, and that when he has done all he can do, he will have done nothing. But Oriana hearing this, said to them, How does it concern you if this knight wishes to speak with me? Perchance he may bring tidings which I should rejoice to hear. Lady, replied Giontes, the king your father has ordered us to suffer none to speak with you. With this answer the squire returned, and Giontes prepared for battle. He of the green arms immediately rode towards him. They met with a brave encounter, both brake their lances, but the horse of Giontes dislocated his foot in the shock and fell, and Giontes, having one foot in the stirrup, could not rise. The knight passed fairly by him, and then turning, said, I beseech you let me speak with Oriana. You will not fail for my guarding her, replied Giontes, but the fault was in my horse. Cangel of Sandoca then cried out to him not to touch that knight, or he should die for him. I shall have you anon in the same condition, replied the knight of the green arms, and taking another lance ran at him, but he missed his blow. Ganjel smote him full on the shield and brake his own lance, without moving him. He turned upon Ganjel, who was now sword in hand, and drove at him with his spear and sent him from the saddle. Lasanor then came on. The Green Knight dexterously avoided his lance and made him lose that advantage. They dashed against each other, shield to shield, and Lasanor's shield arm was broken with the shock. He of the green arms had drawn his sword, but seeing how Lasanor was disabled, would not wound him, but he cut the bridle of his horse, and smiting him with the side of his sword, sent him galloping away with his rider, at which he could not forbear laughing. Then he took out a ladder, and went up to Oriana's litter. She, seeing how he had discomfited 3 such good knights, thought he was Amadis, and her heart panted, but he humbly saluting her, said, Lady, Agrayes and Don Florestan sent you this, wherein you will receive news that will give you great pleasure. God be with you, I must return to them, for certes they will need me, little worth as I am. Nay, quoth Oriana, you are not so, that have I now seen. I beseech you tell me who you are, who have gone through such danger for my sake. Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, who grieves to see what your father purposes against you. But I trust in God he will find it difficult to accomplish, so many of this land and of other lands shall perish first, that all the world shall hear of it. Ah, Don Gavarte, my good friend, God grant there may come a time when I can reward your loyalty. You are my natural lady, and it was always my desire to serve you, and now is it more so in this injustice. I will be in your succour with those who serve you. I beseech you, my friend, think then as you do now. That shall I do as loyally I ought, replied Gavarte, and with that he took his leave. Oriana then went up to Mabilia, who was with Queen Sardamira. Methinks, said the queen, we are equal in our defenders. I know not if it be their fault or the ill luck of the road, that your knights should be defeated where mine were. At this they all laughed, but the knights had such shame that they durst not appear before them. Then they waited a while till the knights had holpen themselves, and till Lasanor's horse came back. Meantime Oriana went aside with Mabilia and read the letter, in which Agrayes and Don Florestan and Don Gandales informed her that Gandalin and Ardian the dwarf had arrived in the Firm Island, and that Amadis would be with them in 8 days, and had sent to bid them prepare a great fleet. This tidings they knew would comfort her, and give her hope that God would be on her side. At this were they greatly comforted as with hopes of life, for before they had only looked for death, and Mabilia comforted Oriana, and besought her to eat, but she who had not eaten food before for great affliction could scarcely eat now for very joy. As they drew near the town, King Lisuarte with the Romans and many others went out to meet them, but then Oriana began to wail aloud, and she alighted from her litter, and all her damsels alighted also, and when they saw her make that dolorous lamentation, they also lamented, and tore their hair, and kissed her hands and her garments, as if death was come upon them, so that all present were moved to great compassion. The king beholding this was greatly displeased, and he said to King Arban of North Wales, Go to Oriana, and tell her I feel the greatest pain in the world to see her thus, and command her from me to return into her litter, and bid her damsels remount their palfreys, and let her make better cheer, and go to her mother, for I will tell her news that shall rejoice her. King Arban did accordingly as he was commanded, but Oriana answered, O King of North Wales, my good cousin, since such is my ill fortune that you and they who go through many perils to assist unhappy damsels cannot assist me with your arms, now help me with your words, and beseech my father not to do me this wrong, and not to tempt God who hath favoured him so long. Persuade him to come to me, my cousin, and with him Count Argamon and Don Grumedan, for I will not stir from hence till they come. King Arban, hearing her speak thus, could not reply for weeping. He went back to the king and repeated what Oriana had said. But King Lisuarte was full loath to expose himself to public view with his daughter, for the more notorious her repugnance and grief should be, the greater would be his fault. Howbeit Count Argamon entreated him to grant her request, and Don Grumedan coming up, they went together towards her. When Oriana saw him approaching, she went on her knees towards him, and her damsels with her, but he alighted and took her up and embraced her. My father and lord, said she, have pity on your own child, and hear me before these good men. Daughter, said he, say what you please, I will hear you as I ought with fatherly love. Then she fell upon the ground to kiss his feet, but he drew back and raised her again, and she said, My lord, it is your pleasure to send me to the Emperor of Rome, and to separate me from you, and from the Queen my mother, and from this land of which God has made me a native. From this departure I expect nothing but death, either that it will come to me, or that I shall give it to myself, so that in neither way can your will be performed, and you will incur great sin. I shall be disobedient, and that upon your account, or I shall die and by your fault. But to prevent all this, and to serve God, I will enter into religion, and so pass my life, leaving you to dispose of your kingdom as it may please you, and the right which God hath given me I will renounce to my sister Leonoreta, or whomsoever else you may choose. And better, sir, could you give her to the Emperor of the Romans than me, for should he obtain me he will become your mortal enemy, all that he covets being the possession of this kingdom. Daughter, replied the king, I understand what you say, and will answer you before your mother. Go into your litter and proceed to her. They then placed her in her litter and conducted her to the queen, who received her with great love, but weeping, for that marriage was against her will. But neither she, nor the nobles, nor the people of the realm could make Lisuarte change his resolution, and for this reason Fortune, who was weary of favouring him, now showed herself contrary to him, more to the advantage of his soul than of his honour. Count Argamon perceiving that his advice was of no avail, requested leave to go to his own land, and he departed. The king then, after he had taken food, and the cloths were removed, called for Brondachel of the Rock, and said to him, You see, my friend, how much this marriage is against the will of my daughter and of my vassals, who dearly love her, but I will not for that depart from my promise. Make ready your vessels, and on the third day I will deliver her into your charge. But when you have her on board, see that you do not permit her to quit her cabin, lest some evil should happen. Brondachel answered, All shall be done, sir, as you command. And though it be now grievous to my lady the Empress to depart from this land where her friends are, yet when she beholds the greatness of Rome, and how knights and princes will then humble themselves before her, she will soon be well satisfied, and ere long, sir, we shall write to you such tidings. The king smiled and embraced him, saying, I believe that you are such as will soon make her regain her cheerfulness. Salustanquidio, who was now recovered, besought him to send Olinda with his daughter, and he being a king, promised to take her to wife when she arrived. At this the king was well pleased, and praised Olinda, saying, that for her virtues and great beauty she well deserved to become a queen. The next day they stored their ships, and Magalin and his brethren presented themselves before the king, and said to Don Grumedan, The day of your shame is come, for tomorrow is the term which you in your folly appointed for the combat. Hope not to avoid it, for that can only be done by your confessing yourself conquered. You shall now pay for your insolence as one who have more years than wisdom. Don Grumedan, who was almost beside himself at this menace, rose up to answer, but the king, who knew his temper, when his honour was concerned, said to him, I beseech you, Don Grumedan, for my sake say nothing in reply, but make ready for the battle. You know better than any one else that these matters are not to be decided by words but by deeds. Sir, said he, I will obey you. Tomorrow I will be in the field with my companions, and then shall the worth or the no worth of each be known. The Romans then retired, and the king, calling Don Grumedan apart, asked of him, Who have you to help you against these knights? For they appear to me strong and courageous. Sir, quoth the old man, I have God to help me, and this body, and this heart, and these hands, which he hath given me. If Don Galaor should arrive before Tyrus tomorrow, I shall have him, for I know he will maintain my cause, and then I care not for a third. If he does not come, I will fight them all three, one after another, if that may be allowed." The king replied, "Do you not see that the challenge was 3 against 3, and they will not alter it? As God shall help me, I grieve to see that you have no comrades such as you need in this great danger." "Sir," cried the old knight, "fear not for me. God will help whom he pleases. I go against pride with courtesy and fair dealing, and that which is pleasing to God will bear me out. If Don Galaor should not come, and none other of your knights should offer themselves, I will take the 2 best of my own." "Nay," replied Lisuarte, "such assistance could not avail you. I will advise you better, my friend. I will secretly adventure my body with you in the battle, for you have often thrust yourself into extreme perils for me, and ungrateful should I be if I did not risk my life and honour for you in return." And while he said this, he embraced the old knight and wept. Don Grumedan kissed his hand and answered, "This is indeed the greatest favour I ever received from you, and more than any services can ever have deserved. But this must not be, and God forbid that a king like you should commit such a fault, for you are king and lord and judge, and must deal by strangers in this case, even as by your own subjects." "Since it is so then," said Lisuarte, "I can only pray to God to help you." Don Grumedan then went to his lodging, and ordered 2 of his knights to prepare to assist him in this battle. But I tell you that courageous and practised as he was, his heart was bursting, for these men were not such as were needed in such a combat. Yet so good a heart had he, that rather would he have died than have done or said anything that might shame him, and he showed no fear. That night he passed in St. Mary's chapel, and on the morrow heard mass there with great devotion, beseeching God that he might perform this battle to his honour, or if it was his pleasure that his days should then come to an end, to have mercy on his soul. Then with a good courage he called for his armour, he put on his breastplate which was strong and white, and over it a coat armour of his own colours, which were murrey with white swans. Before he had finished arming himself, there came in the fair damsel who had been embassadress to Grasinda and the Greek Knight, and with her 2 other damsels and 2 squires. She bore in her hand a goodly sword with rich accoutrements, and enquired for Grumedan, to whom she said, "Sir, the Greek Knight, who loves you for what he has heard of you since he came into this land, and because he knows you have to do battle with the Romans, has left 2 right good knights, those whom you have seen in his company, and requests you to take no others as your comrades in this combat, but accept them on his faith without fear. And he sends you also this good sword, which has been tried as you beheld, when he struck the stone pillar with it, chasing that Roman." A joyful man was Don Grumedan at hearing this, knowing his own danger, and that they who were in the company of the Greek Knight must be good men. "Damsel," said he, "God prosper the Greek Knight, who is thus courteous to me, whom he knows not, and God grant that I may one day requite him." She replied, "Sir, you would truly esteem him if you knew him, and so will you these his comrades when you have tried them. Go now forth, for you will find them waiting for you at the lists." Don Grumedan drew the sword which had been sent him, and he saw how bright it was, and that it bore no mark of the mighty blow it had given, and he blessed it, and girded it on instead of his own. And he mounted the horse which Florestan had given him when he won it from the Romans, and rode out, appearing like a comely and brave old man. He and the 2 other knights courteously greeted each other, but he could not discover who they were, and then they entered the lists to the great joy of all who loved Don Grumedan to see him in such company. The king marvelled much that these knights having no cause and not knowing Don Grumedan should place themselves in such danger, and seeing the damsel embassadress he sent for her and said, "Damsel, why have these knights of your company taken up the quarrel of one whom they know not?" "Sir," she replied, "the good as well as the worthless are known by their feats, and the Greek Knight having heard of the worth of Don Grumedan, and how this battle was appointed, and that few of your good knights were at this time present, left here his companions to be his helpmates. Such men are they, that before noon be past, the arrogance of the Romans shall yet be humbled lower, and the honour of your knights well maintained. Glad was the king at this, for he feared greatly for Don Grumedan, and in his heart he thanked the Greek knight more than he in words expressed. The three knights entered the lists and placed themselves at one end, Don Grumedan being between the other twain. Presently King Arban of North Wales and the Count of Clara came in as judges on their part, and Salustanquidio and Brondahel of the Rock on the part of the Romans. Ere long the Roman knights appeared on goodly horses, and armed in new and rich armour, and being of great stature and large limbed, they had the semblance of valiant men. They came with bagpipes and trumpets, and other loud instruments. All their countrymen accompanied them, and in this array they went before the king, and said, Sir, we will carry the heads of those Greek knights to Rome, and let it not displease you if we do the same with Don Grumedan, for your displeasure would grieve us. Bid him therefore unsay what he has said, and confess that the Roman knights are the best in the world. The king, instead of replying to this speech, said, Go do your battle, and let them who shall win their enemies' heads do with them as they please. They then entered the lists, and the two Roman judges placed them in their places, while King Arban and the Count of Clara did the same by Grumedan and his companions. The queen now came with her dames and damsels to the window to behold this combat, and she sent for Don Guilan the Pensive, who was still weak with his sickness, and for Cendil of Ganota, whose wound was not yet healed, and she said to Don Guilan, My good friend, what think you of this point wherein my father Don Grumedan is placed? For she called him father, because he had fostered her. Those devils terrify me, they are so huge and fierce. Lady, replied Guilan, the event of arms depends upon God and a good cause. Were I yonder with those two knights in the stead of Grumedan, I should not fear the Romans, though a fourth were added to them. Much was the queen consoled at that saying, and she prayed to God in her heart to help her foster father. The knights now moved on to their encounter. They were all practised in arms and in horsemanship, and neither missed his encounter. Their lances all brake, and then happened what never before had been seen in a combat of so many before the king, that the three Romans were borne from their saddles, and Don Grumedan and his comrades kept their seats unmoved. Presently they turned their horses, and saw that the Romans had risen and stood together. Don Bruneo, who had received a slight wound on his left side, said to Grumedan, Since we have shown them that we know how to joust, it would not be reasonable now they are on foot to attack them on horseback. The three then alighted, and went up to their antagonists. Sir Knights of Rome, said Bruneo, you must have left your horses to show how little you regard them. But though we are not so renowned as you are, we will not permit you to make this boast, and therefore have also forsaken ours. The Romans, whose pride was somewhat quelled by their fall, made no reply, but fell to with their swords. Then was there a fierce battle, and its marks were seen in broken shields and helmets and streaming wounds. But Don Grumedan, whose enmity against the Romans was very great, chafed himself with great choler, and pressing on before his comrades, was sorely hurt. But at that the other twain, who had hitherto kept back their strength while they bore the heat of their enemy's fury, now showed themselves, and pressed on the Romans with such might that the most they could do was to defend themselves, and that hardly. Maganil, who was the bravest of the Romans, being no longer able to endure Angriote's blows, gave way before him, and drew as near to the queen's window as he could, and cried out, Mercy, lady, for God's sake, and I confess all that Don Grumedan has said. Shame on thee, cried the conqueror, that is already manifest. And he plucked off his helmet, and lifted his arm as if to behead him, but at that the queen withdrew, and Don Guilan then cried out, Sir Knight of Greece, do not carry so proud a head as this to your country, but let him carry his sweet odours where they will be liked. So be it then, replied Angriote, for the queen's sake and for yours whom I know not. I leave him to you, see you that his wounds be cured, for I have cured him of his arrogance. Then he turned back and saw that Don Grumedan had smote his enemy, and was kneeling on his breast, and pummeling his face with the hilt of his sword, but the Roman cried out aloud, Ah, Don Grumedan, spare me! I confess what you have said is truth, and what I said is a lie. Angriote, full glad at this, called the judges to hear what the Roman said, and showed them how the other one had fled out of the lists from Don Bruneo. But Salustanquidio and Brondachel were so cast down that they retired to their lodging and could not appear before the king. Don Grumedan then rode before the king and kissed his hand, and Bruneo said, God be with you, sir, we must return to our friend the Greek Knight. God be with you, replied Lisuarte, you have truly shown yourselves to be good men in arms. The damsel ambassadress then said to Lisuarte, Be pleased, sir, to hear me a while in private before I depart. The king then bade all present withdraw, and then she said to him, Sir, hitherto you have been the best of all Christian kings, and he to whom all damsels looked with the most assured hope to have their wrongs redressed. How is your noble condition altered that you use this cruelty and this sin against God and your own daughter and your natural subjects? You who as king are bound to observe right to all, and as father to protect her, though she were by all the world forsaken. Not only to all the world is this an ill example, but her tears and lamentations rise up to God against you. Look to it, and let the end of your days be like the beginning. Now God prosper you. God be with you, damsel, replied Lisuarte. Of a truth I believe you are good and of great discretion. She went to the two knights, and they embarked on board their galley, and made such speed that in 2 days and nights they rejoined their fleet. Joyfully were they welcomed, and right glad was the Greek Knight to hear how they had succoured Don Grumedan in his need. Know you what the king will do with his daughter? Said Grasinda. In 4 days she will be delivered to the Romans. But to see, lady, the grief which she and her damsels and all the people make, no tongue can tell it. Tears came into Grasinda's eyes, and she prayed God to send that poor princess some help in this so great and undeserved a calamity. But the Greek Knight was a happy man hearing this, for he had resolved to rescue her. He neither regarded the power of King Lisuarte nor of the Emperor of Rome, for he could give them enough to do, and as by no other way could he hope to gain possession of his beloved, so also in thus winning her she would be his without any fault or breach of duty. These thoughts possessed him, when at the hour of tears they reached the port in the Firm Island. The islanders, who daily expected him, had seen the fleet afar off, and knew his signals. Then was there great joy, for they all loved him well, and they crowded down to the shore, and with them his kinsmen and friends. When Grasinda beheld such a multitude awaiting them, she was greatly amazed, and the more so hearing them shout welcome, welcome our lord, who has so long been absent from us. Sir, quoth she, how is this that they greet you thus? He replied, Pardon me, lady, that I have so long concealed myself, for otherwise I could not have done without danger. I am master of this island, and that Amadis of Gaul, of whom you have sometimes heard. These knights are all my kinsmen and friends, and that multitude my vassals. Hardly will you find knights in the world to equal their valour. I did not know you, replied Grasinda, and I treated you as a poor errant knight. Howbeit some consolation is it to think that what honours you received from me were paid to your own valour only, not to your rank or power. Lady, said Amadis, the honours I received from you are more than either I or those who are better than me can ever repay. Now had they reached the shore. Don Gandales was ready with 20 palfreys for the damsels, but for Grasinda her own palfrey was landed, whose trappings were worked with gold and silver. She clad herself in rich attire, planks were laid from the boat for the landing, and on the shore Agrayes stood to welcome them, and Don Quadragante, and Don Florestan, and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and the good Don Dragonis, and Orlandin, and Ganges of Sadoca, and Argamon the Brave, and Sardonan the brother of Angriote, and his nephews Pinores and Sarquiles, and Madansil of the Silver Bridge, and above 30 other good knights, and the good knight Enil was already in the boat talking with Amadis, and Ardian the dwarf, and Gandalin with the damsels of Grasinda. Then Amadis took Grasinda by the arm and led her on shore, and Agrayes and Florestan placed her on her palfrey, and she and her damsels were conducted to the rich palace whereof ye have formerly heard. Then was there great feastings made by Gandalin, and Ardian the dwarf, who was steward of the hall, saw that all was well ordered, and many things did he say of merriment whereat they all laughed. Amadis took Master Helisabad by the hand and told all the knights that to him next to God he was indebted for his life, and he placed him at table between himself and Gavarte of the Perilous Valley. Yet could not all this festival, nor the joy at seeing again so many and so dear friends, so cheer Amadis that he was not sorely troubled, fearing lest the Romans might escape him on the sea. So after the cloths were removed, he besought all the knights to remain and hear him. They were all silent, and he began. Sirs, since I left you last, I have traversed many strange lands, and achieved many adventures whereof it would be long to tell. But what most occupied me was to redress the injuries of dames and damsels, for as they are born to obey, and as their strongest arms are tears and sighs, so are we bound to protect them against all who would do them wrong, and fight their battles, even as the Greeks and Romans did in old times, whereby they have obtained such glory as shall last while the world endures. But now since my return to these countries I have heard how King Lisuarte will deprive his daughter Oriana of the kingdom which is her lawful inheritance, and give her in marriage to the Emperor of Rome, against the consent of all his people, and against her own will, for she cries aloud to God and to the whole world, complaining of this great cruelty. If this indeed be true that Lisuarte will commit this wickedness, fearing neither God nor man, in an ill hour were we born if we do not remedy it. Now tell me each of ye your judgment, for ye know mine. The knights looked at Agrayes to speak for them. Your coming, my good cousin, quoth he, hath doubled our strength and courage, yet when we had little hope of that, we had determined to prevent this wrong, and die ourselves or destroy these Romans. This did they all affirm, and cried out that there should be no delay. Then Amadis left Grasinda in the care of Ysanjo the governor, and he would have left Master Helisabad also, but the master said, Sir, if ever I can serve you, it must be in adventures like these, wherein you may perchance stand in need of my skill. Ah, good master and my good friend, cried Amadis, God grant that I may live to give you a fit guerdon. Then bade he all the roads be guarded, that no tidings might be carried from the island, and that night they all embarked and made sail towards that part of the sea whereby the Romans must needs pass. End of Book 3, Chapter 17.
Section 47 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book the Third, Chapter 18. How King Lisuarte gave up his daughter greatly against her own will, and of the succour which Amadis, with all the other knights of the Firm Island, brought to the fair Oriana. The day was now come whereon King Lisuarte had promised to deliver his daughter to the Romans. He having in vain again attempted to win her consent, left her in great anger, and went to the queen, whom he bade go and soothe her daughter's distress. Brisena had often attempted in vain to change the king's resolution. She now made no reply, but obeyed him. But when Oriana saw her mother and sister approach her, she went to her sobbing aloud, and kissed her hand, and said, This parting will be for ever, for my death is at hand. And with that she swooned away. The king then had her, senseless as she was, carried on board, and he made Olinda go with her, though that princess on her knees besought him to send her home to her father. He in his rage would not listen, but had her forced on board, and Mabilia and the damsel of Denmark he made embark also. All having thus embarked, he mounted and rode to the port, and then he consoled his child with a father's pity, Yet he gave her no hope that his invention was changed, but he himself was moved nevertheless, and wept after he had left her, and besought Salustanquidio and Brongajel and the Archbishop of Talancia to protect her and serve her well. Then he returned to his palace, leaving in the ship the greatest grief and lamentation that heart can think. Salustanquidio, thus having the princess in his power, put Oriana and Mabilia into a cabin which had been richly fitted up for her, and fastened them in with strong bars and bolts, and he left Queen Sardamira and her company, and many of Oriana's damsels in the ship. But Olinda, of whom he was so passionately enamoured, he resolved to carry to his own ship, though she struggled and besought him not to separate her from Oriana, and clung to the door of Oriana's cabin, making such piteous moan that Oriana at hearing it swooned away in Mabilia's arms. Thus having disposed of the damsels, they spread their sails and departed, being full joyful that they had accomplished their master's desire, and they hoisted the great flag of the emperor upon the mast of the vessel wherein Oriana was, and all the other ships kept round about that to protect it. Thus merrily were they sailing on, when looking to the right they beheld the fleet of Amadis coming on full speed to cut them off from the land toward which they went. Agrayes and Don Quadragante and Dragonis and Listoran of the White Tower had agreed to attack the Romans and attempt the rescue of Oriana before Amadis could come up, and for this purpose they and their ship got between the Romans and the shore. But Florestan and Gavarate of the Perilous Valley, and Orlandin and Ymosil of Burgundy had the same wish, and they sailed up between Agrayes and the enemy, and Amadis came on full sail straight after them, that he might be the first in Oriana's succour. Now I tell you that when first the Romans beheld this fleet, they thought they were crossing the sea in peace, but seeing how they divided into 3 squadrons, that 2 cut off their landing, and that the third made right toward them in pursuit, they cried out, To arms, for strangers are coming against us. Presently they ran to arms, the crossbowmen were placed in their station, the others were Brondel of the Rock, wherein the vessel with Oriana, which carried the emperor's flag. At this season the fleets encountered. Agrayes and Don Quadragante hailed the ship of Salustranquidio, who had with him the fair Olinda, and then began a brave battle. And Florestan and Gavarte, sailing through the middle of the fleet, attacked the ships of the Duke of Ancona and of the Archbishop of Talancia, who had a great force on board, so that the battle between them was obstinate. But Amadis steered right for the ship that bore the imperial standard, and he laid his hand on Angriote's shoulder, and said, Sir Angriote, my good friend, remember now the loyalty you have over manifested towards your friends, and help me manfully in this enterprise. If it please God that I succeed, well now shall I here fulfil my honour and my good fortune. Angriote replied, Sir, I am ready to die for you. Your honour shall be maintained, and God will be with you. The ships were now near each other, and such a discharge was there of arrows and stones and lances, that they fell as fast as though they were rained down. Amadis aimed at nothing but to grapple with the other vessel, but they who were therein, though far more in number, durst not adventure that, seeing how fiercely they were attacked, and defended themselves with iron hooks and sundry other weapons. Now when Tantiles of Sobradisa, who was the queen of Sobradisa's high steward, and was now in the castle, saw that Amadis could not bring this to effect, he ordered a great anchor to be brought fastened to a long chain, and from the castle they threw it into the enemy's ship, and then pulling at the chain with all their might, they brought the ships together, and held them so that they could by no means separate unless the chain should break. Then Amadis made way through his own people, who were somewhat dismayed, and setting foot on the edge of his own ship, leaped into the other. It was a great leap, so that he fell upon his knee, and they laid on him many blows before he could rise. Howbeit meagre their efforts, he rose and laid hand to his good sword. Angriote and Don Bruneo had followed him, and they all laid on manfully and shouted, Gaul, Gaul, for Amadis is here. Mabilia heard that cry, and exclaimed to Oriana, Comfort, comfort! You are succoured by the blessed knight, your true servant and constant friend. But Oriana, more dead than alive, recovered only enough to ask what she said, for she had heard nothing, and her sight was almost gone. When Amadis beheld the wonders which his two comrades were performing, and how his men were now fighting beside him, he made on Brondajel, whom by his rich arms he knew to be the chief, and with one blow felled him. Then seeing that the rest, terrified at that, had ceased to resist, he tore off Brondajel's helmet, and striking at his face with the pummel of his sword, demanded where Oriana was. The Roman pointed to the chamber that was fastened. Amadis called upon Angriote and Don Bruneo. They joined all their strength and burst the door, and saw Oriana and Mabilia within. He fell on his knees before his lady to kiss her hand, but she embraced him, and then caught him by the sleeve of his mail, which was all bloody. Ah, Amadis, light of the oppressed, you have saved me. Mabilia was on her knees before him, holding by his skirts, for he had not seen her, but then he raised her and embraced her, and called her his dear cousin. Then would he have left the cabin, but Oriana took his hand. For God's sake do not leave me. Fear not, he replied, for Angriote and Don Bruneo and Gandales are in the ship, with 30 of our knights, and I must go elsewhere, for we are engaged in a great battle. Then Amadis went out of the cabin, and seeing that Ladadin of Fajarque had made them in the castle cry for mercy, he commanded them to cease from farther slaughter. He then got into the galley, where Enil and Gandalin were, with 40 knights, and bade them steer towards where they had heard the cry of Agrayes. When they came up, they found that he and Quadragante had boarded Salustanquidio's ship, and when Amadis got on board, the Romans began to leap over, some perishing in the water, others escaping to the other vessels. He went on seeking his cousin, whom he found with Salustanquidio wounded at his feet and begging for mercy. Agrayes knew his love for Olinda, and would show him none. Do not slay him, said Quadragante, he is a good prize. Sir Quadragante, said Amadis with a smile, let Agrayes do his will, for else this Roman will not leave one of us alive. And while they thus spake, the head of Salustanquidio was smitten off. Now the ship was their own, and the banner of Agrayes and Don Quadragante hoisted on her castle. Agrayes forthwith went into the chamber where Olinda was confined, but Amadis and Don Quadragante and Ladadin and Listoran of the White Tower went in Enil's galley to see how Florestan fared. On the way they met Ysanes, a kinsman of Florestan by the mother's side, who told them how he had won all the ships, and taken the Duke of Ancona and the Archbishop. They then looked round, and saw that the Romans were everywhere put to the worst, so that not one ship or boat escaped to carry tidings of their defeat. With that they went on board the vessel of Oriana, and there disarmed their heads and hands, and washed off the blood. Amadis asked where Florestan was, and was told that Sardamira had cried out to him to save her, and that she lay fallen at the feet of Oriana, beseeching her to save her from death or dishonour. Amadis went into the cabin, and saw that the queen was embracing Oriana, and that Florestan held her by the hand. He went before her courteously, and would have kissed her hand, but she withdrew it. Fear nothing, lady, he said, Don Florestan is at your service, and we shall all obey him, even though it were not our will to honour all womankind. Good sir, said Sardamira to Florestan, who is this knight so courteous and so much your friend? Lady, said he, it is my lord and brother Amadis, with whom we are all come to succour Oriana. She then rose and said, Good Sir Amadis, blame me not, if I have not received you as I ought, for I knew you not. God be praised that in such a calamity I am placed under your courtesy and the protection of Don Florestan. So Amadis seated her beside Oriana, and now all this while Queen Sardamira knew not the death of Salustanquidio, whom she greatly loved. Queen, said Oriana, if I have hitherto heard your words with pain and dislike, now shall I ever honour and love you as you deserve, for what you did to my injury was not your own will, but in whatever was your own will you were ever courteous and gentle. While they were just communing, Agrayes and Olinda came in, and affectionately did Oriana embrace them, and thank the other knights as she knew them. Ah, friend Gavarte, said she, To him of the perilous valley, well have you fulfilled your promise. God knows how truly I thank you, and how I wish to reward you. Lady, he replied, I have done my duty, for you are my natural lady. Whenever time shall be, remember me as one who will ever be at your service. At this time were all the chief knights assembled on board this vessel, to take counsel how they should proceed. Then Oriana took Amadis aside and said, Dear friend, I beseech and command you now more than ever to conceal our love. Order it so now that they may resolve to carry me to the Firm Island, that being safe there, God may dispose of me as he knows best and as ought to be. Amadis replied, Do you then send Mabilia to propose this, that it may appear to proceed from your will and not from mine. Accordingly he went among the knights, and they were of diverse opinions, for some proposed to take Oriana to the Firm Island, others said that she should go to Gaul, others that she should go to Scotland, the country of Agrayes. But presently Mabilia came to them with 4 other damsels, and said, Sirs, Oriana beseeches ye to carry her to the Firm Island, till she be reconciled to her parents, and she implores ye, as ye have begun so well, that ye would bring this enterprise, with the same good courage to good end, what ye have ever done for other damsels. Quadragante answered, Good lady, the good and brave Amadis, and we who are with them in her rescue are of one will to serve her till death, and we will protect her against her father and against the Emperor of Rome, if they will not be brought to reason and justice. That answer all the knights approved, and declared that they should not hold themselves acquitted of that promise till Oriana was restored to her own free will, and made sure of her inheritance. With this accord they departed each to his ship, to give orders respecting the prisoners. Don Bruneo and Ladadin, and the brother of Angriote, and Sarquiles, and Orlandin were left in the vessel with Oriana and Queen Sardamira, and Enil the good knight, who had received 3 wounds, but had concealed them like a brave man, and one who could endure all difficulty. These knights were left to guard Oriana till they should arrive at the Firm Island. Here endeth the 3rd book of the noble and virtuous knight Amadis of Gaul.
Book 4, Chapters 1 through 5 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA, translated by Robert Southey. Book 4. Here beginneth the 4th book of the noble and virtuous knight Amadis of Gaul, son of King Perion and Queen Elisena, which treats of his prowess, and of the great feats of arms which he and the knights of his lineage performed. Chapter 1. Of the great lamentation which Queen Sardamira made for the death of Prince Salustanquidio. You have heard in the 3rd book of this great history how King Lisuarte, against the will of all his subjects, great as well as little, delivered up his daughter Oriana to the Romans, and how by Amadis and his companions of the Firm Island she was from them rescued. Now we will tell you what ensued. When Amadis had left the vessel where the princess was, he went through the fleet to give orders concerning the prisoners and the spoils. Coming near the ship where Salustanquidio lay dead, he heard a great lamentation, for the people and the knights of that prince were making moan over him, and relating all his praises and greatness, so that Agrayes and they who had won the ship could neither quiet them nor remove them from the body. Amadis therefore ordered that they should all leave the vessel, and he gave command that the body should be placed in a coffin, and that such burial should be given him as befitted such a lord, for albeit he was his enemy, he had died like a good man in his master's service. The noise of this lamentation was so great that it reached the ship wherein was Oriana, but so soon as Queen Sardamira heard that it was for Salustanquidio's death, forgetting all her former grief, she wrung her hands and threw herself upon the ground, and began to exclaim, "O generous prince and of high lineage, the light and the mirror of the whole Roman Empire! What a grief and a calamity will it be to all who love thee when they shall hear the tidings of thy unhappy and disastrous end! And what grief wilt thou feel, O Emperor, when thou shalt learn the death of this thy cousin, who was the strong shield of thine empire, and the destruction of thy fleet, and the disgraceful loss of thy knights! Either thou must tamely submit to this loss, and remain the most dishonored prince in the world, or else prepare to avenge it, putting thy state and person to great peril and doubtful issue, for by all that I have seen since my entering Great Britain in an unhappy hour, sure am I that there is no prince or power however great against whom these knights would fear to wage war. Alas, my afflicted heart grieveth more for the living who will suffer in this quarrel, than for these dead whose share of the evil is past." But then Oriana and Mabilia raised her up, and comforted her the best they could. Chapter 2. How by the choice and command of the Princess Oriana these knights carried her to the Firm Island. Amadis and his knights now assembled on board Florestan's vessel, and there resolved that they should forthwith make sail for the Firm Island, according to their own opinion and the pleasure of Oriana. They then placed all the prisoners in one ship, and appointed Gavarte of the Perilous Valley, and Landin the nephew of Don Quadragante, with a body of knights to guard them. And the spoils they placed in another ship, under the care of Don Gandales, the foster father of Amadis, and Sadamon, who were two prudent and trusty knights. Their own force they divided among the other vessels in the manner that they had first embarked, and then they deputed Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote of Estravaus to inform Oriana that they were ready to obey her and to request her commands. These two knights went on board her ship, and kneeling before her said, "Good lady, all these knights who are here assembled at your rescue, inform you that the fleet is now ready for your service, and desire to know your will, that they may fulfill it." "My true friends," replied Oriana, "I should not desire to live if I thought that it would never be in my power to requite the love ye have all shown me. But I trust in God that as I have the will, so will he one day give me the power to show my gratefulness. Say to the knights that what has been before determined should now be put in practice, that is, to go to the Firm Island. There we can take farther counsel, and there I hope that these difficult and painful beginnings will come to a good end." When the two knights had carried back this answer to their companions, they bade all their trumpets sound, and joyfully and with loud clamours the fleet began to move on. Joyfully and courageously did these knights go their way, being of one accord, and resolved not to give over the enterprise which they had begun, till they should have well and happily concluded it, for they were all of high lineage and of great prowess, and the knowledge that their cause was just now greatly heartened them, and they even rejoiced to see themselves thus engaged against two such powerful princes, for be the issue what it would, they were sure by the contest to acquire a fair fame, and leave behind them a remembrance which should endure for ever. Certes, whoso had seen them in that gallant fleet, how proudly they sailed on, so armed and with such a company, would have weened that they were the train of some great emperor, and of a truth scarcely could there be found in the household of any prince, how great soever, so goodly a company of knights, high born, and so approved in arms. 7 days they sailed along, and then took port in the haven of the Firm Island, and there discharged the cannon for joy. The islanders, in alarm, seeing so great a fleet, took arms and ran to the beach, but then they knew the banners and device of Amadis their lord. Forthwith the boats were put out, and Don Gandales landed to prepare the apartments, and ordered that a bridge of boats should be made from the shore, that Oriana and her ladies might by that means land. Chapter 3. How Grasinda, knowing the victory which Amadis had gained, adorned to go forth, accompanied by many knights and dames, to receive Oriana. Now, when the fair Grasinda heard of the coming of the fleet and of all that had befallen, she made ready to receive Oriana, whom of all persons in the world she most desired to see, because of her great renown that was everywhere spread abroad. She therefore wished to appear before her like a lady of such rank and such wealth as indeed she was. The robe which she put on was adorned with roses of gold, wrought with marvellous skill, and bordered with pearls and precious stones of exceeding value. This robe till now she had never worn, having reserved it to wear when she should make trial of the forbidden chamber. On her goodly hair she would wear no other adornment than the crown which the Greek knight her champion had challenged for her, and won for her from all the damsels in King Lisuarte's court. She rode a white palfrey, whose trappings were all curiously wrought with gold. In this guise had she resolved, if her good fortune was such that she should accomplish the proof of the forbidden chamber, to return to King Lisuarte's court, and there make herself known to Queen Brisena, and to her daughter Oriana, and to the other princesses and damsels, and from thence to return with great glory to her own country. But the issue was far otherwise than she hoped and imagined. For fair as of a truth she was, yet was not her beauty equal to the beauty of Queen Briolania, who had attempted that adventure and failed therein. In this rich attire did that lady go forth from her apartment, and with all her dames and damsels all richly apparelled, 10 of her knights on foot led her reins, and with this array she proceeded to the shore. The bridge of boats had now been joined, it reached to the ship on board of which was Oriana, and Grasinda waited by the end of the bridge to salute her as she landed. Oriana now came out of her cabin, apparelled in a manner more beseeming decency and her present fortune, than for the advancement and display of her beauty. She, seeing Grasinda thus ornamented, awaiting her at the bridge end, enquired of Don Bruneo if that was not the dame who had come to her father's court, and won the crown from the damsels. Bruneo replied that it was the same, and bade Oriana accost and salute her honourably, according to her deserts, for she was one of the worthy dames of the world, and then he related what honours and good offices Amadis and himself and Angriote had from her received. To this Oriana answered, Reasonable it is then that you and your friends should love and honour her, and thus will I do. Then Don Quadragante and Agrayes each took the princess by the hand, and Don Florestan and Angriote led Queen Sardamira. Amadis alone led Mabilia. Olinda went between Don Bruneo and Dragonis, and in like manner the other damsels and knights proceeded from the vessel. When Oriana came near the end of the bridge, Grasinda alighted and knelt down and took her hand to kiss it, but Oriana drew it back and embraced her with much love, as one whose nature it was to be affable and nothing proud, where pride beseemed her not. But Grasinda, seeing her exceeding beauty, how far it was beyond all the praises that she had heard thereof, wondered and was greatly astonished, for she had not believed that such beauty was possible in any mortal creature, and in this wonder she remained still on her knees, though Oriana would have raised her. Good lady, quoth she, now may I well give thanks to God that you were not in your father's court at the season of my arrival there, for had you been there, though my champion was assuredly the best in the world, a knight of little prowess would have discomfited him in your behalf, if God, as it be said, defends the right. With that she looked at Amadis. Pardon me, sir, if I wrong you in saying this, but my eyes never before beheld the like of what they now see. Amadis was full joyful to hear his lady's praise. Unreasonable would it be, he replied, if I should think ill of what you have said, or complain of so manifest a truth. But Oriana was abashed at hearing herself thus praised, and her thoughts were more upon her present fortune than her own beauty. She therefore answered, I cannot, my lady, reply to you, for should I contradict your words, that would be discourtesy to one like you, and to assent to them would be in me shame and folly. Only I would have you know, that such as I am, I should rejoice to do aught for your honour, that is in the power of a poor disinherited princess like me. Then she begged Agrayes to lead Grasinda to Olinda and accompany her, leaving her with only Quadragante. Thus having landed, they placed Oriana upon a palfrey, the most richly caparisoned that ever eyes had seen, which Queen Brisena had given her, for her entrance into Rome. Queen Sardamira also, and Grasinda, and all the other dames and damsels were mounted, nor could Oriana prevail upon the knights but that they would proceed on foot and lead the reins, for they knew that whatever honour and service they could manifest to these ladies would be to their own praise. In this order they entered the island by way of the castle, and these ladies and Oriana were conducted to the tower in the garden where Don Gandales had ordered their apartments to be made ready, that being the best dwelling in the whole island, for albeit there were many rich dwellings of rare workmanship, yet that tower wherein Apolidon had wrought the enchantments, which were spoken of at length in the second part, had been his favourite place of sojourn, and for that reason he had fabricated it with such skill and such costliness, that the great emperor in the world would not have ventured to attempt to make the like. In that tower were 9 apartments, 3 on a floor, and though some part was the work of skilful artists, the rest was wrought by the skill and science of Apolidon himself so wondrously that no man in the world could rightly value nor even understand its exceeding rarity. And because it would be long to describe it all at length, I shall only say that the tower stood in the middle of a garden surrounded with a wall of goodly stone and mortar, and the garden was the goodliest that might be seen by reason of its trees and herbs and fountains of sweet water. Of those trees many were hung with fruit the whole year through, and others bore flowers, and round about the garden by the wall were covered walks, with golden trellis work through which might all that pleasant greenness be seen. The ground was covered with stones, some clear as the crystal, others coloured like rubies and other precious stones, the which Apolidon had procured from certain islands in the east, where jewels and gold and other rare things are produced by reason of the great heat of the sun continually acting. These islands are uninhabited save only by wild beasts, and for fear of those beasts no man durst ever set foot thereon, till Apolidon by his cunning wrought such spells that it became safe to enter there, and then the neighbouring people being assured of this, took advantage thereof, and ventured there also, and thus the world became stocked with sundry things which it had never before known. To the four sides of the tower water was brought from the neighboring mountains by metal pipes, and collected into four fountains, and the water spouted so high from the golden pillars and through the mouths of animals that it was easy to reach it from the windows of the first story, for it was caught in golden basins wrought in the pillar, and by these four fountains was the whole garden watered. In this tower then were the Princess Oriana and all those ladies lodged, each in her apartment, and there were they well served by dames and damsels with all things convenient, but no knight entered the tower nor even the garden, for so Oriana had desired that it should be, and requested the knights to let it be so, till some terms might be made with the king her father. They all esteemed her the more, and held her the more praiseworthy, saying, that in that, and all things else, their desire was to obey her will. Amadis himself, although he had neither pleasure nor comfort except in her presence, was yet well pleased that she had so ordered, for far more than his own death did he fear the least stain upon her honour, and he now consoled himself with the thought that she was now under his protection, and that he would rather die than lose her. The other knights and lords and all their people were lodged in the island, each according to their quality, and abundantly supplied with all things needful for their subsistence and enjoyment. For though Amadis never appeared abroad but as a poor errant knight, he had store of treasure in that island, not only from the rents and from what he had found there, but of jewels and other precious gifts which his mother and many other ladies of high rank had given him, all the which he had sent here, and moreover the islanders themselves, who were all rich and honourable men, held themselves fortunate to supply him with bread and meat and wines according to his need. Chapter 4. How Amadis assembled together all the knights, and the speech which he made to them, and what they determined. But Amadis, albeit he manifested the great courage which in truth he possessed, yet could he not but thoughtfully reflect upon the end of this great business, of which the charge and weight lay upon him. The princes and lords and knights of high degree were many whose lives were adventured with his upon the issue, but when others slept, he waked, thinking upon what measures he should best pursue. Therefore, with the advice of Don Quadragante and his cousin Agrayes, he summoned all the knights to council in the apartment of Quadragante, in a large hall which was one of the richest in the whole island. There being all assembled, Amadis rose, having Master Helisabad, whom he ever greatly honoured, by the hand, and thus addressed them. Noble princes and knights, it is known throughout the world how ye, abandoning those delights which ye might have possessed in your own lands, have chosen rather to follow the honourable profession of arms, and encounter all dangers to gain the praise of prowess and redress wrongs, in guerdon of which worthy resolution, good fortune hath now given into your hands this great victory which ye have at present gained. I call it not great as to the conquest of the Romans, for considering what they were and what ye are, this conquest would be little praise, but because by that victory ye have rescued so great and excellent a princess, and saved her from the worst wrong that any one of her worth hath for many an age endured. This indeed is to your fair renown, and to the service of Almighty God, for in this have ye done that for which ye were born, succouring the oppressed, and beating down the evildoers. But in this, what should most elate us is the defiance which we have thus given to two so high and powerful princes as are the Emperor of Rome and King Lisuarte, with whom, if they will not be brought to reason and justice, we must perforce have great debate and warfare. Noble sirs, what then have we to expect? Certes, nothing but that defending the right and reasonable cause against those who would support injustice, we shall gain yet more victories, such that the whole world shall ring therewith. For if they are so mighty that their power is to be feared, neither are we so destitute of great and powerful lords, our friends and kinsmen, but that we could lightly so fill these plains with knights and soldiers, so that no enemies, how many soever they be, could approach within sight of the Firm Island. Now then, sirs, speak your counsel, not of what behoves us to do, for ye better than I know and feel what is now our duty, but in what manner we can prosecute and carry on what we have so well begun. With a right good will did they listen to that brave and courteous speech of Amadis, and because in that assembly there were so many who could well reply, all for a while remained silent, each urging the other to make answer. At length Don Quadragante said, Since ye are all silent, sirs, if it please you, I will deliver my advice. Agrayes answered, Sir Quadragante, we all beseech you to do so, for considering who you are, and what great achievements you have honourably brought to end, it best becomes you of all others to make reply. Don Quadragante thanked him for this honourable praise, and then said to Amadis, Noble knight, you have spoken right well and to our full contentment. On my part I shall only say what befits our present situation. In what is past, our object has been not to gratify our own passion and enmity, but to do what we are bound to do as good knights, succouring dames and damsels who have no strength and no helpers, save only God and such as ye. My counsel is that ye represent this to King Lisuarte by fitting messengers, and require him to acknowledge his error, and do justice to his daughter Oriana, the which if he engage to do, and make us secure thereof, we then honourably may and ought to restore her. For ourselves we should make no terms, for if this matter can be ended, I ween he will ask peace of us, and hold himself a happy man if it be granted. Meantime, for we know not what may be the issue of this embassy, let us call upon our kinsmen and friends to assist us, that if King Lisuarte should come to seek us, he may find us not as poor errant knights, but as lords and princes, ready to give him his welcome. Chapter 5. How all the knights were well contented with what Don Quadragante proposed. At this reply of Quadragante all were well pleased, for they thought he had left nothing to be said. It was therefore determined that Amadis should send to advise King Perion his father of what had passed, and request help, not only from him but from all his other friends, who would be disposed to give him succour now, in acknowledgment of the great services he had with so much peril wrought them. Agrayes also it was agreed should send or go to his father the King of Scotland for the like purpose, and Don Bruneo to the Marquis his father, and to his brother Branfil, and with speed raise all the force he could. Don Quadragante also said that he would send his nephew Landin to the Queen of Ireland, for he was believed that although King Cildadan her husband was bound with a certain number of knights to serve King Lisuarte, yet she would grant permission to her subjects to serve under him, and many good men of his friends and vassals might be expected. In like manner all the other knights prepared to exert themselves. This being determined, they appointed Agrayes and Don Florestan to inform the Princess Oriana that she might command whatever she thought most expedient for her service. They then broke up the assembly, all in good hope and greatly encouraged, more especially they who were of low condition, and who in some degree before had feared the issue of this adventure, for they, beholding what resources were to be brought forward, lost all apprehension of the event. Now as they were at the gate of the castle from whence they could command the sight of the whole island, they saw a knight come riding along the coast, having with him 5 squires who carried his arms and other accoutrements. They all stood looking whom he might be, till as he came nearer they knew that he was Don Brian of Monjaste. Then they were all full joyful, for well was he beloved by them all, being in truth a good knight, and one who would have been everywhere greatly esteemed for his own worth, even though he had not been son to the King Ladasin of Spain. Of all knights living, he was the one who most loved his friends, and was perpetually sporting with them, and doing them the most pleasure that might be, wherefore he on his own part was in return by them beloved. They knowing him, all went out to meet him, but he when he saw them was greatly surprised, wondering by what chance they were all thus collected, and he alighted and went towards them with open arms, saying, I could embrace you all at once, for I regard you all as one. But when they came up to him and he saw Amadis among them, I need not say whether or no he rejoiced to meet him, for besides their nearness of blood, Don Brian's mother being the sister of King Perion, Amadis was the knight in the world whom he loved best. Are you here? Quoth he smiling, for I come in your quest. Though all other adventures should fail us, we should have enough to do in seeking you when you conceal yourself so well. Say what you please, replied Amadis, embracing him, for I have you now where I shall take my amends. The knights command you to mount again, and come into the island where there is a prison ready for such as you. With that they all crowded to embrace him, and however loath he was, made him remount, and attended him on foot to the apartment of Amadis, where he alighted. His cousins Agrayes and Florestan disarmed him and brought him a scarlet mantle, but he being thus disarmed, and seeing around him so many knights and of such prowess, said, There must be some great mystery and cause why so many good knights are thus assembled. I beseech ye, sirs, tell me the reason, for something thereof I have heard since my landing. Upon this they bade Agrayes relate what had passed, and he, whose heart was in the enterprise, recounted what had been done, to the shame of King Lisuarte, greatly commending what the knights had undertaken. When Brian of Monjaste heard this, he thought it a serious thing, being himself a prudent man, and one who looked to the issue of such things as well as the beginning, and had this thing been to do, belike he not knowing the love of Amadis and Oriana, might have dissuaded the enterprise, or at least proposed measures more moderate before so desperate a course were taken, for he knew King Lisuarte how jealous he was of his honour, and as the injury thereto was so great, great in proportion would be his efforts for vengeance. Howbeit as the thing was, his assistance rather than advice was now required, and more especially as Amadis, whom he so loved, was the chief of the enterprise. He praised them for what they had done, and promised the aid of his own person, and of all that he could raise in his father's dominions, but he requested that he might see the Princess Oriana, and learn from her what was her pleasure. Sir cousin, replied Amadis, you are just come from a long journey, and these knights have not yet taken food. If it please you, rest now and eat. Meantime, your arrival shall be made known to the princess. This counsel Don Brian thought good, so the knights took their leave of him and retired each to his home. When it was evening, Agrayes and Florestan went to wait upon Oriana as they had appointed, and they took Don Brian with them. They found her with all the other princesses and ladies of her company, expecting them in the apartment of Queen Sardamira. Don Brian knelt before her, and would have kissed her hand, but she withdrew it and embraced him, and welcomed him with her accustomed courtesy. Sir, quoth she, Don Brian, you are right welcome. Welcome indeed you would at any time be, for your nobleness and great virtue, but at this time more especially. I need not tell you what doubtless you have already learnt from your friends, nor need I request you what to do, for you are more worthy to give than to receive advice. Don Brian answered, The cause of my coming, lady, hath been this. After the battle which King Lisuarte had with the 7 kings of the islands, I returned to Spain to the king my father, and there was busied in his disputes with the Africans, till I heard that my cousin Amadis was gone into some foreign land, no man knew whither. But then, because he was the flower and mirror of all my lineage, and the one whom I the most esteemed and loved, his loss so greatly grieved me that I determined to go in his quest, and therefore came hither to this island, thinking that here I might likeliest hear some tidings of him. So hither my good fortune guided me, not only to find him, but to arrive in a time when I may manifest some part of the great desire which I have ever felt to serve you. For as you imagine, lady, I have heard what has happened, and knowing the inflexible condition of the king your father, something also I can guess of what is to ensue. But come what will, my person is at your disposal to serve you. Many thanks did Oriana return to him for this his courteous speech. End of chapter 5.
Book 4, Chapters 6 to 12 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 6. How all the knights were greatly anxious for the service and honour of the Princess Oriana. Great reason is there that the cause wherefore all these knights were so ready and desirous to expose themselves to such danger for this lady's sake should be known and not remain in oblivion. Was it peradventure for the bountiful favours which they had from her received, or was it because they knew the secret of her love with Amadis and for this reason were so zealous to serve both him and her? Certes I tell you that neither the one nor the other of these reasons was that which so disposed them to her service. For though she was of such high rank, yet had it never been in her power to show her bounty, for she possessed nothing more than a poor damsel. And as for what regarded her love for Amadis, you have already read in this great history with what secrecy that was concealed. But a cause there must have been, and would you know what it was? Why, this princess was the gentlest, and of the best breeding, and of the most courtesy, and the most affable and humble that lived in those times, and ever was disposed to honour and demean herself to every one according to his merits. And this is a net and a bond whereby the great who act thus can bind many to their service that would else be little bound to serve them. Now after Don Brian of Monjaste had thus spoken and had accosted Queen Sardamira, and the other princesses and the Lady Grasinda, Agrayes and Florestan addressed Oriana and respectfully told her what the knights had deputed them to say, the which she well approved, leaving them to follow their own judgment in these affairs, of which knights could better judge than women. But she besought them ever to bear in mind an inclination and desire to be at peace with her father, if so be that could be brought about to their honour, for her sake and for her reputation. This done, Oriana, leaving Florestan and Don Brian in talk with Queen Sardamira, took Agrayes by the hand, and leading him apart, said, Good sir, and my true brother Agrayes, albeit the confidence and trust which I have in Amadis and in all these noble knights is very great, yet have I greater confidence in you, being brought up in the house of the king your father, and having been so cherished by the queen your mother, who gave me Mabilia to be my companion. and such a friend had she been that I may well say that as to God I owe the gift of life, so to her do I owe the preservation of it, which but for her prudence and consolations would ere this have been lost, more especially since for my ill hap the Romans came to my father's house. For her sake, and for the remembrance of all these things, will I reveal to you what I keep secret from all else, but for the present I only beseech you that, laying aside all wrath and resentment against my father, you would labour to bring about peace and concord between him and your cousin Amadis, for you know that by reason of their great spirits and the enmity which hath so long endured between them, they will not lightly yield to persuasion. But if by your endeavour this could be brought about, not only would the death of so many good men as else must perish be prevented, but my fair name and honour, which may else be called in question, will be thus manifestly justified. To this Agrayes courteously and humbly made answer, With great reason may and ought I to assent to all, lady, that you have said. The wish of my father and of my mother is by all their means to increase your honour and dignity, as by their deeds shall soon appear. For my sister Mabilia and myself, I need only say that all our actions show how entirely we desire your service. True it is, lady, that I above all others am most displeased with the king your father, for I have witnessed all the great and signal services which have been wrought for him by Amadis and by all us of his lineage, as is to all the world notorious, and I also was witness to the thanklessness and ingratitude wherewith he requited us, for never did we ask of him other guerdon than the island of Mongaza for my uncle Don Galvanes, which island was won, to the great honour of his court, and to the more imminent danger of his life, who was the winner than man can think or express, as you, my good lady, beheld with your own eyes. Yet neither did that avail, nor all our service, nor the great deserts of my uncle, that we could procure so small a meed, which should then have remained in the king's vassalage. Instead thereof, he rejected our supplication, as though instead of his servant he had been his enemy. I cannot therefore deny but that in my heart I should rejoice to serve against him, till he should be reduced to such a state that all the world might see how greatly to his loss he had wronged and insulted us. But as man obtains favour in the sight of God in proportion as he curbs and conquers his own will for his service, so, lady, will I for your sake practise this self-denial, and repress my own anger, that by this difficult service you may see how truly I desire to obey you. But I must do this warily, lest it should intimidate others to see me acting the mediator, whom they know to be so earnest in the quarrel. So I beseech you let it be, replied Oriana, and good friend, act to this intent in what manner you think best. Having ended this talk they returned to the company. But Agrayes could hardly refrain his eye from fixing upon Olinda, whom he loved so well, that by that love he had been enabled to pass under the arch of true lovers, howbeit, remembering his high birth and duties, he now repressed his inclinations, till it should be seen how all these things would end. So, having conversed together a while, the knights cheering the ladies, who women-like were afraid by all these preparations, they returned to their companions with the answer of Oriana. Then without delay they began to put in execution what they had resolved, and sent ambassadors to King Lisuarte, and the office was unanimously assigned to Don Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste, as two knights well befitting such an embassy. Chapter 7. How Amadis spake with Grasinda, and what she replied. Meantime Amadis went to the apartment of Grasinda, whom he greatly loved, and esteemed not only for her own merits, but for the honours and good offices which he had received at her hands. So having seated himself on the estrado beside her, he said, If, lady, you are not now served as I earnestly desire and wish to serve you, let your goodness pardon, for the time, as you see, is in fault. And of this, as your judgment will perceive it to be so, I shall say nothing more, but instead I am come to learn what may be your pleasure and farther will. It is now long since you have been absent from your own country, and I know not if peradventure that may trouble you. But whatsoever you may will, that shall I labour to perform. Grasinda answered, Sir, if I did not feel that from your company and friendship I have acquired greater honour than could by any other fortune have befallen me, and that whatever service I may have been able to render you in my own country has been well satisfied and repaid, I might well be held the most thankless person in the world. But this is known and evident to all, and therefore, sir, I will explain to you my whole desire. I see how many knights and princes are assembled in aid of this princess, and I perceive that you, my good sir, are he to whom they all look up, so that all their hope and confidence of success is in your courage and wisdom. And you cannot, considering your good heart and high renown, but feel yourself the chief and leader in this danger. Perforce, therefore, must you call upon your friends and all who are beholden to you for their succour, and as one of them do I account myself. This therefore is my will, that Master Helisabad should forthwith return to my country, and summon all my friends and vassals to make ready, and come with a great fleet to serve you, sir, when and where it may please you to appoint. Meantime I will remain in the company and service of this lady, and not leave her or you till the end of this business shall show me what course I then ought to pursue." When Amadis heard her speak thus, he embraced her with a cheerful countenance, and said, "Truly I believe that if all other virtue and nobleness should perish from out of the world, it might from you, my good lady, be reproduced. Since it pleases you, let it be so, and as Master Helisabad is thus going on your bidding, albeit it will be to him much toil, yet shall he bear my bidding to the Emperor of Constantinople. For considering the gracious proffers which he made me, and the little reason which, as I then learned, he has to be satisfied with the Emperor of Rome, with whom my quarrel principally lies, I hold myself assured that he will willingly send to succour me as though I had done him good service." Grasinda approved of this design, observing that Master Helisabad would think little of any toil undertaken in his behalf. Then Amadis said, "Since it is your pleasure, lady, to abide here with this princess, it is reasonable that as the other ladies and princesses are lodged with her, so also should you, that you may receive from her those courtesies and honours which you so well deserve." Upon this he called his fosterer Don Gandales, and bade him tell Oriana of the great desire which Grasinda had to serve her, and request her to receive her on his part. But Oriana gladly received her with all due thankfulness, not so much for her present services, as for the good offices she had formerly rendered Amadis, and for the preservation of her own life, when she preserved his by giving him Master Helisabad for a companion. This being done, and Master Helisabad being ready with a good will to depart, Amadis wrote thus to the Emperor of Constantinople: "Most High Emperor, the Knight of the Green Sword, who by his own proper name is called Amadis of Gaul, sends to kiss your hands, and to remind you of what, more by reason of your own nobleness and goodness than of his deserts, you were pleased to offer him, for a time is now come wherein I need the help of your Highness and of all my friends and well-wishers who desire to follow reason and justice. Upon this Master Helisabad is instructed fully. I beseech you give ear to his embassy, and let it have that effect on which I rely." Having finished this and delivered his formal letters of credence to Master Helisabad, the master took his leave of Amadis and of his lady Grasinda, and set sail. Chapter 8. How Amadis sent a messenger to Queen Briolania. After Amadis had dispatched the master, he called for Tantiles, who was high steward to the fair Queen Briolania, and said to him, "My good friend, I would now that you should take that trouble and concern for me which I would take in whatever concerned you. You see in what manner my honour is now staked, and how greatly it may now be increased or otherwise tarnished. Go then to your lady and tell her all that you have witnessed, and that it behoves her to summon all her friends and vassals, that they may be ready when need shall be. Say to her that what so nearly concerns me concerns her also, for she knows that in losing me she would lose her servant." Tantiles answered, "This will I do without delay, and make you no doubt but that there could nothing happen so to rejoice the queen my mistress, as to learn that she can now make manifest the great love and good will with which she will perform whatever you can require from her kingdom. Be you sure that when the time comes I shall be ready to return with such array as such a lady ought to send to him from whom, under God, she has received her kingdom." He then received his letters of credence, and incontinently put to sea. Then Amadis took Gandalin apart and said, Friend Gandalin, whether or no I need the aid of my friends and kinsmen in this necessity wherein perforce I have placed myself, you well can judge. Sorely therefore as I shall feel your absence, yet it is now expedient that you should depart from me. You know we have resolved to call upon all our friends for succour, and though I have good hope in many to whom I have rendered good service, as you know, and trust that they will now repay the debt of gratitude which they owe me, yet have I most confidence in King Perion my father, that he, whether reason or not were on my side, will hasten to my help. You are the man who can best and most fully explain the whole to him, and shame and sorrow would it be to him if I who am his son and his eldest son could not give these two princes their fit answer when they come up against me. But before you go, speak with my cousin Mabilia, and learn whether she hath any bidding to her aunt or to my sister Melicia, and speak also with my lady Oriana, for mine she is, and though she be secret toward all other, to only you will she discover what may be her will. Meantime I will make ready your letter of credence, and therein I will request that Melicia may come hither to be in Oriana's company. So shall her virtues and great beauty be seen by many, as they have already been heard of. All this Gandalin promised to perform. Meantime Agrayes spake with Don Gandales, the fosterer of Amadis, and sent him to Scotland for aid, nor was there need to write by him, for so many years had he been trusted and found trustworthy, that he was rather regarded like a counsellor and kinsman than as a vassal. And he with all diligence and earnestness prepared to perform this embassy, because it nearly concerned Amadis, whom above all others in the world he most loved. Chapter 9. How Don Quadragante spake with his nephew Landin, and told him to go to Ireland, and speak with the queen his niece, that she might allow his vassals to come and serve him. Don Quadragante also on his part spake with his nephew Landin, the good knight, saying, Beloved nephew, it is necessary that you depart for Ireland with all speed, and speak there with the queen my niece in private, so that King Cildadan know not your errand, for he being sworn vassal to King Lisuarte, there is no reason that he should know the thing. Tell her how we are circumstanced, and that though so many good knights are here, yet they make great account, and place great trust in me, as you, nephew, behold, considering what I am and of what lineage, and say to her that I beseech her in her kindness to permit as many of her people as shall be so disposed to come serve me. For tell her that in contests like these, such changes oftentimes take place that states and kingdoms are overthrown, and vassals become lords, and they who were the lords are reduced to vassalage. She therefore should not fear to grant my request. Do you then with what aid you may thus obtain, and with my friends and vassals, fit out a fleet, and be ready to obey my call. Landin replied that by God's help he would procure a good answer to his demand. So he embarked on board one of the Roman ships and went his way. And Don Bruneo bade his squire depart with letters to the Marquis his father, and to his brother Branfil, and beseech him to collect forces for their help. Lasindo, my good friend, said he, you must perceive that though so many good knights are here in this quarrel, yet Amadis is the most nearly concerned, and much as the love which we bear each other would influence me to serve him, yet am I the more bound to this duty, seeing that he is brother to my lady Melicia. Though he had been mine enemy, I should now have been bound to serve him for her sake. How much more when he is the man in the world whom I love best? I therefore, above all others, am most concerned to support his honour. Of this you will say nothing, but do you persuade my father to this succour which so concerns my honour now. Of Branfil my brother I am already assured, and well I know that he would rather have had his part in what has already passed than have won an empire, for all his delight is in honourable feats of chivalry. You need say no more, sir, replied Lasindo. By God's help I shall procure you such succour that your lady shall be well served, and your own renown greatly increased. So he embarked and put to sea. Now this Lasindo was a right good squire, and of good lineage, and with true love and true goodwill did he now go upon his master's service. Chapter 10. How Amadis sent to the King of Bohemia. But Amadis never ceased to think how he might best provide for his defence, because his lady was now to be by him protected. he called Ysanjo, whom he had found governor of the Firm Island, when he made the conquest thereof. Good sir, said he, and my good friend, I know your virtue and your prudence, and the desire which you have ever shown to promote my honour, and therefore will I now impose some labour upon you, for considering the quality of him to whom I am about to send, it behoves to employ so worthy a messenger. You shall go to King Tafinor of Bohemia, and take him my letters, and tell him the confidence I have in his friendship. He is a right noble king, and offered me his assistance with a free good will when I left his court. Sir, quoth Ysanjo, this employment is an honour, not a trouble. Be assured that even to death I should rejoice to serve you. Then Amadis wrote thus: Noble King Tafinor of Bohemia, if when I abode in your house as an errant knight, it was my good fortune to render you any service, I hold myself well repaid by the honours and good offices which I there received from you, and from all of your court. And if I now send to request your help in my necessity, it is because I know how nobly and virtuously you have desired with your utmost power to uphold the right cause. The knight who bears this letter will inform you of all that has passed. Give him full confidence, and I trust this embassy will have the like success that your bidding would have found with me. Ysanjo then gave order that a ship should be prepared for his departure. Chapter 11. How Gandalin spake with Mabilia and Oriana, and what they bade him say to Amadis. All these messengers had now departed save only Gandalin. He went to the garden wherein the tower stood, and where, as you have heard, no man was permitted to enter without the especial leave of the princes, the entrance being kept only by women. He coming to the garden gate bade those within say to Mabilia that Gandalin was preparing to sail for Gaul, and would speak with her before his departure. When Mabilia repeated this to Oriana, she was right glad of Gandalin's coming, and gave orders that he should be admitted. So he having entered, fell on his knees before her, and kissed her hand, and then said to Mabilia according as his master had commanded him. Upon that Mabilia said aloud to Oriana, that all might hear, Gandalin is going to Gaul, what now will you say to the queen and to my cousin Melicia? Oriana replied that she should rejoice to have the opportunity of sending to them, and then she went and joined Mabilia and Gandalin as they were talking apart. Ah, friend Gandalin, said she, what think you of my froward fortune? The thing in the world which I have most desired is to be where thy master should never be out of my sight, and now that fate hath thrown me into his power, and we are so circumstanced that, both for his honour and for my own, I dare not see him. If you could know what my heart suffers because of this, sure am I that you would pity me. Now tell him this to comfort him and to excuse me, and tell him to devise some means that he and the other knights may visit me, and that we may talk in presence of all without suspicion. Ah, lady, Gandalin replied, great reason have you to give comfort to that knight. Much greater sorrow would you feel than you now suffer if I could tell you what he has endured in the fortunes that we have passed through. The feats in arms which he achieved are such that no other could have performed, or even in his heart imagined them. In such straits hath his absence from you placed him. But it is useless now to talk thus. Do you only show kindness to him, for verily I believe that your life depends on his. My true friend, quoth Oriana, that you may truly say. Without him life would be to me far more grievous than death. But go tell him what I have said. Howbeit before he went Oriana said to him in a loud voice that she would write to Queen Elisena and to the Princess Melicia, and Gandalin requested that she would speedily send the letters, for the other messengers were already departed, and he alone remained. Then Gandalin went to Amadis and told him all that Oriana had said. Amadis, after he had mused a while, replied, I will tell you how this may be brought about. Go to Agrayes and tell him you have spoken with his sister Mabilia on account of your journey to Gaul, and that she hath said it would be well if he could bring the knights to see and encourage Oriana, for her situation is so serious and so strange that she needs all encouragement. But tell me, concerning her, did she seem sorrowful? Gandalin replied, You, sir, well know her fortitude, and that she will discover nothing but the virtue of her noble heart, yet certes doth her appearance savour more of sadness than of joy. Then Amadis, raising his hands to heaven, exclaimed, O Lord Almighty, let it please thee that I may be able to serve this my lady to her full honour, and for my death or life let that betide as it will. Take you no fear for that, sir, quoth Gandalin, for as God hath in all other adventures favoured you above any other knight, so will he now in this which you with so great justice have undertaken. With that Gandalin repaired to Agrayes, and said to him as he had been directed. Agrayes replied, This which my sister says is reasonable and shall be done. And if it has not been done before, it was only because these knights knew it was the pleasure of Oriana to live in retirement for her honour's sake. We will go speak of it to my cousin Amadis. So he went to Amadis, who answered him as one that had known nothing of the business before. Agrayes then went to the knights and represented to them that it would be well if they visited Oriana to encourage her, for in perils like these even the brave sometimes needed encouragement, how much more then would feeble woman stand in need of such comfort. So they agreed that on the following evening they would clad themselves in goodly arms and mount their palfreys, having their swords girded on all adorned with gold, and in this array proceed to the apartment of Oriana. Of this Agrayes sent intimation to Oriana, and she sent to Queen Sardamira and to Grasinda, and for the other dames and damsels of her company, that they should make ready to receive them. Chapter 12. How Amadis and Agrayes and all the knights of high degree went to see and console Oriana and the ladies who were with her. Now when these knights entered the apartment of Oriana, they all respectfully made obeisance to her, and afterwards to the other ladies, and she courteously welcomed them as beseemed her noble nature. Then Amadis bade Don Quadragante and Brian of Monjaste go talk with Oriana, he himself went to Mabilia. Agrayes conversed with Olinda, Don Florestan with Queen Sardamira, and Don Bruneo and Angriote with Grasinda, whom they with reason greatly esteemed. The other knights talked each with whom he liked best. Presently Mabilia said to her cousin Amadis with a loud voice, Sir, send for Gandalin hither, that he may take my bidding to the queen my aunt and to my cousin Melicia. You shall give it to him in charge, since it is with your embassy that he is going to Gaul. When Oriana heard this, she said, He shall also take my message to the queen and her daughter. Then Amadis called for Gandalin, who was with the other squires in the garden, expecting to be summoned. He came in, and went to Amadis and Mabilia, where they stood apart from the company, and after they had talked a while, Mabilia said to the princess, Lady, I have dispatched Gandalin, see now what you have to say to him. Oriana then turned to Queen Sardamira and said, Take you Don Quadragante, while I go speak with the squire. And with that, leading Don Brian of Monjaste with her, she went towards Mabilia. But as they came, Don Brian said with playful courtesy, as one who well knew what demeanour beseemed a knight, Since I am chosen ambassador to your father, I will not be present at a lady's embassy, for I fear your deceitfulness, lest you should impose upon me a more courteous manner than would be suitable to what the knights have given me in charge. At that Oriana smiled sweetly, and answered, For this very purpose, Sir Don Brian, have I led you here, that we may somewhat abate your choler against my father. Yet I fear that your heart is not so well inclined towards womankind that your purpose can any way by us be changed. She said this sportively, for though Don Brian was young and very comely, he was more disposed to follow arms and to the converse of knights than to hold talk with women. He indeed was ready to expose himself to any danger in defence of their rights, and he loved all and was by all beloved, but not by any one with particular affection. So he made reply, I shall fly from you, lady, and from your enticements, lest I lose in little time what I have been long gaining. So laughing left he Oriana and turned towards Grasinda, whom he greatly desired to know, having heard so much in her praise. When Amadis saw his lady before him, whom he so dearly loved, and whom for so long time he had not seen, for that sight of her on the sea in that great uproar he accounted as nothing, his flesh trembled and his heart panted for exceeding delight, and he stood like a man beside himself, having no power to speak. Oriana saw his trouble, and drew nearer, and took his hand under her mantle, and pressed it in token of love, as though she would have embraced him. My true friend, quoth she, and dear above all others in the world, though fortune has placed me where I most desire to be, in your power, yet such is my ill hap that now more than ever it behoves me to shun your company, that this adventure which is so known abroad through the world may appear no ways injurious to my honour, and that you may be believed to have undertaken it, pursuing your duty and virtuous inclination in redressing wrongs and relieving the oppressed, rather than from any other motive. For if the true cause were made known, a different judgment would be formed by our friends as well as enemies. What therefore we have so long carefully concealed, we must with yet more care continue to conceal, till it shall please God to bring these troubles to the end which we desire. Amadis answered, For God's sake, lady, offer not to me any reason or excuse for what you think fitting, for I was born only to be yours, and to do you service while the life continues in the body, nor have I any other desire or will than to obey your pleasure. All I beseech you is, that you would always remember this truth, and command me as you think best, for that will be the best comfort and recompense that I can receive. While he said this, Oriana looked at him, and saw that the tears were flowing down his face. Dear friend, quoth she, it is no new thing for me to believe what you say, and how my heart returns this affection, he knows from whom nothing is hid. But now it behoves to be patient, and I beseech you, even with that love which you have ever desired me to express, to put away these thoughts of grief and trouble from your heart, for one way or other, by peace or by war, our secret must soon be known, and then shall we be united even according to our desire. We have now talked long together, I will rejoin these knights, do you dry up these tears, and speak with Mabilia. She will tell you what we have never before found means to let you know, and shall rejoice your heart. Oriana then sent to call Don Quadragante and Don Brian, and returned between them to her place. Amadis remained communing with Mabilia, who told him everything relating to Esplandian, of his birth, and how he was carried away by the lioness, and how he had been bred up by the hermit. When Amadis heard this he was as joyful as he could be. Lady and good cousin, he replied as soon as the joy which disturbed his heart would permit him to speak, when Angriote and Don Bruneo came to me at the house of the noble Lady Grasinda, Angriote then told me this history of Esplandian, but whose son he was, that could he not tell. Yet it came into my mind then what you had said to me in that letter which my foster father Gandales brought to this island, that my lineage had been increased, and I thought it possible, considering the time when your letter was written, that this child might be my son. But this was only a thought. Now, after they communed together thus, they returned to Oriana, and then Gandalin took leave and set forth on his voyage, and then the knights broke up the company and returned each to his lodgings. End of Book 4, Chapter 12. Book 4, Chapters 13 to 15 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 13. How the news of the defeat of the Romans and the taking of Oriana came to King Lisuarte, and what he did thereupon. That day, whereon King Lisuarte had delivered his daughter Oriana to the Romans, hard and cruel as he had been to her in this marriage, yet he could not hear without pity her cries and lamentation, which were so grievous that there was not a man in the world who could have heard them without compassion. The tears against his will came into his eyes, and he turned back more sorrowful at heart than he would let be seen in his semblance. Now when he came to his palace he found both men and women there making great moan for the departure of Oriana, nor could the strict command which he gave any way prevail or abate this, for that princess was more honoured and better loved by all than ever was other person in Great Britain. He looked round his palace and saw no knights there, as he had been used to see them, except only Brandoyuas, who told him that the queen was lamenting in her chamber. So he went thither, but there also he could see none of the princesses and dames and damsels who were wont to be in her company, and when he beheld how deserted the place was, and how greatly changed from what it had been, there came a cloud over his heart, and he had no power to speak. But when the queen saw him enter her apartment, she fell down in a swoon. King Lisuarte raised her up and held her in his arms till her senses returned, and when he saw that she was somewhat recovered, he said to her, Lady, it neither beseems your prudence nor your virtue to be thus cast down by what is no calamity, but instead of that, great honour and good fortune. If you wish to preserve my esteem and love, let this be the last display of such weakness. Your daughter is not so despoiled but that she ought to be esteemed the greatest princess of all her race. To this the queen made no reply, but fell with her face upon the bed, sobbing in great agony. The king then left her and returned to the hall. There he found none but King Arban of North Wales and Don Grumedan, both showing by their countenances and demeanour the sorrow which at heart they felt. And though King Lisuarte was of great heart, and could beyond all other men conceal his thoughts, yet was it manifest how deeply he was now afflicted. But he thought it would be well to go hunt in the woods, till time should remedy what he felt, and he bade King Arban give command that the tents should be made ready, and all things needful for the chase, for he would go out on the morrow. That night he would not sleep in the queen's chamber, lest his presence might increase her grief. Early in the morning he heard mass and departed, but when he saw with how poor a company he was now attended, he who was so desirous of the company of good knights, and who had once had the best of the world in his household, in spite of himself he could not choose but be greatly troubled. But fortune now was bent to give him real cause for grief, and make him forget this displeasure which was brought on by himself. For some of the Roman prisoners who had made their escape from the Firm Island, learning where the king was, came to him and told him everything as it had happened in their sight. How much soever King Lisuarte felt at such tidings, so unexpected and so nearly concerning him, with a good countenance as kings used to put on, he made no show of displeasure, but answered, I am grieved, my friends, for the death of Salustanquidio and for your loss, but as for what regards myself, I am used to receive injuries and to give them in return. Remain ye in my court, and ye shall be assisted with all things needful. Upon that they kissed his hand and besought him that he would remember their companions and those lords who had been taken with them. Be not troubled for them, replied the king, that shall be remedied in a manner befitting my honour and the honour of your master. Then he bade them go to the city where the queen was, but charged them to say nothing of what had happened till he should return. 3 days King Lisuarte remained hunting in the forest in such mood as you may imagine. Then he returned to the city still bearing a cheerful countenance. Forthwith he went to the queen's apartment, and she who was one of the noblest women in the world and the most prudent, seeing that it nothing availed her to show her sorrow, appeared more tranquil. The king ordered all her attendants to leave the chamber, and seating himself beside her, said, In things of little moment, which by chance may fall out to trouble us, there is some license allowed for the expression of grief and sorrow, which, as they are produced by slight evils, may by slight remedies be removed. But in great wrongs that afflict us greatly, more especially when they concern our honour, it is far otherwise. The feeling expressed must be little, and the severity of vengeance great. To come to the point, you, queen, have felt the loss of your daughter, according to the custom of mothers, and you have shown what you have felt, as others do at such marriages, and I rejoice that you have so soon taken consolation. But this which hath followed is of such a nature that little grief must be shown, but heavy amends earnestly and heartily sought. The Romans who departed with our daughter have been with all their fleet destroyed, or taken, or slain with their Prince Salustanquidio, and she herself with all her dames and damsels made prisoner by Amadis and the knights of the Firm Island, where they have carried them with triumphs and rejoicings. So signal a thing as this hath never before been perpetrated in the memory of man. Now therefore it behoves us, you prudently as a woman, and I strenuously as a king and knight, to remedy our honour by deeds, and not by idle resentment of sorrow. When Queen Brisena heard this she remained for a while silent, for she was one of the women in the world who best loved her husband, and was aware in such a case as this and with such men it was far better to make peace than to encourage discord. Therefore she replied, Sir, greatly as you must needs feel this, yet when you judge it you should recollect the time when you yourself were an errant knight. You know what complaints and lamentations Oriana and all her damsels made for so long time, so that it was everywhere known, and all men believed great force was done her. It is not to be wondered at that these knights, as men whose profession it is to succour all distressed damsels, should have dared attempt what they have achieved. But sir, though she be your daughter, yet as you have delivered her up to the ambassadors of the emperor, the injury is to him, and it behoves you to act now with moderation, lest you should appear to be chiefly wronged, for if you do otherwise the offence can no ways be dissembled. The king answered, Bear now in mind, dame, what becomes your honour, as I said before. For me, by God's help, I shall take such amends as will become your rank and mine. Then King Lisuarte went to his palace and called for King Arban of North Wales, and Don Grumedan and Gian the Pensive, who was now recovered from his sickness, and being apart with these he told them all that had befallen, for these 3 knights were they in whom he chiefly trusted, and he besought them to consider what was the course best befitting his honour, and to take due deliberation before they advised him. The king also remained some days pondering what he should do, but Queen Brisena remained full of sorrow for the great rigour of the king her husband, and because he had now for his enemies these knights who would rather die than lose one jot of honour, this also she knew was her husband's temper, and therefore she thought all other dangers that ever heretofore had threatened him were light to this. While she was in this trouble, revolving what remedy might be devised, there came in one to say that Durin, the brother of the damsel of Denmark, was arrived from the Firm Island and would speak to her. The queen gave order that he should be admitted, so he entered and knelt before her, and kissed her hand, and gave her a letter from Oriana her daughter. But when the queen took it, the tears came into her eyes for the loss of her child, and for the thought that she should never again recover her unless it pleased the mercy of God to remedy this evil. And she could not speak, nor ask anything of Durin, till she had read the letter. Chapter 14. Of the letter which the Princess Oriana sent to Queen Brisena her mother from the Firm Island. The letter was in this fashion. Most high and mighty Queen Brisena, my lady mother, I, the sorrowful and unhappy Oriana, your daughter, send with all humility to kiss your feet and hands. My good lady, you know how my ill fortune being to me more contrary and evil minded than to all other women that ever have lived or will be, made me be banished from my own country, with exceeding cruelty on the part of the king my father, and on my part with such grief and agony of heart, that I myself marvel how I could have lived through it a single day. But that fortune prepared for me a remedy more cruel than the wretched sufferings which I had expected, for in the first state I should have died, and that would only have been the death of an unhappy wretch, for whom death was more desirable than life. But in this which has happened, unless you under God have compassion upon me, not I alone, but numberless others who have no fault herein, must miserably end their lives. For it has pleased God, who knew the wrong and cruelty that have been done me, that the knights of the Firm Island met and destroyed the Roman fleet, and carried me and all my dames and damsels to the Firm Island, where I am now treated with the same reverence and decorum as if I was in your royal house. And because they are about to send certain knights to the king my father, with intention to procure peace, if any concession may be made in my favour, I have thought it well to write thus before they can arrive, beseeching you by the tears which I now am shedding, and do perpetually shed, that you will in goodness entreat the king my father to have pity on me, and consider the service of God more than the glories and honours of this world, and not put his own fortunes upon hazard, for he knows better than any other the great force and injustice that he has done to me, nothing deserving it. Having read this letter, the queen told Durin not to return till she gave him an answer, but that she must first speak to the king. And Durin then told her that the princesses and dames and damsels who were in her lady's company all sent to kiss her hands. Brisena then sent to request the king to come alone to her chamber that she might speak with him. So soon as he entered she fell on her knees before him, weeping, and said, Sir, read this letter which your daughter Oriana has sent, and have mercy upon her and upon me. The king raised her up by the hand, and took the letter and read it, and then that he might give her some contentment, he said, Since Oriana writes that these knights are about to send ambassadors to me, peradventure the embassy may be such as to satisfy for the wrong received. If it should prove otherwise, you must consider that it is better to support our honour with danger, than by avoiding danger to suffer that it should be tarnished. He then entreated her to put her trust in God, and cease to afflict herself, and having said this, left the apartment. The queen then called for Durin, and said to him, Friend Durin, go and tell my daughter that till these knights arrive and their embassy be known, I can give no answer, for the king her father can come to no resolution. But if any means of peace can be found out, I will with all my power labour to procure it, and greet her lovingly from me, and greet from me likewise all her dames and damsels. Tell her also that now is the time when she must show what she is, chiefly by regarding her own good fame, without which nothing to be valued would be left her, and also by enduring affliction as becomes one of her high rank. For where God hath bestowed rank, there also hath he allotted cares and troubles proportionately greater. I pray God to protect her, and restore her to me with honour. So Durin kissed her hand and departed, but little profit came of this journey, nor did Oriana receive any hope from her mother's message. Now the history saith that one day when King Lisuarte, having heard mass, was preparing to eat with his chiefs in the palace hall, there came in a squire and presented a letter of credence to him. The king took and read, and then asked him what he would have, and from whom he came. Sir, he replied, I am the squire of Don Quadragante of Ireland, and come to you with his bidding. Lisuarte answered, Say then what you would have, and I shall willingly listen. The squire made answer, Sir, Don Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste are come into your kingdom with the bidding of Amadis and the other princes and knights who are with him in the Firm Island. This they send to notify to you before they enter your court. If they may safely appear before you, they will come and deliver their embassy, but if not, they will publish it abroad, and return thither from whence they came. Therefore, sir, give me answer as it may please you, that they may not be delayed. Having heard this, King Lisuarte remained a while without replying, as every great man ought to do that he may have time to consider. But reflecting that no inconvenience could follow from receiving an embassy from his enemies, and that it would discover little moderation if he refused, he said to the squire, Tell these knights that they may come to my court with full security, and that I will listen to what they have to say. With this answer the squire returned. Don Quadragante and Don Brian, hearing this, landed from their vessel, being armed in goodly arms, and on the third day they reached the town where the king then sojourned, at such time as he had finished his meal. As they rode through the streets, great was the concourse of people to look at them, for they knew them well, and said to each other, Cursed be the traitors whose villainy hath made our lord the king lose these good knights, and so many others from his company. But some among them, who knew better how it had been laid all the fault upon the king, because he submitted his prudence to the counsel of scandalous and envious men. Thus they rode along, and having entered the outer court of the palace, they there dismounted and went in where the king was, and courteously accosted him, and he on his part received them with courteous demeanour. Don Quadragante then thus addressed him. It becomes great princes patiently and without passion to hear the messengers who are sent to them, for if the embassy should content them, then will they have reason to rejoice that they received it graciously, and if otherwise, the remedy is to be found in a courageous heart and brave resolution, not in angry words. It becomes ambassadors also respectfully to deliver what they have in charge, without fear of any danger that may on that account betide them. The cause of our coming to you, King Lisuarte, is by order and request of Amadis of Gaul, and the other good knights who are in the Firm Island. They sent to tell you that they, seeking adventures abroad to uphold the right and redress wrong, did hear from many that you, following your own will instead of reason and justice, and regarding neither the serious admonition of your nobles, nor the tears of your people, and not having your duty to God before your eyes, determined to disinherit your daughter Oriana, the lawful successor to these your kingdoms after your decease, that you might give them to your younger daughter in her stead. Moreover, not regarding her entreaties and lamentations, that you without mercy delivered her up to the Romans, to be wife to the Emperor, against all right, and against her own consent, and against the inclination of all your people. But as things like these are notorious to God, and He it is who gives the remedy, it pleased Him that we should hear of this wrong, and that we should redress it, with no will or design to commit injury ourselves, but seeking to remedy what wrong had been committed, which without shame we could not have forborne to do. We therefore having vanquished the Romans, have carried the princess your daughter to the Firm Island, with the reverence and respect due to her nobleness and royal birth, and there we have left her in the company of many noble ladies and knights of high degree. Now therefore as our intention was only to serve God and uphold the right, these knights sent to exhort you that you will appoint some means whereby this noble princess may be secured from any farther such manifest wrong, and restored to your love as heretofore. If peradventure you bear any resentment against us for what we have done, let that remain for its season, for it is not reasonable the certain right of her cause should be confounded with our quarrel. When Don Quadragante had finished his speech, the king answered him after this manner. Knight, because angry words and severe answers neither increase courage nor make the weak heart strong, my answer shall be brief, and given with more patience than your demand deserves. You have done that which in your judgment was most for your honour with overweening pride and with arrogant strength, for little glory is it to rob and conquer those who were voyaging securely as they thought, and with no fear. You did not bear in memory that I, being God's lieutenant, am accountable to Him, and to none other for my actions. When amends shall have been taken for this, it will be time enough to talk of the accord which you propose. Farther speech will be useful now. Don Brian of Monjaste then answered, Nothing more then remains, now that we know your will, but that each of us prepare for that which most behoves our honour. With that they took their leave and went to horse, and Don Grumedan with them, whom the king had commanded to accompany them out of the town. When Grumedan saw that he was out of the king's presence, he said to these knights, My good sirs, I am greatly grieved at this which I have witnessed, for knowing the prudence of the king, and the noble nature of Amadis and of all you, I had good hope that this might have come to good end, but it is all clean contrary to what I hoped, and so must be till it please God to bring about peace and concord. But I pray you tell me, how comes it that Amadis is now in the Firm Island? For it is long since any tidings have been known of him, though his friends were perilously seeking him in foreign lands. Don Brian made answer, I need not say much to you, Don Grumedan, concerning our quarrel with the king. Certes, we should rejoice if, setting that aside, some means might be found to right the Princess Oriana. But since he will proceed according to his anger rather than his reason, he shall find the upshot more difficult than the commencement. But as for what, my good sir, you ask concerning Amadis, you must know that till he came to this court calling himself the Greek Knight, in the company with that lady for whom he vanquished the Romans, and won the crown of the damsels, we none of us knew tidings concerning him. Saint Mary help me, quoth Grumedan, was that Greek Knight Amadis? Without doubt he was. Now then, replied the old man, I will tell you that I think myself a man of poor understanding, for I ought to have known that he who performed such feats in arms could be no other than Amadis. And I beseech you, who were the 2 knights whom he left to help me against the Romans? Your friends Angriote of Estravaus and Don Bruneo of Bonamar. God a mercy, if I had known that, I should not have feared the battle as I did. In truth then I gained but little honour there, for with such helpers I should not think it much to conquer twice the number of such foes. I believe by your courage, Don Grumedan, said Quadragante, that you alone would have been sufficient. Be I what I may, replied the old man, ye have my love and true good will with you, and God grant that this business may yet end well. By this they had gone out of the town, and some little beyond it. Then, as Grumedan was about to bid them farewell, the fair child Esplandian came up to them returning from his sport, and with him Embor, the son of Angriote of Estravaus. He rode upon a goodly palfrey and well caparisoned, which Queen Brisena had given him, and he was richly clad, for the king and queen liberally provided him with all things, both by reason of his great beauty, and also because of what Urganda the Unknown had written concerning him, and he carried upon his fist a goshawk. So coming up they gave each to other the good day, and Don Brian asked of Grumedan who the fair child was. He is called Esplandian, and was reared in a marvellous manner, said the old knight, and strange things hath Urganda prophesied concerning him. Is this he? quoth Quadragante. We in the Firm Island have heard much talk of this child, I pray you call him back. Don Grumedan then called to him, for he was passing on. Come hither, said he, and send some bidding to the Greek Knight, who in courtesy to you spared the lives of the Romans. Esplandian turned back and answered, Right glad should I be to learn tidings of that noble knight, and know where I could send my thanks, as you say, and as he truly deserves. These knights are going whither he now is. He tells you truth, said Don Quadragante. We will carry your bidding to him, who when he was here was called the Greek Knight, but is now called Amadis. What? cried Esplandian, is he the Amadis of whom all men speak so highly? Even so. In truth, highly ought he to be esteemed, and his gentleness and courtesy are not less worthy praise than his valour. I went up to him when he was in wrath, and yet he did not for that do me the less honour, and nor refuse to grant me the lives of those knights who had greatly incensed him. I thank him truly, and would to God there may come a time when I may, with the like honour, requite him for it. Much were those knights pleased to hear how well the child spake. God make you a good man, quoth Don Bruneo, as good, fair child, as he hath made you fair. I thank you, the child replied, but if God hath reserved any worth for me, I would it were in me now that I might be able to serve my lord the king, who now needs the service of all his people. God be with you, sirs. So he and Don Grumedan took their leave, and those knights proceeded to their ships. Chapter 15. How King Lisuarte asked counsel of King Arban of North Wales and Don Grumedan and Gian the Pensive, and what they answered. After those knights had departed, King Lisuarte sent to summon King Arban of North Wales, and Don Grumedan, and Don Gian the Pensive, and he said to them, You know, my friends, how I stand with the knights of the Firm Island, and the great insult which I have received at their hands, and certes, if I did not take such amends as should break their great pride, I should not hold myself a king, nor should I think that others would as such esteem me. Therefore that I may render such account of myself as behoves a prudent man, and that all may be done with due advice and deliberation, I have now sent for you to know your counsel. Then King Arban, who was a good knight and prudent, and greatly desired to promote the king's honour, replied, These knights, sir, and I have thought much upon this matter, and consulted together as you required us. And we have concluded that since it is not your pleasure to come to any terms of concord with these knights, that you ought with all diligence to prepare the means whereby they may be repressed and their haughtiness curbed. For the knights of the Firm Island are many and right powerful in arms, as you, sir, well knew, when by the grace of God they were all so long in your service. And more than this, we are assured that they have sent on all sides to demand succour, the which be sure they will find, being of high lineage, sons and brethren of kings and of other great personages, and likewise they have in their own persons made many friends, so that when people come from so many parts to their help, there will be a great host presently raised. But on the other hand, sir, we see that your court and household is more destitute of knights now than we ever remember it to have been, and the greatness of your power hath made you many enemies who will now discover their ill will, for troubles will break out in times of need, like these which are hushed in calm seasons. It is therefore expedient that all your servants and friends should now be called upon, especially the Emperor of Rome, whom, as the Queen has said, this business more nearly touches than it doth you. Then when you have seen the power which you can bring together, you may better judge whether to proceed rigorously or come to such accord as is proposed. King Lisuarte thought himself well advised by this speech, and bade Don Guilan prepare to go to the Emperor, for such an embassy such an ambassador was meet. Don Guilan answered, In this, sir, and in far more than this, I am ready to do your service, and God grant it may be to the advancement of your honour. Let therefore the dispatches be made ready, that you may be obeyed without delay. There needs nothing more than your letters of credence, said the king. Tell the emperor that in compliance with his demand I gave my daughter to his ambassadors to be his wife, and tell him what hath befallen her, and that the knights have sent to me proffering certain terms, which I, knowing the insult concerned him more than me, would not accept. And say to him that what will satisfy me is that we should surround the place where they detain my daughter, and make all the world know that we, like great princes as we are, have punished these thieves and robbers for the insult and injury which they have offered us. Tell him then your own opinion, and say that wrongs of this nature grow worse the longer the remedy is delayed. Don Guilan then received his credentials and went on board. The king then called for Brandoyuas, and bade him go to the island of Mongaza and summon Don Galvanes with all his people, and then pass over with the like bidding to King Cildadan of Ireland, and he sent Filispinel to Gasquilan King of Sweden to tell him in what state he was, he being a knight who delighted in all occasions wherein he could show his great hardihood and prowess. In like manner he sent to all his other friends and vassals, and ordered all his people to make ready, and set about preparing arms and horses, to have the greatest force of horsemen that he could raise. Now the history saith that Arcalaus the enchanter being in one of his castles, and always devising how he could do some mischief, as he and all wicked ones like him are accustomed to do, the tidings came to him of this great quarrel between King Lisuarte and Amadis. Whether he was pleased or no need not be said, for they were the two men in the world whom he most hated, and whose destruction he never ceased to have at heart, and the uppermost thing in his thoughts. At such a time as this he thought he might wreak his will, and because he could not in his heart prevail upon himself to assist either of them, he in his subtlety resolved to raise a third army of those who were enemies both to Lisuarte and to Amadis, and so dispose of them that if a battle should take place, they might fall on the survivors, and with little peril utterly destroy them. Incontinently he went to horse, and with such a train as was needful set forth travelling by land and by sea, till he came to King Aravigo, who, with the 6 island kings, had been hardly handled by Amadis and King Lisuarte, as you have heard in the 3rd book of this history. When he came to him, Arcalaus said, O King Aravigo, if your heart and resolution be answerable to your high estate, and to the prudence with which you ought to govern, Fortune, who was once so much your enemy, hath now so repented, and is ready to make you such amends, that the loss of your honour shall be repaired with double victory. Your revenge is now in your own hands. Our 2 great enemies, King Lisuarte and Amadis of Gaul, are at such utter discord, that there can be no other issue than a great battle, and the destruction of one, or peradventure of both. Now if you will hearken to my advice, you will not only recover the loss which by following my counsel heretofore you have suffered, but your kingdom shall be greatly increased, and the possessions of all us who desire your service. Friend Arcalaus, replied King Aravigo, the length of way which you have travelled, and your manifest fatigue, make me well believe what you tell me, but let me hear it more at length, for never was it in my will, because of adversity, to desist from such enterprises as become the greatness of my person. Then Arcalaus related how Amadis had taken Oriana from the Romans and carried her to the Firm Island. And I would give you to know, said he, that this Amadis was one of those Knights of the Serpent who were against us in the battle against the other 6 kings. He it was who wore the golden helmet, and who by his great prowess wrested the victory from your hands. Now as Amadis on the one hand and King Lisuarte on the other will gather together all the force they can, and as the Emperor himself will come in person to revenge the great insult which he hath received, you may well judge what destruction there will be in the battle between them. If therefore you will summon your companions, I will bring you for allies Barsinan, Lord of Sansuena, the son of that Barsinan whom King Lisuarte put to death in London, and moreover all the great lineage of that good knight Dardan the Proud, whom Amadis slew in Windsor, and they will be a company of right good knights. Moreover I will bring the King of the Deep Island, who escaped with thee from the battle. We will station ourselves so that after they shall have fought their battle, we may fall upon them and destroy them all, the conquerors as well as the conquered, without difficulty or danger. So that by this great victory all Britain will be subjected to you, and your royal power shall be raised above the power of any emperor upon earth. Look to it now, king, whether for so little toil and peril you will forego such glory and such dominion. To all this King Aravigo lent a willing ear. Friend Arcalaus, he replied, you tell me great things, and though I had resolved to tempt fortune no more, great folly would it be to reject so fair an opportunity. I will prepare my friends and vassals, do you therefore do as you have said. Forthwith Arcalaus departed for Sansuena, and spake with Barsinan, bidding him remember the death of his father, and also of his brother Brandalot, who, being conquered by Don Guilan the Pensive, and carried prisoner to King Lisuarte, was, by his command, thrown headlong from the tower, at the foot of which his father had been burnt. He told him likewise that the former enterprise had succeeded, and that his father would have been King of Britain, he having made both Lisuarte and his daughter prisoners, when all was recovered from him by that traitor Amadis. Now Barsinan was young and haughty by nature, and in his evil disposition resembled his father. Arcalaus therefore lightly prevailed on him to join in this confederacy. With small persuasion too in like manner did he win the King of the Deep Island and all the lineage of Dardan the Proud. This did he as secretly as he could, and exhorted them to have their force ready for the occasion. End of Book 4, Chapter 15. Book 4, Chapters 16 to 18 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 16. How it fortuned that Don Quadragante and Brian of Monjaste lost themselves at sea, and by adventure found Queen Briolania, and of what befell them. After Don Quadragante and Don Brian had parted from Don Grumedan, they proceeded to the shore, and there embarked to carry their tidings to the Firm Island. The first day they voyaged on with prosperous weather, but at night the sea began to rage, and so great a tempest arose that the sailors lost all command of the ship, and they were driven they knew not whither, expecting to be swallowed up by the waves. Thus they drove along all night, in sufficient fear, for in dangers like these neither arms nor courage avail aught. And when the day broke and the sailors could look about them, they found they were near the kingdom of Sobradisa, where the fair Queen Briolania reigned. At this time was the storm abated, and as they were about to turn to their right course, they saw on the right a ship marvellously great. Now as their ship was so swift and manageable that they apprehended no danger, even though this should prove an enemy, they resolved to wait her coming up, and when she drew nearer, they thought they had never seen so goodly a ship, nor so large, nor so richly ornamented, for the sails were all of silk, and every part was covered with rich cloths, and they could see upon the deck knights and damsels all bravely attired. Much did Don Quadragante and Don Brian marvel at this sight, and they could not imagine who came in her, so they put out a boat, and sent a squire to ask whose ship it was. The squire did as he was commanded, and one of the knights answered that Queen Briolania was aboard, on her way to the Firm Island. God be thanked, quoth the squire at that, they who sent me to ask will be right glad of such tidings. Good squire, cried the damsels, tell us if it please you who be they. Ladies, he replied, they are two knights who are voyaging to the same port as yourselves, but by the fortune of the sea have been driven hither, where what they have here met will well requite them for their fatigue. They will make themselves known as soon as I return, therefore I need say no more. Full joyful were those knights when the squire returned and told them into what company they had fallen, and they brought their ship nearer to the other vessel. And when they were come nigh, the damsels knew them, having seen them when they were with their mistress at the court of King Lisuarte. So they ran joyfully to tell the queen how they had met two knights, great friends of Amadis, Don Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste. She hearing this went out from her apartment to bid them welcome, for she had heard from her high steward Tantiles how these knights had been sent from the Firm Island to Lisuarte. By the time she came out they were already on board, and went to kiss her hand, but not suffering that, she put one arm round each, and thus a while embraced them, saying, Sirs, and my good friends, I thank God for this meeting, than which nothing could have delighted me more, unless it had been to have seen Amadis of Gaul, whom as you know I am so much in duty bound to love. Now tell me how you have sped. They then told her all that had passed, and how no hope of any accord with King Lisuarte remained, and how they had been driven by the storm. But now, said they, we think ourselves happy to have been so driven, since we can now serve and protect you on your voyage. I too, replied the queen, had my fears during that storm, for certes I thought we never could have outlived it, but my ship is large and stout, and my anchors and cables strong, and pleased God that we neither dragged nor broke at them. I knew from my high steward Tantiles that you were gone on this embassy, and knowing how fortunate King Lisuarte hath been, judged that he would continue to presume upon his fortunes. I have therefore summoned all my vassals, and called upon my friends for help, and having left Tantiles to assemble and conduct the force, thought that it would be well meantime to go visit the Princess Oriana at the Firm Island, and abide with her the chance which it may please God to send us. This is the reason why you have met me here, and I am right glad that we shall proceed together. Lady mine, replied Don Brian, from one so fair as you and of such high degree, nothing but what is virtuous and noble can be expected, and such we find in your doings. The queen then desired that they would order their vessel to keep company with hers, and they themselves remain on board with her. So they were well lodged on board Queen Briolania's ship, and ate at her table, and thus they sailed pleasantly over the seas. Now you must know that when the uncle of this Queen Briolania, Abisios, was slain with his two sons by Amadis and Agrayes, in vengeance for the death of his brother, whom he had treacherously killed, he had yet another son left, who, being but a child, was by a knight carefully brought up. This son was now a young knight of great hardihood and prowess, as had in many encounters been proved, and though for a long time he was so young that he thought of nothing but following arms and increasing his honour, yet now certain servants of his father had told him that he ought to take vengeance for his death, and either recover the kingdom which by right was his, or else procure such compensation as might be worthy of his birth. So this young knight, who was called Trion, was now always ruminating on what these servants told him, and watching fair occasion to put in practice his desires, and now knowing how Amadis, whom he regarded as the main lead of his ambition, was engaged with King Lisuarte, he thought he would have no leisure to direct his attention to anything but his own great danger. He therefore, having understood the departure of Queen Briolania, and that she went with so small a company that she had in her ship not more than 20 men at arms, and among them none of great prowess, he went out from a castle which he possessed, which castle was all that Abiseus possessed before he murdered his brother, and gathered together his friends, not telling them for what enterprise, and having collected 50 men at arms, and certain archers and crossbowmen besides, he fitted out 2 ships and put to sea, with design to take the queen, and to obtain from her a share of the kingdom, or if he saw a favourable opportunity, recover the whole. He knew the course she was steering, and one evening came out to intercept her. The sailors, seeing these 2 ships coming toward them, told the queen. Immediately Don Quadragante and Don Brian went on deck, and seeing that the ships were bearing down upon them, gave order that the men should arm. This the men did, though with little apprehension of danger, and continued to hold their course. The others were now come so nigh that their voices might be heard. Then Trion called out aloud, "Knights who are in yonder ship, tell Queen Briolania that her cousin Trion is here, and would speak with her, and bid her order her people to make no resistance, for else not one of them shall escape death." When the queen heard this she was greatly dismayed, and said, "Sirs, this is the greatest enemy that I have in the world, and he would not venture upon this without great cause and a strong company." "My good lady," replied Quadragante, "take you no fear, please God we will soon chastise his folly." He then ordered answer to be made, that if Trion would come alone to see the queen, he should willingly be admitted. "Since this is your answer," quoth Trion, "I shall come against your will." Then he ordered a knight who had been one of his father's servants to bear down in the one vessel and board the queen's ship on one side, and he would do the same on the other. Don Brian, seeing the ships separate, guessed what was their purpose, and bade Quadragante with half the men look to the defence on one side, as he would on the other. Accordingly thus it was done, and Don Quadragante had the side which Trion himself attacked, and Brian was opposed to the other knight. Quadragante then bade his people stand forward so that he might not be seen, and he told them not to prevent Trion from entering if he should attempt it. Anon the ship was hotly attacked on both sides, for the assailants, knowing nothing of these knights of the Firm Island, thought that no resistance could be made which could be any way dangerous. Immediately Trion, who was full of confidence and eager for success, leaped on board. The queen's people gave way as they had been directed, and Don Quadragante, seeing him fairly on board, then came forward. He, as you have heard in the second part of this history, was huge of stature, and when Trion beheld him, he well knew that he was not such an enemy as he had expected to meet, howbeit his heart did not fail, and he made at him bravely. They gave each other such strokes that fire fled from their helmets and swords, but Don Quadragante was the stronger man, and laid on such a load that Trion's sword dropped from his hand, and he fell upon his knees. Quadragante then looked round, and seeing that the enemies were crowding on board, he bade his men take charge of that knight, and went among the other assailants. The first whom he met he smote so soundly on the head that he had no need of a surgeon. The others, seeing their leader taken and this other knight slain, and how manfully Quadragante was bestirring himself among them, strove to get back into their own ship, so that in their fear some were drowned, and many were slain, and the rest driven out of the vessel. Quadragante then looked and saw that Don Brian was on board the other ship, making great slaughter among his enemies, and he sent more of his men to his assistance, waiting himself to see if the attack would be renewed. With this help Don Brian speedily became master of the other vessel, for he had already slain the knight who commanded her, and the men now cried out for mercy, so that he gave orders that no further slaughter should be made. All this while was Queen Briolania and her women in their cabin, on their knees beseeching God to preserve them. Presently one of her people came and said, "Come out, lady, and see how Trion is made prisoner, and all his men defeated, for these knights of the Firm Island have done such wonders in arms as no others could have achieved." When the queen heard this, she was as rejoiced as you may well suppose, and she lifted up her hands and said, Blessed be the Lord Almighty, that at such a time and for such a purpose he sent me these knights. But from Amadis and his friends nothing but good fortune can befall me. She then went out and said, Don Quadragante, greatly am I beholden to God and to you for this service. Certes, both my person and kingdom were in great peril. He answered, My good lady, here is your enemy, command that justice may be done upon him. When Trion heard this he feared for his life and knelt down before her, saying, Mercy, lady, that I may not be slain. I beseech you remember your own goodness, and that I am of your blood, and that though I have now offended, I may yet hereafter serve you. To this the queen, who because of her noble nature had compassion on him, replied, Trion, not for your own desert, I will save your life till I have consulted with these knights concerning you. And she ordered him to be secured in an apartment. By this Don Brian of Monjaste came up, and the queen embraced him and asked how he fared. Right well, he replied, and full glad that it has been my good fortune to do you any service. One wound I have received, but thank God it is not dangerous. He then showed her how an arrow had gone through his shield and part of his arm. The queen then with her fair hands drew out the arrow as gently as she could, and helped to disarm him, and he was cured as he had often been of worse wounds. Glad were they all of their victory, and they saw Trion's ship was making her escape as fast as she could, and not staying to pursue her, they held their course for the Firm Island. When they entered the haven, it so happened that Amadis with the most part of the knights were riding on their palfreys in the plain below the castle, as they were wont to do, and seeing these ships put to land, they rode to the shore to know what they were. Presently they met the squires of Quadragante and Don Brian coming to announce their arrival, and when they reached the shore they bade their friends welcome, and Don Brian said, speaking from the ship, We are come back richer than we went, but as for you poor people, you are shut up here. At that they all laughed, and bade him show the riches of which he was so proud. A boat then put out, and they and the queen entered it, and were put to land. Then all the knights alighted, and went to kiss her hand, but she lovingly embraced them. Amadis then came and would have kissed her hand, but she lovingly embraced him, and held him so long as if she would never have let him go, and the tears ran down her cheeks for pure joy at seeing him, for since the battle with King Lisuarte and King Cildadan, when she was at Fenusa, she had never seen him, and though she had now no thought of ever having him for her husband, yet he was the knight in the world whom she loved best, and for whose sake she would willingly risk her person and her kingdom, and when she let him go she could scarcely speak for joy. Many thanks do I owe to God, lady, said Amadis, that he has brought me where I can once more see you, whom I have so much desired to see. And at this time are you more welcome than ever, for great pleasure will the sight of you be to these knights, and yet greater to your friend the Princess Oriana, for I believe there is no other person in the world whose coming would so much rejoice her as yours. She answered, For this reason, my good lord, have I left my kingdom, chiefly to see you, which was the thing in the world that I most desired. God knows the sorrow which I endured so long a time that I could learn no tidings of you, earnestly as I enquired. And now as soon as my high steward brought me your letter, I then thought it best to come with all speed to see you and that noble lady of whom you speak, for now is the time that all her friends and servants should manifest the love they bear towards her. But in great danger should I have been, had it not been for the succour of these knights, as they will inform you. By this were all her women and attendants landed, and they placed her on such a palfrey as was becoming such a personage, and proceeded towards the tower where Oriana dwelt. Greatly was that princess delighted to hear of her arrival, and she desired Mabilia and Grasinda and the other princesses to go and meet her in the garden, while she and Queen Sardamira remained to receive her in her apartment. Queen Sardamira, seeing how much they were all rejoiced at this news, said to Oriana, Who is this whose coming is matter of so great joy? A queen, replied she, the fairest in her person as well as the goodliest in her fame that lives, as you shall presently see. When Briolania came to the garden gate, and saw so many ladies and in such attire, she marvelled much, and thought herself happy that she had resolved to come there, and turning to the knights she said, Good sirs, God be with you, these ladies will now release you of your charge. And smiling sweetly she alighted and went in, and then the gate was closed. Those ladies then courteously saluted her, and Grasinda was greatly surprised at her exceeding beauty, insomuch that had she not seen Oriana she should have surely thought that no woman in the world could be her peer. So they led her to the tower, and when she and Oriana saw each other they met with open arms and embraced each other with great love. Then Oriana led her to Queen Sardamira, saying, Lady Queen, speak to the Queen Sardamira and honour her, for she well deserves it. So they with great courtesy saluted each the other, each observing such demeanour as became her high rank. They then seated themselves on the estrado, Oriana being between them, and the other ladies seated around. Good my lady, said Oriana, great courtesy is this that you should come to visit me from so far a land, and much do I thank you, for such a journey would not have been undertaken but for great love. Lady, replied the queen, ungrateful should I deserve to be accounted, if at this time I had not manifested to all the world the desire I have to do you honour and service, especially as the business so nearly concerns Amadis of Gaul, to whom you know how greatly I am beholden. I have left Tantiles to collect all the force of my dominions, and meanwhile believe that I ought to come and bear you company till this business was ended, which may it please our Lord to end as you would desire. May he do so in his mercy, replied Oriana. I hope Don Quadragante and Don Brian will bring good tidings of some accord with my father. But Briolania, knowing that in truth they brought none, did not reply. Thus they continued in discourse, till at length the damsel of Denmark said, Remember, lady, that the queen is just come from her voyage, and will be glad to sup and retire to rest. It is time that you should take her to your apartment, as she is to be your guest. Oriana then having asked if all was ready, took leave of Queen Sardamira and Grasinda, who went to their apartments, and went with Briolania to her chamber. When they were alone, Briolania asked who was that goodly lady with Queen Sardamira, and being told it was Grasinda, and all that she had done for Amadis, Wretch that I am, she replied, that I should not have known this when she accosted me. Now I pray you, when we have supped, let her be sent for, that I may honour her as she deserves for the good service she rendered Amadis. So after they had supped, the damsel of Denmark went for Grasinda, and Briolania courteously excused herself that she had not with more kindness saluted her, not knowing the great help which Amadis had from her received. And as they conversed together, Grasinda told them how she had first known Amadis when under the name of the Knight of the Green Sword he had wrought such achievements in Romania and throughout all Germany. I was so well pleased with him, said she, that though I was so great a lady in that land, and he appeared only a poor errant knight, I should have been well content to take him in marriage, and should have thought no queen in the world equal to me in good fortune. But seeing him so thoughtful and overcome by so deep a melancholy, I suspected that the cause could be nothing but love, and therefore I asked Gandalin, who knew the drift of my question, and at one time denied it, and then told me that he suspected it might be so. This he said to divert me from any farther thought of that which could not be brought to pass, and for that I thanked him much, and from that hour entertained such thoughts no longer. Briolania, hearing this, smiled at Oriana and said, Methinks, lady, this knight spreads this disorder farther than we imagine. Remember what he told us at the castle of Miraflores. So thus they communed till it was the hour of rest. Grasinda then took leave, and Briolania slept with Mabilia in a bed which was made near Oriana's. Chapter 17. Of the answer which Don Quadragante and Brian of Monjaste brought from King Lisuarte, and what all those knights resolved upon. On the morrow all the knights assembled to hear mass, and to learn what answer Don Quadragante and Don Brian brought from Lisuarte. When they were met together after mass, Quadragante said, Good sirs, Our answer was so brief that I have nothing to say, except that you ought to thank God that with so great justice and reason you may gain great renown, and prove the virtue of your noble hearts. King Lisuarte will listen to nothing but rigour. He then related all that passed, and how he knew that the king had sent to the Emperor of Rome and to all his friends for aid. At this Agrayes answered, who was nothing grieved at this issue, and had so long moderated his anger only in compliance with Oriana: Certes, good sirs, I always thought it would be more difficult to obtain security for the princess and maintain our own honours than to raise help for the war. And for my own part I will now tell you that I am better pleased to have war than that we should have made accord, which might have easily been broken. For King Lisuarte and the Emperor are powerful princes, and can at any time soon collect their forces, which we, who derive our succours from many and distant places, cannot so easily bring together. Better therefore is open war than so dangerous a peace. They all exclaimed at this that what Agrayes said was true, and that they ought to assemble their army without delay, and give Lisuarte battle in his own kingdom. Now had Amadis all along been fearful lest accord should have been made with the king, for though his honour would have been secured thereby, yet should he have been obliged to deliver up Oriana, who would in that case have again been where he could have no means to see her, and that to him would have been worse than death, so that what the ambassador and Agrayes said rejoiced him more than if he had been made lord of the world. Sir my cousin, quoth he, your actions have been full chivalrous, and greatly ought we who are of your lineage to thank God that we have among us a knight like you, so able to defend his honour in danger, and to increase it in counsel. As you and these chiefs have so well determined, it only remains for me to follow your will. Angriote of Estravaus, who was a brave knight and of good heart, and who truly loved Amadis, rightly judged that though he said nothing of his opinion, yet was he well pleased that no accord had been made, and this he thought proceeded from his love of danger and arms, not suspecting the true cause. He therefore said, Sirs, you ought all to be well contented with the result of this embassy, for war is not only safer than peace, but more to our honour, and we shall leave a fame behind us in this world as immortal as our souls will be in the next. Let us then lose no time in summoning all our force. So having thus determined, they all went to their meal. Chapter 18. How Master Helisabad arrived at the land of Grasinda, and from thence went to Constantinople with the bidding of Amadis, and how he sped. Such good speed had Master Helisabad on his voyage that he arrived safely at the land of his lady Grasinda, and there having summoned all the chiefs of the land, he produced his powers and entreated them to fulfil their lady's will. They all replied that they should with good will accomplish it, and forthwith gave order to assemble horsemen and archers and crossbowmen, and equipped what vessels they had, and set about building others. When the master saw how actively they made these preparations, he left a young knight by name of Libeo, who was his nephew, to superintend the armament, and put to sea himself and went to Constantinople. When he arrived at the palace, they told him the emperor was talking with his good man, so he went in and knelt down and kissed the emperor's hand, who received him courteously, as one whom he knew and held for a good man. The master then gave him the letter of Amadis, but when the emperor learned that the knight with the green sword was that Amadis of Gaul of whom he had heard so much, he said, Master, I must complain of you, if you knew the name of this knight and did not tell me, for I am vexed that a man of such high lineage and so renowned should come to my court and be by me honoured as only a knight errant. Sir, replied the master, I swear by my holy orders that I never knew who he was till he left off the title of the Greek Knight and discovered himself to Grasinda. How, quoth the emperor, did he call himself the Greek Knight after he went from hence? What, cried the master, have you not heard of the great things which the Greek Knight achieved? And then he related how he had won the crown for Grasinda, and in what manner he had quelled the pride of the Romans, who despised him, thinking him to be a Greek. Right glad were all they who were present to hear such tidings. Now then, said the emperor, deliver your bidding. With that Master Helisabad related all that had fallen out, and besought him on the part of Amadis, that if King Lisuarte, instead of coming to reasonable accord, should come against him with the Emperor of Rome and a great power, he would be pleased to assist him in defending the wronged princess, he being one of the principal ministers whom God had appointed to maintain justice upon earth. When the emperor heard this, he saw that it was a weighty matter, for he knew the worth of King Lisuarte, and how highly he prized his honour, and he knew also the haughty spirit of El Patin, how much more he was guided by pride than by reason. Yet considering the justice of the cause, and how Amadis had travelled so far to see him, and the promise he had made, albeit it were made lightly and with no such meaning as was now given to it, and calling to mind also the wrongs he had formerly received from the Emperor of Rome, he replied, You have told me great things, master, and from a good man like you it is to be believed. Since then the brave Amadis hath need of my succour, I will give it him as fully as I promised, even as the word of so great a man given to so renowned a knight ought to be accomplished. I never yet began thing which I did not carry through to the end. Then were all they rejoiced who heard, and above all Gastiles, the nephew of the emperor, who knelt down and besought that he might go with this succour. Good nephew, replied the emperor, I am well pleased that you should, and I command you and the Marquis Saluder to take charge of providing such a fleet as becomes my rank, and if need be, you shall go in it and give battle to the Emperor of Rome. You may well think how Master Helisabad rejoiced to receive such an answer. Sir, said he, for what you have said I kiss your hand on the part of the knight who sent me, and for myself who bears the embassy, being such as I am, I kiss your feet. Now then I pray you, for I have much to do, give me leave to depart, and if the Emperor of Rome should send his forces, do you dispatch yours in time to meet them. Go in God's name, master, replied the emperor, leave the rest to me, if need be you shall see who I am, and how I esteem Amadis. The master then took leave and returned to the land of his lady Grasinda. End of Book 4, Chapter 18. Book 4, Chapters 19 to 24 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 19. How Gandalin arrived in Gaul, and spake with King Perion, and of the answer which he had. Joyfully was Gandalin welcomed in Gaul, because of the good tidings which he brought of Amadis, of whom for a long time nothing had been known. Presently he took King Perion apart, and told all that he had been sent to say. Now, because this king was so brave that he feared no danger, how great soever, especially if it regarded this his son, who was like a shining mirror in the world, and whom he so dearly loved, he replied, Gandalin, what you desire shall speedily be done, and if you should see your lord before I see him, say to him that I should not have held him for a knight if he had suffered that wrong to go unredressed, for such enterprises are appointed for such hearts as his. I say unto you that if King Lisuarte will not be brought to reason, it shall be to his own loss. But take heed that you say nothing of this to my son Galaor, who is here so ill that we have often thought him more dead than alive, and even now he is in great danger, nor to his comrade Norandel, who is come hither to see him, for I will communicate it to him. Gandalin replied, I will bear it in mind, and glad am I that you have thus forewarned me. Go now to him, said the king, and tell him news of his brother. Gandalin then went to Galaor's chamber, whom he found so weak and sick that he wondered at seeing him, and he knelt down to kiss his hand. Then Galaor looked and knew that it was Gandalin, and the tears came into his eyes for joy. Welcome, friend Gandalin, what news bringst thou of my lord and brother Amadis? Sir, replied the squire, He remains well and in health in the Firm Island, and knows nothing of your malady, neither did I till my lord the king told me thereof. I came hither by his command to inform the king and queen of his return, and greatly will he be troubled when he learns what plight you are in, whom he loves and esteems more than any other of his lineage. Norandel then came up and embraced him and asked for Amadis. Gandalin said to him the same as he had told Galaor, and he related some of the adventures which he had achieved in the islands of Romania, and in those foreign parts thereabout. Sir, quoth Norandel to Don Galaor, reason is it that at such news you should take heart and shake off your sickness, that we may go see this knight, as God shall help me, he is so excellent a knight, that all they who have any worth in them ought to think little of the toil of the longest journey to see him. While they were thus talking, the king came in, and taking Norandel by the hand after some talk, led him out of the chamber. My good friend, then said he, it behoves you without delay to go to the king your father, for by what I learn he will stand in need of your help and of all his friends, but say nothing of this to your friend Galaor, for it would excite in him such agitation that much harm might come of it, seeing how weak he is. Norandel answered, the advice, sir, of so good a man as you ought to be followed without enquiry into its cause. I will take leave of Galaor to-night, and put to sea to-morrow, for my ship is ready. This the king did, that Norandel might fulfil his duty towards his father, and also that he might not see the preparations for war which were going on. That day were they more in hope of Don Galaor, by reason of the joy he had for the tidings of his brother. Gandalin also said to the queen what Amadis had bidden him, and she replied that she would do all that he desired. But Gandalin, my friend, said she, I am much troubled at this news, for my son must now be in great care, and hereafter in great danger of his person. Fear nothing, lady, Gandalin made answer, he will raise such force that neither King Lisuarte nor the Emperor of Rome will dare attack him. May it please God, quoth she, that it be so. When night came, Norandel said to Don Galaor, Sir, I must now depart, for as your illness is so lingering and I can nothing profit you, it is better that I should attend to other things. You know it is not long since I have been a knight, nor have I yet gained honour to be esteemed a man of worth by good men. The news of your malady called me from a quest which I had undertaken when I left the king my father's house, and I must now go where I am needed. God knows this parting grieves me, but if it please him, while I am performing this, from which I cannot be excused, you will recover, and then I will return to you, and we will go together to seek adventures. At this Galaor sighed with exceeding sorrow. Since it must be so, you must obey the will of God, and if perchance you go to the court of my lord your father, kiss his hand for me, and tell him that I remain at his service, though as you see, more dead than alive. Norandel then took his leave, and on the morrow sailed to Great Britain. Chapter 20. How Lasindo, the squire of Don Bruneo of Bonamar, went with the bidding of his master to the Marquis and to Branfil, and of what he did with them. Lasindo, the squire of Don Bruneo of Bonamar, arrived where the Marquis sojourned, and when he delivered his master's bidding to him and to Branfil, so grieved was Branfil that he had not been with those knights at the rescue of Oriana, that he fain would have killed himself, so he knelt down to his father and earnestly entreated him to do what his brother requested. The Marquis, who was a good knight, and who knew the great friendship which his sons bore to Amadis and all his lineage, and the honour which they had thereby gained, made answer, Trouble not yourself, my son, for I will completely do what he desires, and, if need be, will send you to him with such succour that yours shall not be the worst company there. For this Branfil kissed his hand, and orders were then immediately given to prepare a fleet and forces. For this Marquis was a great lord and wealthy, and had many good knights in his lordship, and many soldiers, all well equipped. Chapter 21. How Ysanjo went with the bidding of Amadis to the good King of Bohemia, and of the good success which he met with. When Ysanjo, the Knight of the Firm Island, arrived in the kingdom of Bohemia, and gave the letter of Amadis to King Tafinor. There is no man can tell the pleasure which the king felt. You are welcome here, knight, said he, and I thank God for the message which you have brought me. You shall see with what good will I receive it, and whether or no the trouble of your journey was well employed. Then he called for his son Grasandor, and said to him, Sir, read this letter, which the Knight of the Green Sword has sent me, for you were witness of the service he did me, and how he delivered me from the most cruel and perilous war in which ever king was engaged, in which by reason of the great power and unreasonable pride of the Roman Emperor, both you and I should have been undone and belike brought to death, but for his succour. And know that this knight is that Amadis of Gaul, of whom such renown is gone abroad through all the world. As soon as Grasandor had read the letter and heard the bidding of Ysanjo, he said, O sir, what joy it is to my heart that this noble knight should now stand in need of your help, and see the sense and the gratitude which you feel for his past services. I beseech you let Count Galtines remain to lead the succour, and give me leave to go immediately with 20 knights to the Firm Island, for it will be greatly to my honour to be in company of such knights as are there assembled. Let it be so if you wish it, replied the king, and God send you a good voyage, and that we with our whole kingdom may repay him the succour which he with his single person afforded us. So Prince Grasandor, the heir of King Tafinor of Bohemia, chose out 20 knights and put to sea, and sailed towards the Firm Island. Chapter 22. How London, the nephew of Don Quadragante, arrived in Ireland, and of the success he had with the Queen. London, the nephew of Don Quadragante, arrived in Ireland, and spake secretly with the Queen, as he had been enjoined to do. And when she heard of the great discord, albeit she knew that her father King Abies of Ireland had been slain by the hand of Amadis, as it is written in the first part of this history, and though she bore in her heart that enmity which in such cases is usual, yet she considered it was better to remedy present evils than resent the past. Therefore she spake with those whom she trusted, and so devised that great aid was made ready for her uncle Don Quadragante, without the knowledge of King Cildadan. Thus, as you have heard, were all these various forces raised, and ready when they should be needed, having such goodwill and eagerness as they who would be conquerors. Chapter 23. How Don Guilan the Pensive went to Rome with the bidding of King Lisuarte, and of what he did in his embassy to the Emperor Patin. Such speed did Don Guilan the Pensive make, that in 20 days after his departure from Great Britain he arrived at Rome. He found the Emperor Patin ready with a great train, and great preparations to receive Oriana, whom he every day expected, for his cousin Salustanquidio and Brondajel of the Rock had written to inform him they were dispatched, so that he had made ready for her reception, and marvelled much at their long delay. Don Guilan, armed as he was at all points, except his head and hands, entered the palace, and knelt before the Emperor, and kissed his hand, and gave him the letter which he had brought. The Emperor knew him well, having often seen him in the house of King Lisuarte, at what time he returned there badly wounded, with the stroke which Amadis had given him by night in the forest, as you have heard in the second book of this history. And he said to him, You are welcome, Don Guilan. I suppose you are come with your lady Oriana. Tell me where she and all my people tarry. Sir, replied the knight, she and your people are in a place neither befitting them nor you. Read this letter, and then I will tell you more than you expect to hear. When the emperor had read the letter, being impatient by nature, he exclaimed, Now tell me, before all these, what you have to say, for I can have patience no longer. But when Don Guilan had finished his speech, he exclaimed, O wretched Emperor of Rome, if thou dost not chastise this, thou deservest not to live another hour in this world. And then he turned to the knight, and said, Is it certain that Oriana is taken away, and my cousin slain? Certain beyond all doubt, replied Don Guilan, all has passed as I have told you. Go back again, knight, then said the emperor, and tell the king your master that I take upon myself this injury and the vengeance due. and that he need do nothing more than look on and behold what I will do, for if I wished to be allied with him, it was not to give him care or trouble, but to revenge him in any wrong that might be wrought him. Sir, said Don Guilan, you make answer like a mighty prince as you are, and a knight of great courage, yet you will have to do with such men that all King Lisuarte's force will be needed as well as yours. The king my master hath ever till now taken full satisfaction from those who have wronged him, and so he will continue to do. Since you have given me so good a dispatch, I will return without delay, and see that all things needful be made ready. With that he took his leave and went his way, not well content in heart, for he was a great noble and well conditioned knight, and when he saw how arrogantly and with how little thought that emperor spake, it grieved him to the heart to see the king his master allied with such a man, from whose company, unless by great good fortune, nothing but shame and loss of honour was to be expected. And many times he lamented as he went along the great loss which King Lisuarte had suffered by his own fault, in losing Amadis and all those good men of his lineage, who for the sake of Amadis had formerly been in his service, and were now become his enemies. After much toil he reached Great Britain, and told the king that the emperor was preparing to set forth with all speed. God grant, sir, said he, that your alliance with this man may be to your honour, for as God shall help me, I am little pleased with his arrogance, and can expect nothing good from any force which hath such a leader. The king answered, Don Guilan, I rejoice at your safe return. Having you and such as you in my service, we need nothing more than the forces of the emperor, for you are well able to direct both him and me. But since he hath given you such an answer, we must take care to be so prepared that when he arrives he shall not think so much of his own power as he now does. So with all diligence King Lisuarte prepared his forces, for he knew that his enemies were assembling aid from all parts, and that the Emperor of Constantinople, and the King of Bohemia, and King Perion of Gaul, and many other princes, were raising men to send to the Firm Island, and happy he thought himself if they should not seek him in his own land. He likewise knew how King Aravigo and Barsinan Lord of Sansuena were arming, and knew not for what purpose. At this time Brandnojas returned, and said that King Cildadan of Ireland was preparing to obey his summons, but that Don Galvanes requested he would not call upon him to act against Amadis and his nephew Agrayes, but if the king would not be so content, he besought him to set him free from his homage, and take back the island of Mongaza, as had been stipulated, that so long as he held it he should be the king's vassal, and when he chose to be so no longer, he might give up the island and remain free. The king, though his necessity was so great, yet saw that Don Galvanes spake with reason, and sent to tell him he might remain in peace, for though he could not serve him in this quarrel, there might come a time when he might make amends. Moreover, tidings soon came by Filispinel that King Gasquilan of Sweden had well received the embassy, and had promised to come, aid the king, and fight with Amadis, which he had so long desired to do. The king therefore, knowing what preparations were now made, called for Giontes and said to him, Nephew, you must needs go with all speed to the Emperor Patin, and tell him I am well pleased with what he had said to me by Don Guilan, and that I am going to my court at Windsor, because it is near the port where he will land. There I shall assemble my force, and he will find me encamped, expecting his arrival. Say that I beseech him to come as speedily as possible, for if at first we can exceed our enemies in number, much of the aid which they expect will fail. Do not you, nephew, leave Rome till he comes himself, for that will hasten him. Then Lisuarte departed for Windsor, and Giontes put to sea. Chapter 24. How Grasandor, son of the King of Bohemia, met Giontes, and what passed between them. You have heard how Prince Grasandor had embarked with 20 knights for the Firm Island. Now it so fortuned that he fell in by night with the ship which carried Giontes on his embassy to Rome, and gave orders to his men to bear up to her, that he might see who was on board. Giontes, having none other than mariners with him, and certain of his servants, could make no resistance, and was brought before Grasandor, who asked him who he was. He replied, a knight of King Lisuarte, going with his bidding to the Emperor of Rome. If for courtesy you will release me, that I may proceed on my way, I shall hold myself obliged, for you have neither cause nor reason to detain me. Grasandor answered, Knight, I expect soon to be against the king you speak of, in aid of Amadis of Gaul, and am therefore not bound to treat any of his people well. Yet shall I deal courteously with you, and will let you depart, provided you tell me your name, and what is your embassy to the emperor. It would be to my honour and to my master's service, said Giontes, if I were not asked that question. But my embassy is public, and I shall do my duty in avowing it. My name is Giontes, King Lisuarte is my uncle. I go to bring the emperor and all his force as speedily as can be, to go with the king my uncle against those who have carried away his daughter Oriana. Now if it please you, let me depart. You have spoken like a knight, replied Grasandor. I set you free, and come quickly with the force you are to bring, for you will find those whom you seek ready. Giontes then went his way, and Grasandor immediately sent one of his knights in a vessel which he brought with him to the king his father, to tell him what he had learned, and request him to observe when the emperor departed, and then without delay send off Count Galtines with the succour, for much to their honour would it be if they should arrive the first. Grasandor then sailed on, and arrived without let or danger at the port of the Firm Island. When the islanders saw a ship come in, they informed Amadis, who forthwith sent to know who came in her, but when he heard it was Prince Grasandor, son to the King of Bohemia, he greatly rejoiced, and went to horse, and took with him Don Quadragante and Agrayes, and rode to welcome him. When they met, they embraced each other like true friends, and Grasandor after their greeting told him how he had met Giontes, and had sent to bid the succours proceed without waiting for farther summons. If all our friends, quoth Quadragante, help us with the like goodwill, little need we fear this danger. Then they rode to the castle, and Amadis took Grasandor to his apartment, and gave order that his company should be well lodged and provided, and he sent to inform all his knights of the prince's arrival, that they might go welcome him. Forthwith they all repaired to the apartment of Amadis, being clad richly in the dress of war, as they were ever accustomed to be when in time of rest. And when Grasandor saw so many knights whose fame was so spread abroad, he thought himself greatly honoured to be in their company. Now when it was known to what end Giontes had been sent to Rome, messengers were dispatched without delay for all the succour, and because it would be tedious to relate how they all severally sped in their embassy, we will only tell you that they all arrived, and that all the succours embarked and sailed to the Firm Island. The good King Perion brought 3,000 knights. King Tafinor of Bohemia sent 1,500 knights with Count Galtines. Tantalus brought 1,200 from Queen Briolania. 600 came with Branfil, the brother of Don Bruneo. 600 from Ireland with Don Quadragante's nephew Landin. King Ladasin of Spain sent 2,000 to his son Don Brian of Monjaste. Don Gandales came from Scotland with 1,500 for Agrayes. The Emperor of Constantinople sent 8,000 with his nephew Gastiles. All these came to the Firm Island, but the first to arrive was King Perion, by reason that his kingdom lay the nearest. If he was well received by his sons and by all those chiefs need not be said. By his advice it was resolved that all the forces of the island should go out and pitch their tents upon a plain that lay below the castle, which abounded with springs and was surrounded with trees, and so soon as any succours arrived they were immediately there encamped. But who can tell, when they were all assembled, what knights and horses and arms were there? Certes, you may well believe that never in memory of man were such knights and so many assembled together in behalf of any prince. But Oriana did nothing but weep and curse her ill fortune that it would occasion so great destruction, unless it pleased God in his mercy to provide some remedy. All those ladies who were in her company consoled her the best they could, saying that neither she nor they who served her could stand accused to God or to the world. And albeit she was loath, they made her go up to the top of the tower, from whence she could see the plain and all the people who were encamped there. And when she beheld the plain covered with people, and so many glittering arms, and so many tents, she thought all the world were up in arms. Then, while the others were all wondering at the sight, Mabilia, seeing that none could hear her, said, What think you, is there another in the world who hath such a servant and friend as you? Oriana answered, Ah lady, my true friend, what shall I do? My heart cannot bear this. On one side is he who is the light of my eyes, and the consolation of my poor heart, without whom I could not live, and on the other is my father, to whom, cruel as I have found him, I cannot but feel that true love which as his child I owe him. Wretch that I am, whichever of these should perish, I must be the most unhappy woman that ever lived. And then she wept and wrung her hands. Mabilia took her hands. For God's sake, lady, desist from this, and put your trust in God. If evil should come, remember that wrongs like yours cannot be lightly remedied, and thank God that the sin is not yours. Oriana felt the truth of this, and was somewhat consoled. When King Perion saw all the forces encamped, he took both Grasandor and Agrayes, and said he would go visit Oriana, and he bade Amadis and Don Florestan remain with the army. When Oriana heard of the coming of the king, she was greatly pleased, for she had never seen him since he knighted the Child of the Sea by her request at the house of King Languines of Scotland. She assembled all her ladies to receive him. The king, when he entered her apartment, courteously saluted her, and she humbly returned the salutation. Then he addressed the Queens Briolania and Sardamira, and all the other princesses and damsels. Mabilia then came forward and knelt before him, and would have kissed his hand, but he drew her toward him and embraced her with exceeding love, and said to her, Dear niece, I bring many remembrances from the queen your aunt, and from your cousin Melicia, as to one whom they greatly esteem and love. Gandalin will tell you the queen's bidding, for he remains to come with Melicia, that she may keep company with this lady who so well deserves it. Then he turned to Oriana and said, Good my lady, the same reason that made me feel for your wrongs hath bound me to labour to redress them, and for this am I come hither. But do you take good heart and put your trust in God, for he will help you and reinstate you in that greatness which your own virtue and the justness of your cause deserve. Oriana, the while he spoke, looked earnestly at the king. His person was so goodly, and he spoke so well, that she thought in herself he well deserved to be the father of such sons, and that his great renown was but reasonable. Sir, she replied, what requital can a poor wretched and distressed damsel like me make for what you have said? Certes none other than what all those whose injuries you have heretofore redressed have made, to tell you that in so doing you are serving God, and increasing the great fame which you have already won. One thing I beseech you, sir, do for me. Try every means to bring about peace with the king my father, for this will please God in saving the lives of so many as must needs perish else, and it would make me the happiest woman in the world. The king answered, Things are now in such state that this would be very difficult. But oftentimes when enmity appears to be at its extreme, peace is then procured which could never be obtained before. And be sure that if it can be, I shall with all good will procure it, both for the service of God and for your sake, as one whom I so much desire to serve. At that Oriana humbly gave him thanks, like one in whom virtue abounded more than in any other woman. While they were thus in talk, Agrayes and Grasandor conversed with Queen Briolania and Queen Sardamira, and Olinda and the other ladies, and when Grasandor saw Oriana and all her company, how excellently fair they were, above all that ever he had yet seen or heard of, so astonished was he that he knew not what to say, and he could not but believe that God himself had made them with his own hand. And albeit that except Melicia, who was not there present, there was not one who equalled the beauty of Oriana, and Queen Briolania and Olinda, yet was he so pleased with the gaiety and grace and good humour of Mabilia, that from that hour he was never inclined so to love and serve any other woman, and thus his heart was taken, and the more he looked at her, the greater his affection grew, as is usual in such occasions. He being thus disturbed, like a young man who had never before been out of his father's kingdom, now desired Agrayes for courtesy to tell him the names of those ladies who were with Oriana. Agrayes named them all to him, and told him the greatness of their rank. He then asked who Mabilia was, for she was talking with King Perion. Agrayes replied she was his sister, and he did not believe there was a woman in the world of better nature, nor more beloved by all who knew her. Grasandor upon this was silent, and thought in his heart assuredly what Agrayes said was true, and so in very deed it was, for all who knew the Princess Mabilia loved her for her gentleness and gaiety. Thus as they were all conversing cheerfully in the hope to cheer Oriana, who could feel no joy, Queen Briolania said to Agrayes, "Good sir, and my great friend, I have occasion to speak with Don Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste before you. I beseech you let them come hither before you depart." Immediately Agrayes sent to call them, and when they came the queen led them apart with Agrayes, and said, "You know from what imminent peril I was delivered by you, under God, and how you gave my cousin Trion into my power, whom I now hold prisoner. I have been pondering much how to deal with him, for on the one hand he is the son of Abisias my uncle, who so treacherously slew my father, and the seed of so bad a man ought to perish lest other like treasons spring up from it. On the other hand I remember our nearness of kin, and that children often differ greatly from their fathers, and that this attack which he made upon me was committed like a young man whom evil counsellors had advised. I have not therefore known how to determine, and beseech you, as persons whose prudence always knows what ought to be done, to tell me your judgment." To this Don Brian of Monjaste replied, "My good lady, your discretion hath so aptly urged all that can be said on this case, that there remains nothing to advise, except it be to remind you that one of the causes for which great princes are most praised, and by which their persons and dominions are most secured, is clemency, by using which they obey the command of him whose ministers they are, and to whom, doing their duty, they ought to refer the consequence. It would be well for the deciding one of your doubts to call him here, lady. By speaking with him you may perhaps form some judgment of what cannot be known in his absence." Briolania then requested King Perion not to depart till she had decided with those knights upon a point which nearly concerned her. Then was Trion brought in. He appeared before the queen with much humility, yet with such a presence as well showed the great lineage of which he came. "Trion," said the queen to him, "whether I have cause to pardon you, or Amadis to execute vengeance for the wrong you have done, you yourself know. You also well know what your father did to mine. Howbeit, as these things are past, and as I know that you are the nearest of my blood, I am moved not only to have pity upon your youth, you having that sense of your fault which you ought to have, but also to place you in that rank and honour that, instead of an enemy, you should become my friend and servant. Speak therefore before these knights what is your choice, and let there come nothing from your lips but that truth which beseems one of such lineage." Trion, who had not expected this, replied, "Lady, as to what toucheth my father, I am, by reason of my tender years at the time, acquitted. For myself, certain it is that by my own good will, as well as the counsel of others, I would have placed you in such straits, and myself in such honour, that I might have obtained the rank suitable to my birth. But fortune, as she was to my father and brethren, even so hath she shown herself contrary to me. There remains therefore nothing for my remedy but to acknowledge that you are the rightful inheritrix of the kingdom of our forefathers, and also to acknowledge your great mercy and favour towards me, that so I may, by my services and your good pleasure, obtain what my heart sought to gain by force. The queen answered, If you, Tryon, will do as you say, and be my loyal vassal, I will be to you not as a cousin, but even as a sister, and you shall receive such favour from me as shall fully satisfy your honour. Then Tryon bent his knee before her and kissed her hand, and from that time forward he bore himself so loyally in all things that his authority in the kingdom was almost like her own. You are free then, said she, and I require you to take charge of these my people who are here, and to obey the orders of Amadis. Greatly did the knights praise this action of the fair queen, and greatly did they honour Tryon, as in truth he well deserved. King Perion and the knights now took leave and returned to the camp. They found that Balays of Carsante had just arrived with 20 knights of his lineage, all good men and well armed, to serve Amadis. This Balays was one of those whom Amadis had delivered from the cruel prison of Arcalaus the Enchanter, and he it was who cut off the head of the damsel that had engaged Amadis and Galaor in fight to destroy each other. And certes had it not been for this action of Balays, the one or both would then have died. He brought tidings that King Lisuarte was encamped near Windsor, and that, by what he could hear, he had about 6,000 horsemen with him, besides foot soldiers, and that the Emperor of Rome had arrived with a great fleet, and had landed and pitched his camp near the king's. Gasquilan, King of Sweden, also had brought 800 good knights, and King Cildadan 200, but he believed they would not advance for 15 days, because they were all weary with the voyage. All this Balays of Carsante could well learn, for he held a good castle in the lordship of King Lisuarte, and it was so situated that he could with little trouble learn news of his forces. Early on the following morning Master Helisabad arrived in the haven with Grasandor's succour, 500 knights and archers. When Amadis knew his arrival, he went with Angriote and Don Bruneo to receive them. The forces were encamped, and Libeo, the master's nephew, with them as their captain. They then took the master and led him to King Perion, and told who he was, and how he had saved Amadis from death after the combat with the Endriago, and that at this season there could not have been any person whose coming would so profit them. The king courteously welcomed him and said, Good friend, after the battle we must decide the question to whom Amadis is most indebted, to me who under God produced him from nothing, or to you who from death recovered him to life. The master kissed his hand, and then said pleasantly, Let it be so, sir, I will not yield the advantage to you till the question has been searched. Then he told the king that he was certainly informed how the Emperor of Rome had set out with his fleet, carrying 10,000 horsemen, and that Gastilus, nephew of the Emperor of Constantinople, was now on the sea with 8,000 horsemen in aid of Amadis, and would he believed arrive now in 3 days. End of Book 4, Chapter 24. Book 4, Chapters 25 to 27 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 25. How the Emperor of Rome arrived with his fleet at Great Britain, and what he and King Lisuarte did. The history saith that Giontes, after he left Grasandor, proceeded to Rome, and by his diligence and that of the Emperor, the fleet was soon equipped, and the 10,000 knights embarked, and they set sail, and arrived safely in the haven near Windsor. When King Lisuarte heard of his arrival, he rode with the Kings Cildadan and Gasquilan, and many other good men, to receive him, and they embraced each other with great joy. King, said the Emperor, if you have received any wrong or grievance for my sake, I am here to satisfy your honour with double victory. And as I alone have been the cause of this, I would you would allow that I alone might take vengeance, that the punishment which I inflict may be an example to all, that none may dare offend a man so powerful as I. The king answered, My good lord and friend, you and your people are now weary of your voyage, let them recover from their fatigue. In the meanwhile we shall learn tidings of our enemies, and when that is known you shall take what counsel pleaseth you. The Emperor would have marched on without delay, but Lisuarte, who better knew what was necessary, detained him, for he was well aware that on this battle everything depended. So they remained 8 days in the camp, receiving the forces who every day came in. One day, as the Emperor and the kings and many knights in their company were riding in the fields near the camp, they saw a knight approach, and a squire with him, carrying his arms. If any one asks who this knight was, I answer that he was the good King Enil, the nephew of Don Gandales. When he came to the camp, he asked if Arquisil were there, who was kinsman to the Emperor. He was answered yes, and that he was then riding with the Emperor. Enil then rode up to the company, who were now halting by a brook side and talking about the battle. He humbly saluted them, and they on their part bade him welcome, and asked what he would have. Enil answered, Sirs, I come from the Firm Island, with the bidding of my lord the noble knight Amadis of Gaul, son of King Perion, to a knight called Arquisil. Arquisil answered, I am he whom you seek. Then said Enil, Arquisil, Amadis of Gaul sends to say, that when he was at the court of King Tafinor of Bohemia, calling himself the Knight of the Green Sword, on the day after his battle with Don Garadan, he entered into the lists with you and your companions, and you were made his prisoner, and by him set at liberty on your promise as a true knight, that you would return and put yourself into his power whenever he required it. He now by me calls upon you to fulfil your word, as so good a man and of so high a lineage ought. Certes, knight, answered Arquisil, what you say is true. It only remains to be assured that he who called himself the Knight of the Green Sword is Amadis of Gaul. Certain knights who were present said that without doubt it was so. Then Arquisil said to the Emperor, You have heard, sir, what this knight demands. I can no ways excuse myself, but must perform that which I owe. He gave me my life, and prevented the other knights from killing me, who were well inclined to do it. I beseech you, sir, be not displeased at my going, for if I should fail in my promise, you, powerful and great as you are, ought neither to have me in your company, nor acknowledge me for your kin. The Emperor, with his wonted want of temper, cried out, You knight who come hither on the part of Amadis, tell him he ought to be quite satisfied with offering me those little insults which little men can offer to the great, and that the time is come when I shall show him who I am and what I can do. Tell him that he can nowhere escape me, not even in that den of thieves where he lurks. He shall soon make sevenfold restitution. You, Arquisil, do as you are required. It will not be long before I shall put this man by whom you were taken into your hands, that you may have your will of him. When Enil heard this, he grew angry and fearlessly replied, I ween, sir, Amadis knows what you can do already, for he met you once as an errant knight, not as a great prince, and you did not depart from him quite so easily. But now as you come in another manner, so in another manner will he meet you. Let them who know the past remember it. God only knows the future. At this King Lisuarte was fearful lest the knight should receive some hurt at the emperor's command, which would greatly have displeased him, as indeed what had been said had done. For it was his manner to be rigorous in deed, but fair in speech. So to prevent more, he took the emperor by the hand and said, Let us go to our tents, for it is time to sup, and let this knight enjoy the freedom which ambassadors used to and ought to possess. The emperor then went away, as much in anger as though what had passed had been with his peer. But Arquisil took Enil to his tent and showed him much honour, and they rode together like friends to the Firm Island. When they were near the camp and Arquisil saw so great a force, for the succours from the Emperor of Constantinople were now arrived, he marvelled greatly, yet gave he no sign of wonder. Enil took him to the tent of Amadis, by whom he was courteously received. There he remained 4 days, and Amadis showed him the army and all those noble knights, the fame of whose prowess was gone abroad through all the world. Much was he astonished to behold so mighty a power, but in particular to behold so many good knights, for he well knew that if any disaster should befall the emperor, it would be by their means, for of the rest he thought little, and would have felt no fear of them if they had not had such leaders. Well too did he perceive that his lord the emperor needed great force to give them battle, and he thought himself an unhappy man to be held prisoner at such a time. For if he had heard afar off that such a battle was to be waged, he would have hastened to bear a part, and now it would be in his sight even, and yet he could not be there. For this he accounted himself the most unfortunate man in the world, and the tears ran down his cheeks. And in this great grief he resolved to prove the virtue and nobleness of Amadis. So when the brave Amadis was with many other knights in the tent of King Perion, and Arquisil with them, because the place of his prison had not been appointed, he rose up and said to the king, May it please you, sir, to hear me before these knights, and Amadis of Gaul. The king said, Willingly, and bade him speak. Then Arquisil related how he had been conquered by Amadis, and on what terms taken to mercy. But now, quoth he, if Amadis will deal towards me with that generosity which he hath ever shown, and permit me in this great battle to serve my lord the emperor, I promise before you and all these knights, if I escape with life, to yield myself up into his hands again. Amadis, who had listened to him standing to show him more honour, replied, Arquisil, my good sir, if I regarded the intolerable arrogance of your emperor, I might justly requite it with cruelty to all his people. But his fault is not yours, and the time is hard at hand when the virtue of each of us shall be put to proof. I give you therefore leave to be in the battle, and if you survive it, and are in no danger, come in 10 days after to this island. Thankfully did Arquisil acknowledge that noble treatment, and he took his horse and arms and departed, and arrived without let or hindrance at the emperor's camp. Now I would have you know that the reason why all these knights performed such long journeys without meeting any adventure was, because they heeded nothing but to prepare for the great battle, and would therefore meddle with nothing of less moment that might keep them from it. When Arquisil came to the camp, he spoke with the emperor apart, and told him how Amadis had dealt with him, and what a mighty power was there assembled, and the names of all the good knights who were come to his succour. And be assured, said he, that so soon as they know you have moved on, they will advance to meet you. Arrogant as the emperor was, yet when he heard this from so good a knight, and one who he knew would speak nothing but what was true, he was dismayed, as they used to be whose courage lies more in words than in actions, and he wished he had never been brought into this quarrel. He had expected that Amadis never could have raised a force to oppose him and King Lisuarte, and that they should have blocked him up by sea and by land, so that, either by famine or treaty, he might recover Oriana and vindicate his honour. But thenceforward the hope and confidence which he expressed was more than in truth he felt, and he conformed himself more to the advice of King Lisuarte and his good men. 15 days they remained in the camp mustering their forces, which were found to be as follows. The Emperor brought 10,000 horsemen, King Lisuarte 6,500, Gasquilan King of Sweden 800, King Cildadan 200. When all was ready the army were ordered to march. The Emperor divided his host into 3 divisions. The first, of 2,500 knights, he gave to Floyan, the brother of Salustanquidio. The second, with a like number, to Arquisil. The other 5,000 he reserved for his own command, and he requested King Lisuarte to let him be in the van, to which the king assented, though he would far rather have taken that post himself, for he thought little of the Romans, and feared that they might by their confusion occasion some great loss. Howbeit, to do the Emperor honour, he consented, which in such a case was ill done, for then all affection should be laid aside and nothing but reason consulted. King Lisuarte made 2 divisions of his force. The one, of 3,000 knights, he gave to King Arban of North Wales, and with him he appointed Norandel to go, and Don Guilan the Pensive, and Cendil of Ganota, and Brandoyas. 3,000 of his knights he gave to King Cildadan and King Gasquilan, which with their own 1,000 made another division. Of the rest he took charge himself. His standard he gave to the good Don Grumedan, who, with great sorrow and heaviness of heart, reflected on that ill exchange which King Lisuarte had made, to make such men his enemies, and choose such for his friends. All this being thus ordered, the army moved on behind the baggage, which went forward that the camp might be pitched. Chap. XXVI. How King Perion advanced with his people against his enemies, and how he arrayed his army for the battle. The history saith that as this King Perion was a knight of great courage, and one whom fortune had always hitherto assisted to uphold his honour, and seeing himself brought into such a contest which affected his sons and all his lineage, and knowing likewise the great courage of King Lisuarte, and what a revenger of injuries wrought to him he was. For these things he was always pondering on what it behoved him to provide for. He was well aware that if the chance went against him, that he would not be satisfied with victory, but like a mad dog would hunt them out wherever they should retreat, and think nothing of any fatigue or difficulty in pursuing them, even as he himself should do if he were the conqueror. He therefore, among other needful things, was careful to have trusty persons in those parts where they could observe the movements of the enemy, and by them he was now advised how and in what order they were on their march. So on the morrow betimes he rose, and summoned all the chiefs and the knights of his lineage, and told them what he knew, and how he thought they should raise their camp, and divide their army, that every man might know what standard and what leader he was to follow, and that having so done, they should march to meet the enemy and give them battle, in full confidence that they should be victorious in so just a cause. To this they all accorded, and earnestly they besought that, both because of his high rank and of his great courage and discretion, he would take the charge of leading and directing them, all promising to obey his orders. This he accepted, well knowing that what they proposed was right, and that which he could not reasonably decline. Then he ordered the council to be carried into effect. The camp was raised, and the forces all armed and mounted assembled in that wide plain. This good king rode in the midst of them on a goodly horse, and armed with rich arms. 3 squires were with him, and 10 pages all on horseback, and all bearing one device, whose appointment was to ride about the field of battle, and give their horses to such knights as should be in need of them. He was now at that age that the most part of his hair and beard was grey. His countenance was somewhat flushed with the heat of his armour, and somewhat by the thoughts of his heart. All knew his courage, and the sight of him gave courage to all, so that they lost all fear, and made no doubt but that, under God, such a leader would assuredly give them the victory. He looked at Don Quadragante and said, Brave knight, I entrust the van to you, with my son Amadis, and Angriote of Estravaus, and Don Gavarte of the Perilous Vale, and Enil, and Balays of Carsante, and London with the 500 knights of Ireland, and 1500 of my people. You, my good nephew Agrayes, shall lead the second division, with Don Bruneo of Bonamar, and his brother Branfil, and their troops and your own, in all 1600 knights. You, honourable knight Grasandor, shall take the third division, and thou, my son Florestan, with him, and Don Dragonis, and Ladadin of Fajarque, and Elian the Bold, and Trion with the people of Queen Briolania, who with the forces of King Tafinor will make a company of 1600 knights. Then he turned to Don Brian of Monjaste. You, my good nephew, shall have the fourth, with your own people, and with 3000 of the Greeks, so that you shall be 5000 in all, and with you Mancian of the Silver Bridge, and Sadamon and Orlandin. He appointed Don Gandales with 1000 to carry succour where it should be most needed. He himself took to his charge Gastiles and the remainder of the forces which the Emperor of Constantinople had sent, and he bade all the army look to the Emperor's standard, and regard it as though he himself were there in person. All being thus appointed, the army moved on with the sound of many trumpets and other instruments of war. Oriana and the queen and princesses and dames and damsels of her company beheld them, and in their hearts besought God to help, or rather, if it were his good pleasure, to give them peace. Chapter 27. How when Arcalaus the enchanter knew that all these forces were collected for battle, he in all haste called upon King Aravigo and his companions. Now Arcalaus the enchanter had, as you have heard, stirred up King Aravigo and Barsinan, Lord of Sansuena, and the King of the Deep Island, who had escaped from the battle of the Seven Kings, and all the lineage of Dardan the Proud, and when he knew that Amadis and King Lisuarte had collected their forces, he dispatched a knight called Garin, who was the son of Grumen, one of the enchanter's kinsmen, whom Amadis slew when he rescued Oriana. Him he bade rest neither day nor night till he had borne the intelligence to all those chiefs. Meantime he himself assembled the kinsmen of Dardan and all his own forces. This Garin came to King Aravigo, whom he found in Araviga, the chief city of all his realm, from which all the kings thereof were called Aravigos, because great part of their dominions lay in the land of Arabia. The king at this news without delay assembled all his forces, and they pitched their tents in the plains near Calafan, which was a principal town in Sansuena. 12,000 knights were they in number. There they prepared their fleet, and stored it with food in abundance, as men who were going against a strange land, and from thence they put to sea, and with a fair wind in 8 days they arrived at a port in Great Britain, where Arcalaus had a strong castle. Arcalaus had with him 6,000 good knights, who all hated King Lisuarte and Amadis, for having hunted down and slain many of their chiefs, and put them to flight themselves, like evil doers as they were. I cannot tell you the joy there was at this meeting. So as Arcalaus had learned from his spies that the king and Amadis were advancing to meet each other, he set forth without delay. Barsinan led the van. He was a young knight and strong, eager to revenge the deaths of his father and of his brother Gandalot, and to show his own prowess. He had under him archers and crossbowmen and 2,000 knights. Arcalaus, who, as you may well believe, was not inferior to him in great strength and courage, led the second division. Though half his right hand was lopped off, yet could there hardly be found a better knight in arms, if his ill deeds had not taken away all the renown which his hardihood gained. He led on 600 knights, and 2,400 whom King Aravigo gave him. King Aravigo himself and that other king of the deep island led the third detachment with all the other forces, and they had with them 6 knights all akin to Brontaxar Danfania, whom Amadis slew in the battle of the 7 kings, as is recorded in the 3rd book of this history. These 6 knights came from the Sagittary Island, where it is said the Sagittaries at first made their habitation, and they were huge in body, and strong like those who were descended in a right line from the hugest and most valiant giants that were ever in this world. These knights, when they heard of such great preparations, came by their own good will to revenge the death of that Brontaxar, who was the chief of all their lineage, and also to prove themselves against those knights of whom such renown was gone abroad. For these causes they came to King Aravigo, who greatly rejoiced at their coming, and besought them to go in his division, the which they promised, though against their will, for it was their wish to have been in the front of the battle. At this time the Duke of Bristol arrived. He, though he had been required by Arcalaus, would not at first engage, thinking what he said was rash and ill advised. But when he saw so great a power assembled, he then thought it his wisest course to join them, that he might revenge the death of his father, whom Don Galvanes and Agrayes and Olivas slew, and also that he might recover the lands which had been forfeited by his father's death. He had conceived that if Lisuarte was put to the worst, he should regain his inheritance, but if Amadis was defeated, then should he be revenged upon those who had so injured him. When King Aravigo and the other chiefs knew who he was, they were more joyful of his coming, because he was a native of the land and had towns and castles therein, than they would have been if a foreigner had joined them with a greater force. King Aravigo gave him 500 knights in addition to his own force, and in this array they set forward, marching by byways that they might be the more secure. End of Book 4, Chapter 27. Book 4, Chapter 28 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 28. How the Emperor of Rome and King Lisuarte went with all their force towards the Firm Island to seek their enemies. The history saith that the Emperor of Rome and King Lisuarte broke up their camp before Windsor, and set forth with all that company whereof you have heard. They resolved to proceed leisurely, that their men and horses might be fresh at the meeting. So the first day they proceeded only 3 leagues, and at this pace they continued their progress till they learned that King Perion was on his way to meet them, and was then only 2 days' journey distant. Incontinently King Lisuarte commanded Ladasin, the cousin of Don Guilan the Pensive, to take 50 knights and keep 3 leagues before the army. He on the 3rd day fell in with the advanced guard of King Perion, 40 knights led by Enil, and sent forward for the same precaution. Both parties then stopped and sent each the tidings, not daring to come to an encounter, for that had been forbidden them. The 2 armies continued to advance, and were now within half a league of each other upon a great and wide plain. In either army there were many knights skilful in war, that neither in this respect could boast of much advantage over the other, and it seemed as if by common accord they set about fortifying their camp with ditches and other means of defence, in case they should need such helps in retreat. While the armies were thus employed, Gandalin arrived, who had taken Milicia to the Firm Island, and had since hastened with his utmost speed to come up before the battle. The reason was this. You know that Gandalin was the son of the good knight Don Gandales, and the milk brother of Amadis. From the day on which Amadis, then calling himself the Child of the Sea, was made a knight, he knew that they were not brothers, though till then they had ever thought themselves such, and from that hour Gandalin had always attended him as his squire. Now, though he had often besought his master to make him a knight, yet Amadis could never have resolution to do that, which by reason he ought to have done, and to which he was greatly bound, for his father's sake who fostered him, and for his own being the best squire that ever served a knight. Yet, because Gandalin knew the secret of his love, and was his only comforter, and the only one with whom he could talk about Oriana, he could not bear to lose him, as he must have done had he knighted him. For then Gandalin must needs have gone his way to seek adventures and gain the praise of prowess. But now that Amadis had his Lady Oriana in his power, and was resolved not to part with her except he lost his life, Gandalin knew that he might reasonably demand knighthood, more especially on so great and signal an occasion as this battle, for greatly as he desired it, he had never much urged the point, knowing how necessary he was to his master. So having now delivered the bidding of Queen Elisena, and related his tidings, he took him aside and said, The reason, sir, why I have so long ceased to ask knighthood at your hand with that earnestness which would have become me, has been my great desire to serve you, and my knowledge how necessary I was to your comfort. For this reason I have forborne to act as became my good birth, and suffered my honour to be neglected. But now, sir, that she for whom you have endured so much is in your power, there is no excuse either to satisfy myself or others why I should longer forbear to seek the order of knighthood. Now I beseech you give it me, for you know otherwise what shame and lasting dishonour it will be to me if it be now withheld. When Amadis heard him speak thus he was so troubled that for a while he could not reply. At length he said, O my true friend and brother, it is as grievous for me to fulfil what you require as though my heart were plucked from my body, and if with any reason I could dissuade you, I would strive with all my might so to do. But your demand is so just that it cannot be denied, and I am grieved that I did not provide such arms and horse for the occasion as you deserve. Then Gandalin knelt down to kiss his hand, but Amadis raised him and embraced him and wept over him, to think of the solitude he should endure for his loss. Sir, quoth Gandalin, Don Galaor in his great courtesy, knowing my desire, hath given me his horse and arms, of which, he said, he had no need in this malady. I thanked him and took the horse, which is a good one, and the breastplate and helmet, but not the other arms, for they ought to be what beseem a young knight, and those therefore I had made while I remained with him. He offered me his sword also, but I told him, sir, that you would give me one of those which Queen Menoresa gave you in Greece. Since it is so, replied Amadis, do you watch your arms the night before the battle in the chapel of my father's tent, and in the morning when we are about to encounter the enemies, the king my father shall knight thee. You know that no better man can be found, nor one from whose hand you could receive more honour in the ceremony. Sir, quoth Gandalin, what you say is true, it would be hard to find another knight like the king, but I will receive knighthood from no hand but yours. Lasindo, Don Bruneo's squire, has told me that his master has promised to knight him, and we two will watch our arms together. God grant that I may fulfil the duties of knighthood, and manifest the teaching which I have from you received. 2 days did the armies remain within sight of each other, fortifying their camps and preparing all things for the battle. On the 2nd day at evening the spies of King Aravigo arrived at the top of the mountains, and from thence beheld how both hosts were encamped below. When King Aravigo and the other leaders heard this, they sent their scouts back to observe all that should pass, and they themselves took possession of all the passes of the Sierra, and so stationed themselves that, if need were, they could with little danger retreat by the mountains to the sea and there embark. But their doings had not been so secret that King Lisuarte had not heard how so great an army had landed in his dominions, and though he knew not to what end they came, nor whitherward they marched, he had given orders to secure all the stores, and drive away all the cattle thereabout, and that the peasantry should go to the fortified towns, and he had left certain knights to defend them. King Perion also had heard of them, and was alarmed at the tidings, but neither did he know where they now were, thus had they put both parties in fear. Now had they remained 3 days, and the Emperor Patin became impatient of longer delay, desirous, either vanquished or victor, to return to his own country. Amadis also, and Agrayes, and Don Quadragante, and the other knights, besought Perion to come to battle, that God might decide the cause. The king was as desirous as they, but had delayed thus long that all things might be ready. He now made proclamation that all should hear mass at dawn and arm themselves, and every man then repair to his own captain, for the battle would be waged. The same order was issued in the other camp. So when the dawn appeared, the trumpets sounded so loud and clear that they were heard in both camps as though they had been in concert. The knights began to arm and saddle their horses, and they heard mass in the tents, and mounted, and each went to his proper standard. Who is he that hath such thought and memory, though he had seen this sight, and given it all his attention, that he could relate or write of the arms and horses with their devices, and the knights who were there embattled? Certes, the man would be a fool and devoid of understanding who could think to do this. Leaving therefore the general description, something shall be said here of the particular, and we will begin with the Emperor of Rome, who was strong of body and courageous, and would have been a right good knight, if his little discretion and great pride had not marred him. His armour was all black, helmet and shield and surcoat, except that on the shield he bore the figure of a damsel from her girdle upward made to the likeness of Oriana, well wrought in gold and garnished with pearls and precious stones, and fastened to the shield with nails of gold, and on his black surcoat he had a golden chainwork woven, which device he swore never to lay aside till he had Amadis in chains, and all those who had been with him at the rescue of Oriana. He was on a goodly horse and of great size, and his lance in his hand, and thus he rode out of the camp. Next after him came Floyan, the brother of Salustanquidio. He bore for his arms black and yellow quartered, and nothing more. He was a good knight, and greatly esteemed by his own party. Arquisil was behind him, bearing arms of azure and argent powdered with roses of gold. The arms of Lisuarte were black with white eagles, and he bore one eagle on his shield without any adornment, but those arms came out of the field with great honour by reason of what their lord did therein. King Cildadan appeared in arms that were entirely black, for from the time of his defeat in the Battle of the 100, whereby his kingdom became tributary to King Lisuarte, he had never worn others. I shall not tell you what arms King Gasquilan of Sweden bore, till another time. King Arban of North Wales, and Don Guilan the Pensive, and Don Grumedan would wear no arms for show that day, but only for use, that they might thus show the sorrow they had to behold the king their master placed in so great danger against those who had been in his service and in his household, and who had won for him such honour. Now we will tell you the arms of King Perion and the knights of the other host. The armour and the helmet and the shield of the king were all of burnished steel, and his surcoat was of silk of a bright and vivid colour. He rode a goodly steed, which his nephew Don Brian of Monjaste had given him, being one of 20 which the king his father had sent from Spain to distribute among the knights, and in this guise he advanced with the banner of the Emperor of Constantinople. Amadis was armed in green armour, such as he wore when he slew Famongomadan and Basagante his son, the two mightiest giants in the world. These arms were powdered with lion's ore. Amadis had much affection for them, because he assumed them on his departure from the Poor Rock, and had worn them when he went to Oriana at Miraflores. Don Quadragante wore murrey arms with flowers argent, and rode one of the Spanish horses. Don Bruneo of Bonamar did not change his device, which was a damsel in his shield and a knight kneeling before her. Don Florestan the good knight and jouster bore gules with golden flowers and rode a Spanish horse. The arms of Agrayes were rose colour, and in his shield was a damsel's hand holding a heart. The good Angriote bore his usual arms of azure and argent, and all the other knights of whom no mention is made, that they who read this history may not be wearied, wore rich arms and of what colour they liked best. Thus they went forth into the field in good array, and when they were all assembled, each man under his leader, they advanced slowly on at the time of sunrise, and the morning shone upon their arms which were new and bright, and shone in such guise that it was marvellous to behold. At this time Gandalin and Lasindo came up in white armour befitting new knights. Lasindo went to Don Bruneo, and Gandalin toward Amadis. When Amadis saw him approach, he requested Don Quadragante to take the command, while he knighted his squire. Then he went to Gandalin, and as they were going toward King Perion, said to him, My true friend, I beseech you, keep near me in this battle, for though you have seen many battles and enough of dangers, and may think that you want nothing but strength and courage, it is not so. This is a signal battle, and it behoves you to look well to your life, and to your honour also, and not to give such way to your courage as to let it master your discretion. Keep near me, and I will look to your defence when you shall need help, and do you the same by me when you see I require assistance. They were now come to where King Perion was, to whom Amadis said, Sir, Gandalin would be made a knight, and it would have pleased me that he should have been made so by your hand, but as he wishes to receive the order from me, I come to ask that he may receive the sword from you, that he may hereafter remember the great honour and by whom it was conferred. The king looked at Gandalin, and knew the horse of his son Don Galaor, and the tears came into his eyes. Friend Gandalin, said he, how did you leave Don Galaor at your departure? Greatly recovered from his malady, sir, replied the squire, but in grief and heaviness of heart, for he discovered your departure, though it was kept so secret, but not the cause. He besought me to tell him the truth, and I told him that by what I had learned you were gone to help King Languines of Scotland against certain neighbouring powers. I would not tell him the truth in the state wherein he is. The king at this heaved a sigh from his heart, loving his son dearly, and believing truly that except Amadis there was no better knight in the world, neither for arms nor for all the manners that became a knight, and he said, God grant, my good son, that I may never behold thy death, and that I may see thee honourably freed from thy great love to King Lisuarte, that thou mayst be free and at liberty to aid thy brethren and thy lineage. Then Amadis took a sword from Durin, brother to the damsel of Denmark, and gave it to the king, and he himself knighted Gandalin, and kissed him, and put on his right spur, and King Perion fastened on his sword, and thus was he knighted by the two best knights that ever bore arms. Amadis then went back with him to Don Quadragante, who, to do Gandalin honour, came forward and embraced him, saying, God grant, my friend, that you may as well fulfil the duties of knighthood, as you have manifested all the virtues and good parts of a good squire. I believe it will be so, for good beginning for the most part bringeth on good end. Gandalin humbled himself at this, thanking him for the honour. Lasindo also was knighted by the hand of his master, and Agrayes girt on his sword, and you may be assured that these twain in this their first essay of arms performed such feats and endured such dangers and such toil, that they in this great battle gained honour and the praise of prowess for all the days of their lives. It was not long before they saw their enemies advancing to meet them. When they were near enough, Amadis saw that the banner of the Emperor of Rome was in the van, and at this he rejoiced, to think that the first encounter would be with him, for much as he disliked King Lisuarte, yet he always remembered how he had once dwelt in his court, and what honour he had received from him, and above all that he was the father of his Lady Oriana, for which he had resolved, if possible, to turn aside from him in the battle, that he might not harm him, though he well knew that Lisuarte would show him no such courtesy, but rather seek his death as a mortal enemy. But I tell you that Agrayes had a far other intention, for all his hope was that he might meet King Lisuarte in the battle, and slay him. He ever bore in mind the king's ingratitude, and had he been in Mongaza when the island was given to his uncle, he could never have consented that he should receive it, having been vanquished, but would have given him another such lordship in his father's kingdom. When they were now so near that they only waited for the trumpets to sound that they might begin the attack, they saw a squire come riding full speed from the army, who inquired with a loud voice if Amadis of Gaul were there. Amadis beckoned to him in reply, and when he approached said, I am he, what would you? The squire looked at him, and thought that in his life he had never beheld so goodly a knight in arms, nor who appeared so well on horseback. Good sir, quoth he, of a truth I believe that you are he, for your appearance bears testimony to your great renown. Gasquilan, King of Sweden, my lord and master, sends me to tell you that when King Lisuarte made war upon your knights in the island of Mongaza, he came to his help, in the hope of engaging you in battle, not for any enmity which he bears towards you, but because of the renown of your great chivalry. And now he is come hither for the same intent, and saith that he would willingly break 2 or 3 lances with you before the armies join battle, for after that he may not be able to meet you in the tumult. Amadis replied, Good squire, tell the king your master that I have before heard of his wish, and attribute it to no enmity in him, but rather to the greatness of his courage. Albeit my deeds are not equal to the fame, I am well content that a man of such renown should so esteem me. This quarrel is more of will than necessity, and I had rather it had been in some other cause, more to his own honour and profit, but I am ready to do as it may please him. Sir, replied the squire, my master knows how you conquered his father, the giant of the Dolorous Island, to save Kildadan and your brother Galaor, and though that is nearly concerning him, yet, because of the great courtesy wherewith you used your victory, he is more beholden to you than bound to seek revenge. It is only for your high renown that he desires to encounter you, for the victory would be to his great fame above all other knights in the world, and no shame will it be if he should be conquered by him who has conquered so many knights, and giants, and monsters out of nature. Tell him, quoth Amadis, that I am ready. End of Book 4, Chapter 28.
Book 4, Chapters 29 and 30 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 29. Showing for what reason this Gasquilan king of Sweden sent his squire with the demand which you have heard to Amadis. You have heard who this Gasquilan was, and in what manner he became the king of Sweden. This king was enamored of a princess who was called the fair Pinela, and by her father's death became a lady of the strong island, which was near Sweden. She, because Gasquilan was of the race of the giants, and in himself proud and overbearing, would never encourage his hope. But because her chiefs feared him, and she herself saw no other remedy to prevent his love from changing into exceeding hatred, she devised this means. She told him that it was her determination, and what she had promised to her father at the time of his death, never to marry any other than the best knight in the world. To find who this might be, she had dispatched messengers into all foreign parts, and the tidings they had all brought back was, that a knight called Amadis of Gaul was the bravest and the best knight in the world, who undertook and achieved adventures which no other dared attempt. If therefore he was so strong and courageous, would seek out this Amadis, and conquer him, she would then fulfill her promise to her father, and make him master of herself and her kingdom, fully believing that he would then have no peer. This she did, in the hope that Gasquilan, strong as he was no ways equal to Amadis. When the squire had brought him this answer, he exclaimed, "My friend, you tell me that I most desired to hear. Everything is now as I wished, and I shall win the love of my lady, for I am that Gasquilan whom you know." Then he called for his arms, which were after this fashion: the field of his surcoat, and the bever was murrey, bearing griffins, or his helmet and shield were burnished and bright as a mirror, and on his shield he had a griffin gripping a heart in his talons, wrought in gold, and fastened into the shield with golden nails, and garnished with jewels. By the griffin he gave to understand the great rigour and cruelty of his lady, and that as that heart was pierced by his talons, even so his heart suffered from its mortal desires. He took a strong lance, whose iron was long and bright, and, going before the emperor, besought him to not let his troops begin the attack till he had performed one joust with Amadis, as he had agreed with him, and he bade the emperor not to hold him as a knight, if he did not in his first encounter rid him of his enemy. The emperor, who knew Amadis better than he did, because he had proved him, thought within himself that this was more easily considered than performed. So Gasquilan advanced forward between the armies, who both halted to witness this single encounter between two such knights. Amadis was ready to give him his welcome. He knew him to be a brave knight, yet, because he was so arrogant and vainglorious, cared little for his valour. For when such men as he are in their greatest need, then God breaks their pride. He turned his horse towards him, and covered himself with his shield, and giving the spur rode at him with all his force. Gasquilan did the same, driving at full speed. Their lances flew up in shivers, their shields and bodies met with such force that all the beholders imagined that they would both be dashed to pieces. Gasquilan was driven up from his saddle with such force that, being of huge bulk, and falling upon the hard earth, his right arm broke, and he lay stunned and like a dead man. The horse of Amadis had his shoulder broken, and he himself was somewhat stunned, yet not so much but that he leaped from his horse before the beast fell, and went on foot towards Gasquilan to see whether he was dead. When the emperor saw Gasquilan lying for dead, and Amadis on foot, he called out to Floyan to advance and help the king of Sweden. Don Quadragante, seeing them come on, cried out, "Attack them, sir, and leave not a man of them alive." Both sides then hastened to encounter, but Gandalin, who saw his master on foot, and was fearful for his safety, rode the foremost to help him, and seeing Floyan in that front of his battle, encountered him so rudely, that Floyan fell, and he himself lost his stirrups, but kept his seat. Both parties now strove to horse their knights, and Quadragante dismounted 4 Romans before he broke his lance, and the horse of the first was given by Angriote to Amadis. Meantime the Romans carried Gasquilan, who was now recovering his senses, out of the field. Gavarte of Perilous Vale and Landon followed the path of Quadragante. These knights were used to such business, and were before the host. But when the two hosts encountered, then was there such uproar that none could understand another, and there might you behold horses without riders, and riders, some slain, others wounded, and trampled under foot. Floyan, who was now horsed again, and desirous both to gain honour and revenge to the death of Salustan Kido, his kinsman, made at Angriote, whom he saw doing great deeds in arms, and struck him in the side so rudely, that he well nigh dismounted him. The blow broke his lance. Then drew he his sword, and dealt a blow to Enil, which made the fire flash from his helmet, and rode on between them, so that neither could strike him in requital. And they wondered at his courage and great prowess. And before he joined his own people, he met a knight of Ireland, one of the servants of Don Quadragante, and cut him on the shoulders, to the flesh and bone, so that he was constrained to quit the field. At this time Amadis, taking him with Balais of Carsante and Gandalin, attacked the flank of the Romans as fiercely as he could, being enraged to see how they defended themselves. His companions followed the path he made, and he smote such strokes with his sword that the enemies were astonished and dismayed, and gave way before him, and strove to run the back behind their fellows. like a flock of sheep when they are set upon by the wolves. As he was thus making his way into the opposition, a bastard brother of Queen Sardamira, by name Flamineo, who was a good knight, advanced to meet him and pierced his shield with a brave encounter. But then his lance failed him. Amadis thought to strike him on the helmet as he passed, but he went by so fast that the blow fell upon the horse behind the saddle and cut away the greater part of his body and of his bowels, so that Flamineo fell with such violence that he thought his shoulders were burst asunder. Meantime Don Quadragante and they who were in his company pressed so closely upon the enemies that they would have destroyed them all if Arquisil had not come up with the second division. At his coming they took courage, and such a shock was given that more than 1,000 of the two sides were dismounted. Arquisil himself encountered Landin, the nephew of Quadragante, and both were driven to ground. Floyan, who with 50 knights had succoured Flamineo and remounted him, now saw Arquisil engaged afoot with Landin, and cried out, "Knights of Rome, help your leader!" He himself, with more than 500 knights, rode to his succour, and Landin would surely then have been slain if it had not been for Angriote, and Enil, and Gavarte of Perilous Valley, who called upon Quadragante to support them without delay, and bested themselves so bravely, that it was marvellous to behold their prowess. On the other part Flamineo, who was again on horseback, collected a company, and came to support his friends. The battle then waxed out, and so many knights were slain and beaten down, that the field was covered with dead and wounded. But the Romans were so numerous, that, maugre all their enemies could do, they rescued Arquisil and got him to horse, and Quadragante and his knights did the same by Landin, for there were horses now at hand who had no riders. This while Amadis was doing wonders, and so well had he now made himself known, that the Romans whenever he appeared gave way. Great need was there for such prowess, for the enemies were so many, that had it not been for the goodness of the knights, they would have had it all their own way. But presently Agrayes and Don Bruneo came up with their division, and as the Romans were now confused, they broke them and divided them, so that they would have had no remedy. If the Emperor himself had not now advanced with the 5,000 knights, this succour was so powerful that they had presently recovered the ground which they had lost. The Emperor himself, armed as you have heard, led the way on a huge horse, being himself of great stature, and marvellously well did he appear, and was greatly admired. Balais of Carsante was the first whom he found before him. He struck his shield so rudely that the lance broke. Their horses encountered. The Emperor's was fresh, but that of Balais could not stand the shock, and fell, and his master with him, who was sorely bruised with the fall. At this success the Emperor was greatly elated. He drew his sword and shouted out, "Rome, Rome, at them knights, let not a man escape!" And he thrust forward into the press, dealing about his blows like a good knight. As he was thus making his great havoc, he met with Don Quadragante, who on his part was laying about him, sword in hand. They seeing each other, both raised their swords, and gave such strokes on each other's helmets, that fire flashed from them. But as Don Quadragante was the stronger, and the Emperor lost his stirrups with that blow, and was constrained to hold round his horse's neck, and was for a while astounded, it was so chanced that Constantio, a young knight and a good, who was brother to Brondajel of the Rock, was hard at hand, and seeing his lord the Emperor in this plight, he pricked forward, and made at Quadragante with an overall thrust of his lance, which pierced the shield and wounded him a little in the arm. Quadragante turned to strike him, and in the moment the Emperor had time to shelter himself among his own knights. But Constantio, tarrying there no longer, rode away toward the part where Amadis fought, and when he saw the havoc he made, that not a man could stand before him, he was so astonished that he verily thought it was some devil come there to destroy them. While he was looking at him, a good knight, who governed the principality of Calabria for Salustan Quidio, came forward, and struck the horse of Amadis in the neck. Amadis in requital gave it to him on the helmet and head through helmet and head. At this Constantio was greatly grieved for the loss of so good a knight, and he cried out to Floyan, "Here, here, maim or kill this man, for this is he who destroys us without mercy." Both he and Floyan then rode up to him together and laid on him with their swords. It was Constancio whom Amadis struck in return. The sword came upon the rim of his raised shield and split it, and went through upon the helmet with such weight that Constancio fell stunned. More than 20 knights, who were appointed to look to Floyan, now joined, and all at once assailed Amadis, but they could not move him from his horse, and every one was afraid to come too near him, who had no need ever to make a second blow. Howbeit the Romans were so many, that elsewhere they had somewhat the advantage. They had killed the horses of Agrayes, and Don Brunio, and Angriote, and surrounded the knights. Lasindo and Gandalin, and Gavarte, and Branfil came to their succour, but the multitude was so great, that though with great danger, that had beaten down and slain many knights, they could not force their way to them. At this time, Grasandor and Don Florestan came up. "Oh, Sir Florestan," cried Lasindo, "help here, for your friends are lost." "Come on then," replied Florestan, "and let us attack those who will not dare abide us." Then sword in hand, he cut his way, and those other knights with him, to the place where their friends were so hardly beset. Who can tell the feats which were performed in that succour? But certes what those knights had wrought, being on foot, and so few, and surrounded by so many enemies, cannot be told. Yet would they even then have been in great danger, if Amadis had not heard the outcry. He had now beaten down 6 of 20 who assailed him, and the rest had retired and left him at liberty. So he rode toward the press, and knowing his friends by their arms, called out to his people, and followed by more than 400 knights, rode up to them. At the same time, Floyan and Arquisil and Constancio came up with the greatest body that they could recollect, and there began the fiercest and most perilous battle that ever man beheld. Then might you have seen Amadis do such wonders as it was never before seen or heard that living man could perform, that both friends and enemies marvelled to behold him, and such an uproar arose then, that the emperor and the greatest part of their army repaired thither. A crossbowman rode to Don Quadragante, who was in another part of the field, and told him what was going on, and he took with him 1,000 knights from his division, saying, "Now, sirs, show your worth and follow me, for your succour is needed." And away they went. He led the way. So thick was the press that he could scarcely get at his enemies. But he wheeled around and attacked them in flank, with such an encounter, that more than 200 knights were overthrown down to the ground, and I assure you, that they whom he reached with a full stroke had never need of a surgeon. At that hour, Arquisil and Floyan and Flamineo, and many others of their comrades, did so well that no knights could do better, striving all they could to slay down Agrayes and those knights who were dismounted. But Florestan and other knights, who had forced their way to them, never gave back, how hardly soever they were pressed. And now are the Romans so sharply set on by Don Quadragante, and by Amadis on other side, who saw the feats of Quadragante, and so bestirred himself, that he left not a man in the saddle whom he could reach, and also by Don Gandales, who had come up with 800 knights, that they began to give around. The emperor, who from the time he had received that blow from Quadragante had employed himself more in directing his troops than in fighting, called out to rally them, but with little effect. For now Agrayes and Angriote and Don Brunio, after so much peril and so hard contest, got to horse at last, and prickled forward into the press, and drove back the Romans till they had retired to the division of King Arban of North Wales. About the hour of sunset, he made way for their retreat to protect them, but he did not advance to battle, because the lateness of the evening, and because King Lisuarte had forbidden him, for many of the other army had not as yet taken part in the battle. They on their part ceased from pursuit, and thus that day ended with great loss to both parties, although the Romans suffered most. The field was in possession of Amadis, who had all his wounded men removed, and his people spoiled their enemies, but many of the wounded Romans perished for want of help. When the armies had thus withdrawn, the religious men of two hosts went out to help the souls of those who were in need. And when they beheld the great destruction that had been made, and heard the cries of the wounded crying for pity and help, They all agreed that it would be for God's service to make a truce, that the wounded might have help and the slain be buried. So they spoke to King Lisuarte and to the emperor, and also with King Perion, and a truce was made for the following day. When morning came, many went to the field to seek their kinsmen and friends and masters, and then might you have beheld such lamentations on all sides as were pitiful to hear, and how much more to see. The wounded were all carried into the emperor's camp, and the dead were buried, so that the field remained clear. That the whole day the knights passed in the refitting their arms and looking to their horses. The wound in Don Quadragante's arm was dressed, and though it was such that if a knight not so good as he had received it, he would not have borne arms nor encountered danger till it was healed, yet he would not be hindered from helping his comrades in the following battle. On the following day they rose at dawn at the trumpet's sound, and heard mass, and put themselves in array, and it was determined on both sides that they who had not fought in the former battle should take the lead in this. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. What befell to either party in the second battle, and for what cause the battle was put a stop to. King Lisuarte placed in the van King Arban of North Wales, and Norandel, and Don Gillian the Pensive, and those other knights of whom you have heard. He and the King Cildadan came behind with their divisions to support them, and in the rear was the Emperor with all his force. King Perion gave the front to his nephew Don Brian of Monjaste. He himself and Gastellus supported him with the banner of the Emperor of Constantinople, and then came the other divisions, so arranged that they would have borne least part of yesterday's battle, should now bear the brunt of this. When the 10 armies drew nigh, the trumpet sounded, and the hosts of Don Brian and King Arban encountered with such a shock that more than 500 knights were thrown, and their horses ran loose over the field. Don Brian and King Arban met. They brake their lances, and then fell to with their swords, as men who well knew their business. Norandel and Don Gillian kept together, and made great havoc among their foes, and worse they would have made it, had it not been for Filinio, a kinsman of Don Brian, who, collecting a body of Spanish knights, charged so hotly in that part where they fought, that, maugre all their efforts, they made them give back, and then the tumult became so great that King Arban and Don Brian were separated by the throng. Each of those knights then did his best, but the Spaniards being more in number and better horsed, had soon so greatly the advantage, that their enemies would all have been cut off, if King Lisuarte and King Cildadan had not advanced to help them. Their coming retrieved the loss. King Perion, who saw the wrath with which Lisuarte advanced, then said to Gastellus, "Now, my good sir, let us go on, and let us always look to the standard." And then they made their onset. King Lisuarte received them like a man whose heart never failed. You may believe that without doubt there was no knight in this time who more bravely adventured this person whenever his honour was concerned, as you have seen throughout the great history. Who can tell the feats of chivalry that were now wrought, when so many were engaged together? Certes it would be impossible for any one who would speak the truth, for so many good knights were now slain and wounded, that the horses could not set foot to ground without trampling on them. King Lisuarte, like a man who esteemed his life as nothing, thrust so bravely among his enemies, that there was scarcely any man who would dare abide him. King Perion, in another part, as he was doing wonders, encountered King Cildadan. But they, because they knew each other, would not engage, but passed on, each felling down his opponents. So great was the uproar, that the Emperor thought his friends were in danger, and gave orders to his troops to make their attack. Upon that all the remainder of the army came up. At the same time the rest of King Perion's army advanced, and then the whole of the both hosts were engaged. And now were they all so intermingled that no one could attend to his leader. They were so thronged that there was no room to strike, not even with sword, but by the force of hand they plucked their enemies down. And in that affray they who were trampled to death under the horses' feet were more in number than they who were perished by the sword. The uproar and the noise were so great, as well of voices of the din of arms, that all the valleys of the mountain rung. and it seemed as if the whole world were there assembled in arms. And of truth you may believe, not that the whole world, but the most part, and the flower of Christendom was there, which that day suffered a great loss, that it did not for a long time recover therefrom. This should be a warning to all Christian princes, to take heed how for their errors they make the innocent perish thus. For peradventure, because of their innocence, they who are slain go to a happy place, and a worse and more perilous death remains for those who caused the destruction, though at the time they escape. Agrayes, who always was seeking King Lisuarte, now saw that he had just broke his lance in overthrowing Dragonis, whom he was about to strike with the sword. Upon this Agrayes cries out, at me, King Lisuarte, for I am the man who most hate thee. The king turned, and seeing him, they made at each other with such fury that they met too closely to strike. Agrayes then let his sword hung by the chain, and grappled with them. Now, as you have heard heretofore, Agrayes was the most impetuous knight, and of the best heart of any that lived in his time, and if his strength had been equal to his courage, there would not have been a better knight in the world, and as it was he was one of the good men. So they grappled then, and struggled each to throw the other, and Agrayes would have found himself in danger, for the king was of greater stature and strength than he, if King Perion had not come up, and with him Florestan and Landin and Enil and many other knights. They came to help Agrayes, and on the other side Don Gilian and Norandel and Brandoyus and Giontes, who always kept a watchful eye upon the king. Sword in hand they all came up, for their lances had long been broken, both parties striving to succour their friends, but the king and Agrayes grappled so closely that they could not separate them, neither could the one overthrow the other, for both were upheld by their comrades. As the press of the battle was now round about them, the uproar brought thither many knights on both sides. Among others, Don Quadragante came up, and seeing what it was, he forced his way through. He could not strike at the king, lest the blow should wound Agrayes, but he laid hold on him, and plucked so smartly that he had well nigh overthrown both. And though the knights of Lisuarte laid on him a heavy load of blows, yet would he not loose his hold. At this time King Arban came up, who till now had been with the emperor, and seeing the king's danger, he was greatly dismayed, but he thrust forward and seized Quadragante forcibly in his arms, and thus they were all four entangled, and round about the King Perion, and his knights, and Normandel and Don Gilion, and their comrades all fiercely battling. While they were in this tumult, the emperor and King Cildadan came up with 3000 knights, and Galtinus and Grasonder with great company on the other side. All these came on with such force, and the press became so great, that they who were struggling and clasped together were fain to release each other, and all four remounted on horseback, though so exhausted that they could scarcely keep their seats. But now so great a multitude thronged to succour of the King Lisuarte, that the day would have been lost, if it had not been for the great worth of King Perion, and Don Quadragante, and Don Florestan, and the knights with them, who valiantly bore the brunt of the assault. At this time Amadis came from the right wing of the battle, where he had slain Constantio with one blow, and broken the enemy. His sword was bloody up to the hilt, and he rode a fresh horse, which he had just taken from one of the pages. Count Galtinus and Gandalin and Trio came with him, and when he saw so many attacking his father, and the emperor pushing on like a man who thought the day his own, he spurred his horse, and made so fierce an assault that it was marvellous to behold him. Floyan knew his arms, and being fearful that if he encountered the emperor, all his people would not be able to save him, thrust forward, adventuring his own self to save his masters. Don Florestan placed himself by the side of Amadis, and seeing Floyan, encountered him with such blows that he beat him from his horse, and what with the wound and with the crowd who trampled on him, Floyan was there slain. Amadis meantime had set his eyes upon the emperor and his heart upon killing him. He made at him through the throng, and maugre all resistance forced his way to him, and dealt him a blow that made him drop his sword and reel in the saddle. Before he fell, Amadis drove down the sword a second time. It came upon the shoulder and cut through the armour and flesh and bone, slicing down, so that the whole quarter hung loose, and the emperor fell and was dead presently. When the Romans saw their emperor slain, They set up such a cry that all who heard turned thither, and among the rest Arquisil and Flamineo came up with many other knights and beset Amadis and Florestan. But then Count Galtanes and Gandalin and Trion called out to Don Bruneo and Angriote to join them, and they five made their way to their succour. King Perion, meantime, and Agrayes and Quadragante were engaged against King Lisuarte and King Sildadan, and then was the hottest fight that had been seen that day, and the greatest slaughter. But now Don Brian of Monjuste and Don Gondales, who had collected about 600 horse, made so fierce a charge in the part where Amadis was fighting, that the enemy's perforce were driven back. At the great outcries which were then heard, King Arban turned his head, and seeing how the Romans were losing the field, he said to Lisuarte, "Retire, sir, or you are lost." When the king heard this, he looked around and saw that it was true. He then bade King Sildadan help him to withdraw his men in good order, that they might not be destroyed. And thus they retreated, still facing their enemies, and making his head against them, till they had fallen back as far as the Romans, and then they all halted, and stood their ground, for Norandel, and Don Gillian, and Sandal of Gannato, and Ladasin, and many other knights, went to assist the Romans, they being the weakest. But all was in vain, for the battle was lost. Amadis now saw that Lisuarte had utterly lost the day, and that if he pursued his victory, it would be no longer in the power to save the king, nor his own good friends, who were on that side. But above all, he remembered that he was the father of Oriana, and called to mind the favours which he and his lineage had once received at his hands. And he knew that forbearance now would be to his glory and attributed to exceeding virtue, not to lack of strength. For Romans were carrying their emperor from the field with great lamentations, and scattered in confusion. The night was now at hand, and he resolved, though with danger of some shame, to try if he could now serve his lady. So taking with him Count Galtanes, he rode between the two armies with great peril, for his own people, now knowing their advantage, pressed so upon the foe, that none except Lisuarte and Sildadan and the best knights could now make any defence. They rode up to King Perion, and Amadis said to him, "Sir, night comes on so fast, that we shall soon not be able to distinguish one another, and if the battle be continued, there is a danger lest we slay our friends as well as our enemies. We had better call back the troops, and the enemies have received such a loss, that I believe they will not dare abide us on the morrow." The king, who was grieved in his heart to see so many perish, who had no fault, replied, "Let it be, son, as you have said, that there be no further slaughter. God, who knows all things, sees that we forbear for his sake, for they are all at our mercy." Agrayes, whom Amadis did not see, was near King Perion, and heard all that was said. "How, sir cousin," quoth he, "now that you have conquered your enemies, and are now at the point of becoming the most honourable prince in the world, would you stay and spare them now?" Amadis replied, "Sir cousin, I would spare our own people, lest in darkness they should slay one another. As for the enemy, I hold them as conquered, for they can make no defence." But Agrayes, who well knew what was his intention, exclaimed, "Since you will not conquer, you ought not to command, and you deserve always to be an errant knight, since at such time you suffer compassion to overcome you. But do as you please." Then King Perion on one side, with Don Quadragante, who was nothing sorry for the resolution, because of King Cildadan, with whom he was so nearly connected, and now he loved so well, and Amadis and Gastiles on the other side, began to recall the troops, which they did with little difficulty, for it was now night. King Lisuarte, who had no hope of recovering the field, and was resolved to die rather than be conquered, was greatly astonished to see these knights withdraw their troops, and well knew that it was not done without some great cause, and he stood still to see what would come of it. Now when King Cildadan beheld what the enemies were about, he said to Lisuarte, "I believe these people do not pursue us that they may do us honour. Since it is so, let us secure our retreat, and go to rest, for it is time." This accordingly they did, for King Arban of North Wales, and Don Guilan the Pensive, and Arquisil and Flamineo brought off the Romans, and thus then this great battle ended, as you have heard. Now because the beginning of all this great history was founded upon the love of King Perion and Queen Elisena, by whom this knight Amadis was begotten, from whose love for his lady Oriana all this great outcry had proceeded. Although it may appear somewhat from the purpose, yet reasonable it is, that for this reason, and for the excuse of those who love like him, it should be said now the strength of love is above the strength of all other things. Seeing that it is such an affair as this, so famous in all the world, where so many nations were assembled, and there was so great slaughter, and the honour of victory was so great, love had such power above anger and rage and pride and old hatred, that this knight forewent the glory of the greatest victory in the world, whereby his enemies were saved, as you have heard. The destruction of King Lisuarte and all his people was then in the hands of Amadis. But it is not reasonable that this should be attributed to any other than that Lord who is the helper of all things, and we may well believe that it was permitted by him for the sake of the great peace and concord which ensued after this great enmity, as you shall hear. The armies being thus separated, and having retired to their camps, truce was made for 2 days, because the dead were so many. What trouble there was in burying them, and what mourning was made, I may be excused from relating, because the death of the emperor made all other losses be, as it were, forgotten, and because it would be tedious. End of chapter 30. Read by Lambda.
Book 4, Chapters 31 to 33 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 31. How King Lisuarte sent the body of the Emperor of Rome to a monastery, and how he spake with the Romans. When King Lisuarte came to his tent, he besought King Cildadan to alight and disarm there, that before they rested they might give order respecting the body of the Emperor. Then, weary and bruised as they were, they went to the tent where the Emperor lay dead, and found his knights making dole over him. For albeit he was so proud, yet was he so liberal of his gifts and favour, that covered many of his faults. The two kings then besought all these knights to go rest themselves, saying that they would see the body disposed of as it ought, and then they gave orders to the officers of his household to prepare the body that it might be carried a day's journey to a monastery near the town of LOBEIRA, from whence it may be removed at leisure to the chapel of the Emperor at Rome. They then returned to the tent, and then they supped, and it seemed with a cheerful countenance. But there was one who was troubled in his spirit, and that was King Lisuarte. For by the great advantage the enemies had gotten in the two former battles, he knew that when the truce expired there was no hope for him, but either he must be dishonoured and vanquished, or what he was more certain of, slain. On the morrow the Emperor and Floyan were carried to the monastery, and Lisuarte and King Cildadan went to the Emperor's tent, and called together Arquisil and Flamineo and the chief knights among the Romans, and said to them, My good friends, God only can tell the grief I feel for this loss, and the desire I have to revenge it, but the past is without remedy, and we must show that the death of a prince is not the destruction of all his people. If all others should forsake me, I will not depart from this place, except either conqueror or dead. Do ye therefore call to mind what you are, and we may yet recover what advantage we have lost to our great glory. To this Arquisil, who was now the chief in rank as well as courage, being next in succession to the Emperor, replied, It is notorious to all the world what signal things the Romans have achieved, being among other nations like the morning star among other stars. Since we are of so great a nation, do not you, King Lisuarte, believe but that we will fearlessly follow the example of our forefathers, and therefore for myself and for these chiefs I offer, when this truce is at an end, to take the front of the battle and to resist the enemy even with more heart and courage than if our lord the emperor were present. Greatly were they all contented with this brave speech of Arquisil. King Lisuarte then said to Cildadan, Good sir, since we have found such resolution in the Romans which I did not expect, and since they have now so good a knight as Arquisil to lead them, we also should lay aside all fear, and take this chance as we ought. For myself I tell you that after the truce there shall be nothing but battle, and if God does not give me victory, I do not wish him to give me life, for death would be more desirable. Now, though King Cildadan was always grieved at heart to think that he was tributary to King Lisuarte, yet being so good a knight, and regarding his oath and promise more than his own will and pleasure, he replied, I am rejoiced, sir, by what the Romans say, and still more at beholding your resolution, for things like these are the touchstones by which virtue is proved. For myself, be assured that living or dead, where you are, there shall my body be found also. From that hour King Lisuarte resolved, let his fortune be what it might, to release Cildadan from his vassalage for that good will which he manifested to die in his defence. Chapter 32. How when the holy hermit Nasciano knew of this great quarrel between the kings, he set about making peace. Nasciano, the holy man who had brought up Esplandian, heard of the great discord between the kings, and what danger they were in, whether by a special revelation of God or by rumour that reached him is not known, for the hermitage wherein he had dwelt 40 years was in so remote a part of the forest that scarcely ever traveller passed that way. He being sick, besought God to give him strength, that he might go to the Firm Island to obtain Oriana's consent, without which it could not be done, that he might reveal the secret of her love to Amadis, which he might safely do, she being not in her father's power, and whereby he trusted to bring about peace. So being somewhat recovered, though still very weak and infirm, he mounted his ass, and took with him 2 men of the village where his sister dwelt, and with much labour and slow travelling arrived at the Firm Island, when King Perion and the army had left it to give battle, whereat he was greatly grieved. Being arrived, he sent word to Oriana of his coming, at which she greatly rejoiced, being desirous to consult with him respecting her conscience, and she sent the Damsel of Denmark to bring him to her. So soon as he came within the doors, she fell upon her knees before him, and wept bitterly, and said, O holy man, give your blessing to the unhappy and sinful woman, who, for her own misfortune and the mischief of so many others, was born into this world. The tears came into the hermit's eyes, and he raised his hands and blessed her, saying, That God who is the helper of all and almighty, bless you and remedy all your troubles. He then took her by the hand, and raised her up, and said, My good lady and dear daughter, I am come hither with much toil to speak with you, and when you are so pleased, hear me, for I cannot tarry, neither is it befitting my habit and manner of life. Oriana, who could not answer him for sobs, then led him to her chamber, and gave order that they should be left alone. When the hermit saw he could speak safely, he said, My good lady, I have heard all this news in my hermitage, and have therefore taken this journey, because I knew the secret of your conscience, and the great danger of your person and fame, if the marriage which the king your father designeth should take place. Now, my dear daughter, having learned this from you in confession, I am not at liberty to apply the remedy to all this evil, but it is now a greater sin to keep it silent than to reveal it. I therefore come, my beloved daughter, that you may be persuaded that your father should be informed of what has passed, and how he cannot lawfully give you any other husband than the one you already have, for while he thinks he may justly dispose of you in marriage, he will persist in his determination to the great destruction of so many, and at last it will be discovered, for the Gospel saith, that all hidden things shall be made known. Oriana, who had now somewhat recovered, took his hands and forcibly kissed them oftentimes, and said, O holy man and servant of God, I commit my cares to you, that you may do what is most for the good of my soul and the service of God. and I beseech him to direct you, not as I, sinner as I am, have deserved, but as he in his infinite goodness hath oftentimes been pleased to deal with those who, like me, with their whole hearts implore his mercy. Put your trust in him, replied the good man, and I must without delay depart, for great evil might arise if I made any tarriance. God be with you, said Oriana. I beseech you, if you return here, bring with you the child who is indebted to you, under God, for his life. The holy man then took his leave, but so infirm was he, that not being able to travel in any other manner than upon his ass, he did not arrive at the camp of King Lisuarte till these 2 battles had been fought, and they were employed in burying the dead. This sight greatly troubled him, and he besought God to prosper him, that he might be the means of ending this destructive quarrel, and without any delay he rode straight to the king's tent, and there alighted from his ass and went in. When the king saw him he knew him immediately, and marvelled at his coming, for he thought that by reason of his great age he could not go from his hermitage, and he presently judged that so holy a man was not come without great cause, and he went to meet him, and fell upon his knees before him, and said, Father Nasciano, my friend, and the servant of God, give me your blessing. The hermit raised his hands and said, That God whom I and all are bound to revere protect you, and give you such understanding that your soul may one day enjoy the glory and repose for which it was created, if by your own fault it be not lost. He then gave him his blessing, and raised him up, and knelt in his turn to kiss his hand. But Lisuarte embraced him. The king then gave orders that food should be brought him, and after he had eat he led the holy man into a recess of the tent, and asked him the cause of his coming, saying that he marvelled how so recluse a man and one of so great age should have travelled so far from his habitation. The hermit made answer, Certes, sir, according to my years, and condition, and inclination, I am now only fit to go from my cell to the altar. But it behoves all those who would serve our Lord Jesus Christ, and would follow his example, for no trouble or toil to turn aside. I learned, sir, in my hermitage, of this cruel war, and that the cause thereof was, that you were resolved to give your daughter in marriage to the Emperor of Rome. Now this I knew could not be done, not for the reason which the chiefs and people of your realm with good cause assigned, because she is your lawful inheritrix, which ought in conscience to have prevailed, but for another cause which is unknown to you and all your people, and which, according to all laws, divine and human, makes it impossible, which is that your daughter is already joined in marriage to the husband whom it hath pleased our Lord Christ to appoint for his service. When the king heard this, he thought either that the good man's senses were impaired by his great age, or else that someone had deceived him with false tales, and he replied, Nasciano, my good friend, my daughter Oriana neither now has, nor ever has had, any other husband than that emperor to whom I gave her, and God is my witness that I did not that for the sake of disinheriting her to give my kingdom to my other daughter, as some have supposed, but in order by this alliance with the Roman Empire to increase his holy Catholic faith. If I had foreseen the great evils which have occurred, I would gladly have changed my purpose, but as my designs were just and good, I cannot think that what has ensued can be imputed to my account. The good man replied, I told you, sir, that the cause was unknown to you, but I know it. On that day, sir, when by your command I brought child Esplandian to your tent in the forest, the queen and Oriana spake with me concerning the state of their conscience, and then I learned from your daughter Oriana, that when Amadis of Gaul delivered her from Arcalaus and the 4 knights who were carrying her away, that day when you were decoyed away by the damsel, and in danger of losing your kingdom and your life, unless you had been helped by Galaor, she then, in recompense for the service which you had done her, and still more for what his brother had done for you, promised marriage to that noble knight, who was the flower and mirror of old chivalry. And from this marriage it has pleased God that Esplandian should be born, whom he has thought fit so to distinguish above all others that live. You know, sir, better than I, what the wise Urganda the Unknown said concerning him. And now I would see if the great wisdom wherewith God has endowed you be well bestowed, and the great power wherewith he has entrusted you. For since he hath done for you so much more than you deserve, you ought not to think much of following what his holy destinies point out. When the king heard this he was greatly astonished, and said, O Father Nasciano, is it true that my daughter is married to Amadis? He replied, It is certainly true that he is the husband of your daughter, and the child Esplandian is your grandson. Holy Mary, quoth the king, how ill done was it to keep this secret from me so long! If I had known or guessed it, so many would not have been slain for no fault of their own. My good friend, I wish you had informed me in time to have prevented this evil. That, sir, could not be, replied the holy man, for what is revealed in confession must never be divulged, and it is with the consent of the princess that I come. I trust in God that if the present be remedied as it may, he will with little penitence forgive the past, in which the action hath been worse than the will. King Lisuarte made no answer. He sat musing upon the great worth of Amadis and the services he had received from him, and he thought also upon his love to Galaor, and above all to Esplandian, and what Urganda had prophesied. At length he said, Father Nasciano, the friend of God, subject as my heart hath been to pride, and though I had resolved either to receive death or to inflict it, your holy words have such virtue that they have prevailed, and if peace be not now brought about, you shall witness before God that the fault is not mine. Do you therefore speak with Amadis without letting him know my intention, and learn what he would have done in this case, and let us see how all can be settled to the advantage and honour of both parties. Nasciano, weeping for pure joy, knelt before him and exclaimed, O fortunate king, may he who came to save us thank you for this. I have not power to do it. So he prepared to depart without delay, that all might be settled before the truce expired. But as he was going forth from the tent, Esplandian and Sargil came in, whom Queen Brisena had sent to learn tidings of the king her lord. When the good man saw how he was grown, and that he was almost approaching to the stature of manhood, who can tell the joy and delight that he felt? Certes it is impossible to express it, and being as he was with the king, he went towards him as fast as he could to embrace him. Esplandian, though he had not for a long time seen him, knew him immediately, and knelt down to kiss his hand, and the old man embraced him and kissed him many times with exceeding joy, saying, O my dear son, blessed be the hour wherein thou wert born, and blessed and praised be the Lord, who by such miracle preserved thy life, and hath made thee what I now behold. All they who beheld the exceeding love which the good man manifested were greatly moved, but he who felt the most, though he did not show the pleasure which he felt, was King Lisuarte. For well as he had loved the child heretofore for his beauty and the hope there was of him, that love was without the knowledge that he was in very truth his grandson, and such force had this love that all the hatred and enmity which he had so long harboured gave way, and his old feelings towards Amadis returned, such as they were when Amadis was most in his favour. And now he knew that what Urganda had said was true, how that child should bring about peace between him and Amadis. The child now knelt to the king and gave him a letter from Queen Brisena, in which she besought him to make peace, if it could be done to his honour. The good man then said, Sir, it would be a great comfort to me if you would permit Esplandian to go with me, that I may have leisure to look at him and talk with him. Let him go, replied the king, and I charge him not to leave you till it be your pleasure. For this the good man thanked the king much, and he said, My good and happy son, come with me, since the king commands it. The child replied, Good sir, and my true father, I am well pleased to go with you, for I have long desired to see you. So he went out from the tent and mounted his ass, and Esplandian and Sargil rode each his palfrey, and with his company the good man proceeded to the other camp, and rode directly to the tent of Amadis. Amadis, for he had never seen him, knew him not, and could not divine for what so old and infirm a man should come thither. And he knew Esplandian as little, for though he had spared the Roman knights at his entreaty, yet had he then seen him for so short a time that he had forgotten him. But so fair was the child that he could scarce believe such beauty could be in a mortal man. But Don Quadragante knew him, and went up to him, saying, I must embrace you, my good friend. Don Brian of Monjaste and I gave the Greek Knight your bidding. Then he turned to Amadis. This, sir, is fair child Esplandian. When Amadis heard that name, whether or no he was pleased need not be said, for he was so overpowered with joy that he could hardly answer, and did not recollect himself, and if any one had looked at him they would have seen his agitation. But there was none who suspected the truth, for they all believed that only Urganda knew the father of the child. Then Amadis would have embraced him, while Don Quadragante was still holding him by the hand, but child Esplandian said, Good sir, do honour first to the holy man Nasciano, who is come to seek you. When the knights heard that this was Nasciano, the fame of whose holiness and rigorous life was spread abroad in all parts, they all humbly drew nigh, and knelt before him and asked his blessing. The hermit then said, I beseech my Lord Jesus Christ, if the blessing of such a sinner as I am can be of any avail, that it may abate the pride and anger of your hearts, and give you such understanding, that forgetting the vain things of this world, you may follow the true things of the True One. And then he lifted up his hands and blessed them. Amadis then embraced Esplandian, who made obeisance and reverence, not as to his father, but as to the best knight in the world, whom he had long desired to see, and from whom he could now hardly take off his eyes. Amadis, seeing how earnestly the child looked at him, suspected that he knew something of the truth, but the good hermit beholding them both how fair they were, as they were thus embracing, he was as happy as if he had been in paradise, and in his heart he prayed to God for them, and besought him that for his service he would be pleased to enable him to make peace between these knights, who were the flower of the world. He then said to Don Quadragante, Sir, I have something to say to Amadis. While I speak with him, be pleased to take with you this child, since you better than any other of these knights know him. He then took Amadis by the hand, and when they were sufficiently retired, he said, My son, before I open to you the principal cause of my coming, I would have you call to mind how much more than all other living men you ought to be thankful to the Lord our God, for at the hour of your birth you were shut up in an ark and cast into the sea, and the Redeemer of the world had pity on you. He hath made you the fairest knight in the world, and the strongest and most well beloved, and seeing that he hath done so much for you, what ought not you to do for him? I am come hither, son, with great toil and pain, to see if I can bring about peace, and having spoken with King Lisuarte, and found him disposed to obey God, as every good king who is the servant of God should do, I would now, my good sir, learn whether you have most regard to him who created you, or to the vain glory of the world. You may speak to me without reserve, for I have been to the Firm Island, and have undertaken this charge with the permission of the Princess Oriana, the secret of whose heart I have learned in confession. Amadis well believed that this was true, because this was a holy man who would not speak an untruth. He made answer, Friend of God, and holy hermit, I should be the most fortunate knight that ever lived, if I could discharge what I owe to our Lord Christ for the benefits wherewith he has favoured me. But I am a sinful man, who every day offend him, and right glad shall I be if by your coming I may be taught how to make atonement for the past. O my fortunate son, exclaimed the good man, how have you comforted my heart, that was so disconsolate at beholding so great destruction. That Lord who is to save you give you the recompense which I cannot. Now without fear I will tell you what I have already done. Then he told him how by Oriana's consent he had revealed the secret to King Lisuarte, and with what patience the king had learned it, and since by God's help they were in this state, he besought him to devise how, by his marriage with the princess, peace might be established. At this the heart and all the flesh of Amadis trembled for exceeding joy, to think that, by the consent of his lady Oriana, the secret of their love was now made known. My good sir, he replied, if King Lisuarte is in this disposition, and will accept me to be his son, I will acknowledge him for my lord and father, and serve him in whatsoever shall be to his honour. How then, quoth the hermit, shall I proceed to bring this about before there be farther mischief? Amadis made answer, methinks you should speak with the king my father, and tell him wherefore you are come hither, and request him to incline to peace, if King Lisuarte should now accord to what Don Quadragante and Don Brian heretofore demanded, with regard to his daughter Oriana. I trust in his virtue that you will speed with him as you desire. Tell him that you have communed with me, but that I refer everything to his pleasure. The good man incontinently went to the tent of King Perion, taking with him Sargil and Child Esplandian. King Perion, knowing who the good man was, received him with much love, and looking at Esplandian, whom he had never before seen, he marvelled to behold so fair a creature, and asked the hermit who he was. The holy man replied, that he was one whom he had bred up, and whom God had given him by great miracle. What, quoth King Perion, is this the child whom the lioness suckled, of whom Urganda prophesied such wonders, and wrote to King Lisuarte that he should one day bring about peace between him and Amadis? This is he, said the good man Nasciano, and if you have reason to love him now, much more will you have when you know more concerning him. Son, said he, kiss the king's hand. But Perion then embraced him, and asked Nasciano if he knew whose child he was. God's child, the good man replied, though born of mortal man and woman. But it is manifest that God loved him like a child, and it will please him that before long you shall know more concerning him. He then led the king aside, and said, I am come hither, king, being thus aged and infirm as you see me, hoping that the Lord my God will enable me to put an end to this strife. I have spoken with King Lisuarte, who, as one who serves God, is well disposed for peace, so it may be concluded to the honour of both parties, and I have spoken with your son Amadis, who says that he will obey your will, so that now peace or war is at your choice. But all know how greatly you are bound to serve the Lord, who hath so blessed you with all the good things of this life, your kingdom and your wife and your sons. And now will it be seen in what manner you acknowledge his goodness, and are desirous to serve him. God is my witness, replied the king, that I would willingly have avoided this great discord, but King Lisuarte would listen to no reason, thinking that as he had the Emperor of Rome on his part, the whole world were to be subject to him, and what hath ensued from this presumption all men now behold. But if he will now show that reason which hitherto he hath not shown, I trust that these knights who are on our part will easily follow my inclination, which is to put a stop to this slaughter. And farther, that you may know for how slight a demand he is thus obstinate, if he would but come to some terms for his daughter Oriana, that would remedy all. My good lord, replied Nasciano, God will give this remedy, and I in his place. Do you then speak with your knights, and appoint certain of them who are desirous of the common good. King Lisuarte will do the same, and I, as the soldier of God, will be with them to close and repair the breach that has been made. The good man then went away with a joyful heart to the camp of King Lisuarte. King Perion then called together his principal knights, and said, Noble princes and knights, even as we are bound to expose ourselves to all danger to defend our honours and estates, and to maintain justice, so are we to lay aside all anger and resentment, and listen to reason when it is proffered to us. The holy servant and friend of God, Nasciano the Hermit, has come hither to say that our enemies are desirous of peace, more conformable to good conscience than to points of honour, and he only requires that persons on both sides be appointed to meet and consult together. This I thought right that you should know, that your opinion may be taken and followed. At this they were all silent for a while, till Angriote arose and said, Since none else adventures I will speak, sir. We chose you for your great worth to bear chief in this war, knowing that neither favour nor affection would induce you to swerve from what was right. So also am I assured that whatever you shall determine, there is none here who would gainsay, for your single power is sufficient to decide. Howbeit, since you are pleased to ask our judgment, I will tell you mine. It would be great folly in us, having so increased our honour, to deny peace when our enemies are desirous of it. As Don Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste were deputed before, they should be again appointed, as men whose discretion and virtue will justly decide whether for peace or war. So thus it was determined that these two knights should consult with King Perion, and resolve accordingly. Chapter 33. How the holy man Nasciano returned with the answer of King Perion to King Lisuarte, and of what was agreed. The good man Nasciano returned to King Lisuarte and told him how well he had sped, and as the king was now determined no longer to give way to the wicked one, as he had done to the occasion of so great evil, he replied, Peace shall not be prevented by my fault, as you shall see. Do therefore remain here in my tent, and I will go and speak with those knights who have undergone such danger to support my honour. Then he went to the tent of King Gasquilan, who lay in his bed still from his encounter with Amadis, and there he sent for King Cildadan and the chief of the Romans and of his own army, and told them what the good man Nasciano had done, reserving only what related to Amadis and his daughter, for that he would not have known as yet. And he besought them to deliver their opinion, in particular the Romans, for the great loss which they had sustained in losing their emperor bound him to follow their will, even though it were different from his own. King Cildadan in like manner requested the Romans to state their opinion, and upon that the good knight Arquisil arose and said, If my lord the emperor were living, his opinion ought to be followed, because this quarrel was his, but he being dead, we may say that what he was bound to do died with him, and we who are his kinsmen and vassals are now no more apart than as we are bound to follow you, King Lisuarte, which we will do while a man of us remains alive. To you therefore, as the person whom this most nearly concerns, we leave the decision. Much was the king pleased at the speech of this knight, which was as prudent as it was courageous. So returning to his tent, he appointed King Arban of North Wales and Don Guilan the Pensive to treat on his part, and he said to the hermit, As things are in this state, I hold it advisable that you should return to King Perion and tell him that I have chosen these knights, and that as there always are delays in such matters, it would be well if we both raised our camp, because while we are here, neither can the wounded be well looked to, nor the armies supplied with food for men and beasts. He therefore should fall back a day's journey, and I to the town of LOBEIRA, to see that my wounded men be taken care of, and to send off the emperor to his own country. Our mediators will know how to proceed, and you shall be present, and if need be, he and I may see each other, where we may think good. This pleased the hermit well, for though all was not yet settled, he knew the danger would be farther removed when the armies were farther apart, for though this good man was in orders, and led so strict a life in so remote a part, he had in his time been a right good knight in the court of King Lisuarte's father, and after of King Falangris, so that though he was perfect in things divine, he was also well versed in things temporal. Sir, said he to the king, it only remains to appoint a certain day when your ambassadors shall meet here, which will be midway between the two armies, and by God's blessing I trust they will so agree that you and King Perion may meet. I will go without delay, and send to tell you at what hour to break up your camp. So he went to King Perion, who, with the consent of the two chosen knights, was well content that the armies should remove on the morrow. King Lisuarte was advised thereof, and in the morning the trumpets were sounded, and the tents raised, and the two armies joyfully separated, each going to the place appointed. End of Book 4, Chapter 33.
Book 4, Chapters 34 and 35 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 34. How when King Arbaggio knew that armies were separated, he determined to attack King Lisuarte. Meantime, King Arbaggio and Barcinan, lord of Sansuena, and Arcalos the enchanter remained in the mountain. They knew by their spies of the two battles that had been fought, and how the camps were so well fortified that they could not be forced at night. And the longer the struggle continued, the more were they rejoiced, being assured that one party would at length be subdued, and as they should win an easy victory, and fully effect their purpose. But now the spies brought tidings that the armies had broken up their camps, and were separating, they knew not for what cause. Arbaggio presently concluded that some accord had taken place, and he determined without delay to attack King Lisuarte rather than Amadis. For if the king were slain or taken, Amadis would care little concerning Great Britain, and he might obtain possession of it. Howbeit, he said, it would be best to attack them by night, when they were utterly unprepared, and he sent his nephew Esclavor, who was a man skilful in war, with 10 knights to observe their motions. Accordingly, he rode as privily as he could along the mountain, watching their march in the plain. Now King Lisuarte had always been suspicious of this army, though he had no certain knowledge concerning them. But he had heard from some of the country people that there were troops by the seaside, though he had no leisure to attend to the information, being much too employed. But now he was told that there were horsemen on the mountain who seemed to conceal themselves. Presently the king apprehended that if they came upon him, he would not escape without battle, the which he greatly feared, seeing how hardly his army has been handled in the 2 former fights. Howbeit, having so courageous a heart, he did not delay to apply the fitting remedy, and he called King Cildadan and the other chiefs, and telling them that he had prepared, bade them hold their troops in readiness, that if need were, they might be found as knights ought to be. They all replied that they were ready to lose their lives in his defence. But some there were, and in particular Don Grumden and Brandios, who secretly counselled him to advise King Perion, for this army was fresh and numerous, and so greatly were they his enemies, that if they conquered, they would show him no mercy. But the king, who ever regarded his honour more than his life, refused to ask aid of the other army, saying, that belike there was no danger, and if there were, they had only to bestir themselves, as they had done in great perils. He then sent Filispinel with 20 knights to the mountain, to see what they could discover. When he had made his men halt and refresh themselves, for they had now marched 4 leagues, and he was desirous that they should not stop again before they reached Lubania, being fearful of an attack by night, and knowing, if the men rested a second time, they would disarm and sleep, so that a small force would put them to the rout. After they had rested a while and taken food, he gave an order to mount again and proceed, the baggage and the wounded going before, though the greater part of the wounded had been sent to Lubania during the truce. Filispinel went straight to the mountain, and made such search that he soon discovered Esclavor and his company, and remaining himself in sight of them, he sent to inform the king how he had seen these knights upon the lookout, and he believed the rest were not far distant. Lisuarte therefore quickened his march, that he might be near Lubayna if the danger overtook him. For though the town were not strongly fortified, yet he could better defend himself than in the plain. So he was soon at a good distance from the mountains. Esclavor now found that he was discovered, and sent to say to his uncle King Arvaggio, and to tell him that he had better descend into plain without delay, for King Lisuarte having spied them, would not halt till he had found a place to his advantage. When the messenger brought this advice to King Arvagio, his troops were all at rest, that they might be fresh for the attack at night, so that there was great delay while they armed, and the ground which they had chosen for security, because it was rugged and broken, contributed to embarrass them when they were thus in haste. Howbeit, they began the pursuit. Just before they had got down from the mountain, King Lisuarte was so far on his way that it was manifest they could not come up with him till he was very near the town. Arclaus, who knew the country, told King Arvagio not to be grieved on the account, neither to hurry his army, nor to heat them, for he knew the town, and that the king with his small forces would be in greater danger there than in the field. Meantime, by the will of God, who would not that this evil race should put their crooked purposes into effect, it so befell that the good hermit sent child Esplandian and his nephew Sergil to the king to tell him that he would be with them in Lubania as soon as he could, to give order for the meeting of the four knights. When they came to the camp, the army had already departed, and they followed till they came to the place where the king had halted, and there they learned that he had advanced in fear and with greater haste. Upon that they quickened their pace, but before they came in sight of the king, they saw the army coming down the mountain, and immediately thought it was King Arvagio. For when they were with Queen Brisena, they had heard of his arrival in the country, and knew that the queen had sent out troops different ways to observe them. But now beholding how mighty a power was with him, and that King Lisuarte's army was few in number, and so wearied, Esplandian was greatly grieved to think of this danger, and said to Sergil, Brother, follow me, and do not let us rest till the king be succoured. And with that they turned their reins and galloped all the remainder of the day and the night also, till at dawn they overtook King Perion, who had retreated only 4 leagues, and had pitched his camp beside the brook among the fruit trees, and set guard upon the side of the mountain, for he also had learnt of this army by the report of some shepherds. Esplandian went straight to the tent of Amadis, and found the good man who had just risen, and was preparing to set forth on his way. Good son, cried the hermit, why are you in such haste? I cannot tell you, replied the child, till I have spoken with Amadis. So he alighted, and went in where Amadis was asleep, though in his armour, as he had been all night for the defence of the camp. Esplandian awoke him and said, O good sir, if at any time your heart hath desired great exploits, the hour is now come wherein its worth may be made manifest. For though you have achieved many and perilous exploits, yet never was there one so signal as this. Know that the troops who we heard were in the mountains with King Arvagio are advancing as fast as they can against my lord King Lisuarte, and they are so many, and his force is so little, and in so ill a plight, that under God he hath no remedy but in you. Amadis at this arose instantly, and said, Good child, wait for me here, and if I can prevail, your labour shall not be in vain. Then he went into the tent of King Perion, his father, and telling him these tidings, besought his permission to go to the succour of King Lisuarte, which would be greatly to his honour and praise wherever it was known. And he knelt down, and would not rise from his knees till the king had answered him. Son, quoth King Perion, do as you think good. Take such troops as you choose, and lead the way, and I will follow. If we are to have peace with King Lisuarte, this will make it firmer, and if war, it is better that he should be overthrown by us than by any others, who, peradventure, might be worse enemies to us than he is. The trumpets were then sounded, and the whole army being already armed and suspicious of attack, went to horse and arranged themselves in their ranks. King Perion told them what had fallen out, and besought them, laying aside all enmity to King Lisuarte, to march with good will and succour him against the wicked race. They all approved of what he said, and declared they were ready to obey him. Amadis then took with him Don Quadragante, and his brother Don Florestan, and Angriote of Estravers, and Gavarte of Perilous Valley, and Gandalin, and Enil, and 4,000 knights, and also Master Helsibard, who in this war had performed miracles in his office, giving life to many who would not have lived but for the help of God and him. With this company he hastened forward, and King Perion with the rest of the host followed. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. Of the battle which King Lisuarte had with King Arvaggio and his army, wherein King Lisuarte was conquered, and how he was succoured by Amadis of Gaul, he who never failed to succour those who were in need. King Aravaggio might have overtaken Lisuarte if it had not been for the advice of Arcalaus, and the night came on so dark now that they could not see each other. So they continued their march all night, Esclavor and the 10 with him, and 40 others whom his uncle had sent to strengthen them, being as it were mingled with the rear of King Lisuarte's army. Thus they proceeded till the day dawned, and then they saw that they were near each other, and at a little distance from the town. Then King Lisuarte, like a brave prince as he was, halted, and divided his men into two bodies. The one he gave to King Cildadan, and with him were Norandel and King Arban of North Wales, and King Gielan and Sendel of Ganato, and about 2,000 knights. In the other, Arquisil and Flaminio with the Romans, and Giontes and Brandios, and about 6,000 knights. If these two divisions had been well armed and their horses fresh, they would not have had much to fear from their enemies. But it was otherwise, for their arms were broken in the former battle, and their horses spent, as well as with their former fatigue as with the present, having now travelled day and night with little respite. King Aravaggio had placed Barsinan in the van with 2,000 knights, and as soon as it was light enough, the two armies attacked each other with so fierce an encounter that many were overthrown. Barsinan broke his lance and laid hand to his sword, and dealt his blows round like a brave man who was in great anger. Norandel, who was among the foremost, met an uncle of Barsinan, who had governed the land during his minority, and he smote him so rudely that the lance went through the shield and the breastplate and came out between his shoulders, and he fell dead. King Cildadan also, and Don Gielan, and King Arban played their part so well that the host of Barsinan would have been discomfited if Arcalaus had not advanced to their succour. Though he had lost half of his right hand by a stroke which Amadis had given him when he was called Beltenebros, he had now by practice learnt to use his left as well, and at his coming Barsinan and his company took heart again, and many of King Lisuarte's knights were slain or badly wounded or overthrown. Great deeds in arms did Arcalaus then achieve, like one who was valiant and strong, and at that hour you might have seen wonders done by King Cildadan and Norandel and Don Gielan and Sendel of Ganato, for they were the shield and the rampart of the army. But all would have been of no avail, for the enemies were so many and fresh. If King Lisuarte, who were in any danger, how great soever, failed to do his duty, had not advanced, he, desirous rather to die than fail in his devour, pricked forward before his men. The first man whom he met was brother to that Alumas, the cousin of Dardan, whom Florestan slew by the fountain of the elms. Him he thrust through with his lance, and his knights in like manner gave the enemy so hard a charge as made them give back. The king laid hand to sword, and gave such blows that no man who received one of them full had ever need of a surgeon. In that hour he was so enraged that, having no regard to danger, he thrust himself among the thickest of the enemy. Arcalaus had before procured information of what arms he wore, that he might know him in the field and do him the worst hurt he could, for this was his custom. And when he saw him advance thus far before his men, he went to Barsinan and said, Your enemy is before you. If you slay him, the business is done. Do you not see what King Lisuarte is doing? Barsinan then took 10 knights and crying out to Archelaus, "Now have at him, and he or we shall perish." They beset the king on all sides, and beat him from his horse. Now Filispinel and 20 knights who had gone with them to spy the enemy had promised to keep company in the battle, and he, seeing the king fail, exclaimed, "O sirs, now is the time to die with the king." They forced their way to him, and found that 2 knights were grappling with him, and who had overthrown themselves on him before he could rise, and that they had forced his sword from him. At this they assailed Archelaus and his men so fiercely that they made them fall back, but so many of the enemy collected at the call of Archelaus that the king would certes have been slain if the good knight King Cildadan and Arquisil and Norandel and Brandoyos, with a good company of knights, had not come up. Norandel, seeing in what danger the king was, dismounted, and spitting at those who still held the king, recovered for him his good sword, and placing it in the hand, said, "Mount my horse, sir." This the king did, but he would not move from thence till Brandoyos had gotten another horse for Norandel, and then they joined their men, who fought so well that the enemy began to give way, and Archelaus called to one of his knights, asking Aravigo why he would suffer me to be slain. When King Aravigo heard this message, he replied, "I saw that he needed succour, but waited till the enemy should advance further from the town. Howbeit, as he desires it, let us go on." The trumpets then sounded, and he advanced with all his people, and with the 6 knights from the Sagittary Island. He found King Lisuarte's men so weary and heated that he had made his attack safely and with great slaughter, in slaying and beating down all whom they encountered, so that by reason of their prowess, and of that great force which Aravigo brought, Lisuarte's troops could no longer sustain the attack, but began to yield the field like people who were defeated. King Lisuarte himself, who saw the day was lost, and that it could no way be recovered, took with him King Cildadan and Norandel and Don Guilan and Arquisil and certain other the best knights, and stood forward before the rest of the army, whom he ordered to retreat into the town. What shall I say? In this flight and defeat the king exerted himself so to defend his people, that never had his prowess been so manifested since he was made knight, as it was that day. And all those knights that were with him did their devour well. But at length, with great loss, many being slain, many taken, and others wounded, they were driven to the gates of the town, and there, as they crowded to get through, and the enemy pressed upon them in pursuit, a great slaughter was made. King Arban and Don Grumedan, with the banner of the king, were both beaten from their horses, and taken there, and so also would King Lisuarte have been, if some of his people had not held him fast and dragged him perforce within the gates, and then the gates were shut, but they who escaped were very few. The enemies fell back, for they within shot at them with bows and arbalists, and they carried with them King Arban of North Wales, and Don Grumedan with Lisuarte's banner. Archelaus was for putting them without delay to death. But King Aravigo said, "Let us wait till we have taken King Lisuarte and the rest, and then with your accord and advice of those other chiefs, we will bring them all to justice." He then set a guard upon them to keep them carefully. Thus, as you have heard, was King Lisuarte conquered, and the greater part of his army slain or taken, and he and the remainder blocked up in that weak town, where he expected nothing but death. King Aravigo now counselled with the chiefs of his army how they should proceed. Then there were many opinions, as in usual after such victories, when the success is so good that the conquerors know not how to make good better. Some said it would be well now to take preparations of the attack of the town, and meantime set guards around, that Lisuarte might not escape. Others were for an immediate attack, before they within could make any preparations for the defence, saying, that being now defeated and disheartened, they could easily be destroyed. When King Aravigo had heard these opinions, they all looked for us which they would follow, because he was the chief and head of the enterprise. Good sirs and honourable knights, said he, I have always been heard that men ought to follow up good fortune when it comes. Therefore let Barsinian and the Duke of Bristol go with their people to the other side of the town, and I and Archelaus and the King of the Deep Island will remain with our forces here, and let us all attack the enemy without delay, before the darkness comes on, for we shall have but 2 hours more of the sun. If we do not carry the city in this attack, we will fall back, and the army may take their rest till daybreak, and then we will again assail. But I myself promise to you all that I will never take enjoyment till I have them in my power. On the word of a king, I promise that his death or mine shall befall tomorrow. At this were all those lords greatly encouraged and rejoiced, and as King Aravigo had sworn, even so also did they swear. Forthwith they ordered food to be dealt, and made their men eat and drink, and told them that now they were in the point of becoming rich and fortunate, if their own want of courage did not prevent them. This done, Barsinan and the Duke of Bristol, with half the army, went to the other side of the town, and the other half remained, and they all alighted now, and to the sound of the trumpet prepared for the assault. King Lisuarte, when he escaped into the town, took no rest, for he saw his destruction was at hand. Yet though he knew that the place could not long be defended, he determined to do his best till his ill fortune was fulfilled, and die like a knight, rather than fall into the hands of his mortal enemies. The townsmen brought food to him and his soldiers, and when he had eaten he placed his knights and all the people of the town on such parts of the wall as were weakest, telling them that, under God, their safety and their lives were in their own hands and hearts. But such men were they that they needed no one to make them do their duty, for every one expected to die like the king his master. Presently the enemy came fiercely on, like conquerors, covered with their shields, with lances they who had them unbroken, others sword in hand, and the archers and crossbowmen behind. They within received them with stones and arrows from their bows and arbalists. The wall was low, and in some places broken, so that they joined the battle almost as though they had been in the plain. Yet, what with the little defence the place afforded, and more with the great courage of the besieged, the assailants soon lost their first confidence and fell back, but the others kept up the assault. King Aravigo and all the other captains who were still on horseback ceased now to urge their people on, and they themselves rode on up to the walls, and with their lances thrust at those who were on the bulwarks, so that King Lisuarte's place of refuge would soon have been entered, if it had not pleased God that the night came on with great darkness. Then the assailants withdrew as they were commanded, the wounded were dressed, and the enemy placed themselves all around the town, setting strict watch, and surely they thought the first assault by daybreak would end the enterprise. End of chapter 35. Read by Lambda.
Book 4, Chapter 36 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 36. How Amadis went to succour King Lisuarte, and of what happened upon the way before he arrived. When Amadis and his companions went forward before King Perion, he hastened eagerly to be in time for the succour, and that his Lady Oriana might know that, with reason or without it, he always had her present to his eyes to serve her. But the way was long, for from the place where he set out to the field where the two great battles had been fought was 5 leagues, and from thence to LOBEIRA 8, 13 leagues in all, so that march as fast as they could, they were 3 leagues from the town when night overtook them. Amadis had ordered his guides to keep always toward the mountain, that the enemy might not retreat to any strong position, but the darkness came on, and the guides were confounded, and knew not where they were, nor where the town lay, nor whether they had passed it. When Amadis heard this, though he was the most patient man in the world, and the one who upon all occasions could best repress his anger, he could not now refrain from often cursing himself and his evil fortune, so that there was no man who dared speak to him. Don Quadragante, who was also greatly grieved because of King Cildadan, with whom he was so nearly allied, and whom he loved so well, went up to him and said, Good sir, be not so greatly disturbed, for God knows what is best. If it please him that by this help should be afforded to those kings and knights who are so much our friends, he will guide us to them. But if his will be otherwise, no one hath power to act against it. And certes as it fell out, if they had not thus gone astray, the issue would not have been so honourable for them, as you shall hear. Being thus perplexed, Amadis asked the guides if they were near the mountain, and they replied they must needs be near it, for by his command they had inclined that way. He then bade Gandalin go with one of the guides and seek a way up, for if the army were encamped he would see their fires. Gandalin kept to the left, on which hand the mountain lay, and after some time found that he was at the foot of the mountain, and getting up as fast as he could, he looked over the plain, and presently saw the fires. He then called the guide and pointed them out, and asked him if he could lead the way thither. The man answered that he could. Then they hastened back to Amadis and told him this. Lead on then, said he, as fast as possible, for the night is far spent. So they moved forward, and at length came within sight of the fires of Arivago's camp. If that pleased them need not be said, but especially the brave Amadis, who never in his life was so desirous to fulfil adventure, that King Lisuarte might know how, under God, he it was who helped and supported him in all his dangers, for he knew the king could not escape death or captivity without his aid, and had resolved, after having saved him, to return without seeing or speaking to him. The morning now began to break, and they were yet a league from the town. Now when it was daylight, King Aravigo and all his knights prepared joyfully for the contest, and went up to the battlements. Lisuarte and his people bravely defended themselves, but at length the enemy being so many, and encouraged by success, and those on the king's side few, and for the most part wounded and disheartened, they could not prevent them from entering the town with a mighty shout. Then was the uproar great in the street, where the king and his knights obstinately defended themselves, and the women and children, and they who could no way else assist, helped them from the windows. The sword strokes fell so fast, and the arrows and stones flew about so, and such an outcry was there, as none could have beheld without dismay. As King Lisuarte and his knights saw that they were lost, and feared more to be taken than slain, no one can tell the feats they performed, and the blows they dealt about, and their enemies dared not come near them, but pressed on them with lances and stones. On the other side, where King Cildadan and Arquisil and Flamineo and Norandel were opposed to King Aravigo, you may well assure yourself they were not idle, and there was a brave battle, till at length Aravigo and Arcalaus and the 6 knights of the Sagittary Island made good the entrance. 2 of these knights King Aravigo sent by a traverse through the streets, to help the division of Barsinan and the Duke of Bristol. He went with the other 4 against Cildadan, saying to them, Now, my friends, is the time to satisfy your wrath, and revenge the death of the noble knight Brontaxar Danfania, for here you see those who slew him. Fall on them, for they can make no defence. These 4 knights then drew their large swords, and furiously advanced through their own people, striking them down to clear the way, till they came up to King Cildadan and his comrades. He, brave and resolute as he was, could not choose but fear, seeing how huge and terrible they were, and he said to his friends, Fall on, sirs, we shall die worthily here, but in such sort that if we can, these shall go before us. With that they made at each other like men who were determined to slay or be slain. One of the four knights made at King Cildadan and struck at his helmet, thinking to cleave his head in twain. The king saw the blow and raised his shield, the sword went through the rim and pierced so deep that when the knight attempted to draw it out, he plucked away the shield with it. King Cildadan, who was used to such danger, lost neither his courage nor his thought, but gave it him on the arm, which, by reason of the weight of the shield hanging from his sword, he could not so speedily draw back. It was such a blow as cut through the mail and the whole arm, and left it dangling by a bit of flesh. The sword fell at his feet, and the knight drew back like a maimed man. The king then went to help his companions, who were bravely combating the other three, and by his coming and the sight of that blow which he had given, the enemy were somewhat dismayed, and they defended the street so well that they received little hurt there, though King Aravigo was calling out not to leave a man alive. The other two knights were now come up to the other battle. When they arrived, King Lisuarte and his knights were retiring to the crossing of a street where some of his people were standing idle, because the street itself was so narrow that they could not find room to fight. There at the crossing they stopped, but all was in vain, for so few were they, and their arms so hacked away, and they themselves so wounded, that in less than half an hour they must all have been killed or taken, if it had not pleased God to help them by the coming of Amadis. Amadis had spurred on from daybreak. When he came up and saw the enemy in the town, and others still without the walls, he charged them, and beat all who came in his way. And he through one gate, and Quadragante through the other, entered with their people, shouting out, Gaul! Gaul! Ireland! Ireland! The enemy were unprepared and without order, so that a great slaughter was made among them, and many took refuge in the houses. They who were fighting in the front heard the uproar and the war cries, and immediately they thought that King Lisuarte was succoured, and they were dismayed, and knew not what to do, whether to continue the battle where they were, or to turn back and help their people. King Lisuarte also hearing this, and seeing how his enemies waxed faint, took heart and began to hearten his comrades, and they bestirred themselves so bravely that they made their enemies give ground till they met those who were flying before Amadis, and then they had no remedy but to place themselves back to back and defend themselves. King Aravigo and Arcalaus, seeing how the day was lost, got into a house, for they had not courage to die in battle, and they were soon taken. Amadis was now dealing about such blows that none dared meet him except the two knights of the Sagittary Island, who advanced against him. He, though he saw what mighty men they were, was nothing dismayed, but raised his good sword, and gave the one such a blow upon the helmet that, strong as he was, he came on both his knees. Amadis thrust him backward and passed by him, and seeing how Florestan and Angriote had overthrown the other, he left him to the care of his people, and they three went on towards Barsinan and the Duke of Bristol, who were now so hardly pressed by King Lisuarte, that seeing nothing but death before them, the one ran to Amadis, and the Duke of Bristol to Florestan, crying for mercy. These chiefs being thus taken, Amadis looked and saw King Lisuarte, and that there was no farther resistance there. So with his prisoners he turned back to aid Quadragante. But on the way he learned that that knight had already done his work, and had taken King Aravigo and Arcalaus. And then he said to Gandalin, Go tell Don Quadragante that I am leaving town, and that as he has finished too, we should depart without seeing King Lisuarte. And he took horse himself, and made his people mount. When Lisuarte saw how his life had been saved, and that his enemies were destroyed or taken, he was so astonished that he knew not what to say, and he called to Don Guilan, who was near him, and said, How is all this, and who are these who have done us so much good? Who can it be, sir, replied Guilan, but the same as usual, no other than Amadis of Gaul, for you heard his cry, and it would be well, sir, that you should give him the thanks that he deserves. The king answered, Go you forward and stop him if he be departing, he will stay for you, I will presently follow. When Don Guilan came to the gate, he then learned for certain that it was Amadis, and that he had already taken horse and was departing with his people, not waiting for Quadragante lest he should be detained. Don Guilan then cried out aloud to him to stay, for the king was here. At this Amadis was troubled, but when he came nearer he looked at the king, and saw that his armour was all broken and clotted with the blood of his wounds, and he was moved to pity at beholding him thus, for, notwithstanding the great enmity between them, he had always remembered that he was the bravest and most honourable king in the world, and the best of heart. So, coming still nearer, he dismounted, and went up to him, and knelt, and would have kissed his hand. But the king raised him up, and embraced him with right good will. At this time Don Quadragante came up to follow Amadis, and with him came Cildadan and many others who were going to detain Amadis, that he might see the king. Quadragante and Florestan and Angriote then went to kiss the king's hand, and Amadis embraced King Cildadan. Who can tell the pleasure they all felt to see themselves thus united, and the destruction of their enemies? King Cildadan then said to Amadis, Go you, sir, to the king, and I will remain with my uncle Don Quadragante. Thus accordingly they did. But now Brandoyuas came up with much pain, for he was sorely wounded, and said to the king, Sir, the townsmen and your people are killing the enemies who have fled into the houses, and such slaughter is there that the streets are flowing with blood. But though their lords deserve this, their people have not. Do you therefore give order what should be done in this cruel destruction. Let it be stopped, sir, cried Amadis, for it is in these things that greatness of heart is shown. The king then sent his son Norandel and Don Guilan to put a stop to the slaughter, and look to the prisoners, and Amadis bade Gandalin and Enil and his foster father Gandales take charge of Aravigo and Arcalaus, and Barsinan and the Duke of Bristol. Lisuarte then took Amadis by the hand and said, Sir, if it pleases you, let us now go rest and refresh ourselves, for we have need. Let us go into the town and have the dead carried out. May it please you, replied Amadis, to give us leave to depart, that we may return in time to King Perion, who is on his way with all the rest of the army. Certes, quoth Lisuarte, that leave will I not give. In virtue and strength none can conquer you, but in this you must yield to me. We will receive your father here. After so signal a thing as this, it is not reasonable that we should part so soon. And then he returned to King Cildadan and said, Do you retain this knight, since I cannot? Sir, quoth Cildadan, do this which the king so affectionately beseeches you, and let not a man who hath been so well brought up commit such discourtesy. Amadis then turned to his brother Florestan and the other knights, and asked what they should do, since the king commanded them. Quadragante answered, that as they were come thither to serve the king, and had already done so in the more important part, so ought they in lesser things. Let it be so, sir, then, Amadis replied. He then bade his people dismount, and secure their horses in the field, and seek for food. Presently they saw King Arban and Don Grumedan come up with their hands tied behind them, for their guards had left them, and it was a wonder that they had not slain them. Greatly did the king rejoice to see them, for he thought that they had been dead, and so certes they would have been but for this succour, and they went and kissed his hands, and then went to welcome Amadis with such joy as the greatest friends in the world feel when they meet. They now advised the king to go with all those knights to the monastery which was near, till the town should be cleared of dead bodies. Arquisil now, who had been placing Flamineo where his wounds could be attended, came up, and when he saw Amadis he embraced him, saying, Sir, you succoured us in good time. If you have slain some of us, you have saved more. Amadis replied, With great pleasure, sir, have I succoured you, for you may believe that I truly love you. Now as Lisuarte was going toward the monastery, he saw King Perion and his army coming up with great speed. Sir, quoth Don Grumedan, this is a good succour, but if the first had been delayed, our safety would have been delayed altogether. The king laughing replied, He who would dispute with you respecting Amadis would have a long quarrel, Don Grumedan, and a perilous one. The king then called for a horse, and bade King Cildadan mount also, that they might ride to welcome King Perion. Sir, said Amadis, it were far better that you rested and took heed to your wounds, and the king my father will come to visit you. But the king said he would by all means meet him. So he and King Cildadan and Amadis rode on, and Durin was sent forward to let Perion know of his coming. King Perion upon this took with him Count Gastiles and Grasandor and Don Brian and Trion, and besought Agrayes to lead the troops while they advanced. This he did knowing the enmity of Agrayes to King Lisuarte, and he, who was well pleased, busied himself to delay the army that he might not have occasion to meet the king. When the two kings met they alighted and embraced each other, and Perion, seeing him so wounded, said, Methinks you were not in this evil plight when you left your camp, though there your arms had not lain idle in their cases, nor your person under the shade of your tent. Sir, quoth King Lisuarte, I wished you to behold me as I am, that you might know in what state I was when Amadis and these knights rescued me. He then told him how the battle had been. I thank God for it, replied King Perion, and for the peace there is between us, for through all this quarrel it has ever been my wish that my sons and all their kin should look up to and reverence you as their lord and father. Lisuarte answered, We will leave this for farther leisure. I trust in God that before we part we shall be connected by a near tie and by great love. King Lisuarte now looked round for Agrayes, and seeing him not, he asked for him, for though he knew how that prince hated him, yet both for his own sake, and to show that no farther enmity existed, he had resolved what to do. Perion replied that he had left him with the army, to prevent any accidental mischief if the armies should meet. Let him be called then, said Lisuarte, for I will not depart till I have seen him. Amadis upon this went himself to Agrayes, knowing that he could best prevail upon his cousin, and he told him all that had passed, and besought him to go with him, since friendship was now re-established. Agrayes answered, Cousin, you know my anger lasts no longer than it is your will, but God send that the service which you have now done the king may be better guerdoned than your former one. This has made him suffer for the past, and that belike may change his condition. So he bade the army halt till they received his orders, and rode back with Amadis. When they came up, the king took him in his arms and embraced him a while, saying, Which is the most dangerous, this embrace, or that which we gave each other in the battle? Agrayes courteously answered, Sir, longer time is necessary before that can be resolved with truth. Now then, quoth the king, let us move. You, sir, speaking to King Perion, with those knights must be my guests in the monastery. The troops, as many as can, must take their quarters in the town, and in the rest encamp in these fields. We will have all the stores which are collected for the camp brought here, that there will be no want. King Perion would fain have had his leave to depart, but Lisuarte and Cildadan urged him so that he could not deny, and they were all well lodged in the monastery. There King Lisuarte was attended by the masters whom he had brought with him, but they were all as nothing to Master Helisabad, who soon made the king and all the other wounded knights safe and sound, that it was marvellous. Yet Lisuarte had been so grievously hurt that it was more than 10 days before he could rise from his bed. In the meantime the good man Nasciano arrived, at whose coming they were all greatly rejoiced, and he on his part seeing these persons so joined in friendship now, who but 3 days agone were so cruelly striving to slay each other, lifted up his hands and said, O Lord, how exceeding great is thy mercy! The blood of the wounds which these knights and kings made by the wicked enemy's persuasion is not yet dried, and because I have spoken to them in thy name, they are now in the beginning of the good way. Let me as thy servant, sinner though I am, so bring all this to an end, that they may forsake all other pursuits which are not to thy service, and give themselves altogether to the advancement of thy holy Catholic faith. This good man never ceased to exhort them with good examples and doctrine. One day, when they were all in King Lisuarte's chamber, the king asked Perion how he had learnt the news of his danger, and being answered that Esplandian had seen Aravigo's army and carried the alarm, the king said to him, Esplandian, you have done me great service, and I trust in God that I shall one day well requite it. Son, quoth the hermit, go and kiss the king's hand for what he hath said. The child went and knelt and kissed his hand, and the king drew his head nearer and kissed his face, and looked at Amadis. And Amadis, who had his eyes upon the child, saw what the king did, and how he looked at him, and his face coloured, for he knew that Lisuarte was informed of his love for Oriana, and how Esplandian was their child, so that to see how the king loved Esplandian made him more desirous to serve the king. And Lisuarte was so fond of the child that while he was between them as a reconciler, no difference could happen. King Gasquilan now arrived at the monastery. He had been carried in a litter from the camp, and by Lisuarte's advice he kept as far as he could to the right of the mountain, so that by reason of the circuit he was 5 days reaching LOBEIRA, and when he heard of the battle he was sorely grieved that he had not been present, and in his pride said things to that effect, which they who heard did not think good. He was courteously received by all that company, and his bed was placed in King Lisuarte's chamber. There seeing so many fair knights about him, he asked which was Amadis, who came forward and bade him welcome, saying, I should be better pleased, good sir, to have seen you in health than thus, for any malady is ill employed upon so good a man as you. May it please God soon to heal you, and whatever quarrel there may be between us shall be amended with good works. Gasquilan looked at him, and seeing him so fair and so gentle, he would have thought him a fitter man for dames and damsels than for feats of war, if he had not to his cost proved him. He made answer, My good sir Amadis, you are the knight in the world whom I most desire to see, not for your good, but to combat with you. And if that had befallen you from my hands, which has befallen me from yours, I should have thought myself the best knight in the world, and should also have won the love of my lady, by whose command I besought you, and before whom I know not how I shall appear, so that my evil is greater than it seemeth. I am grieved at this, quoth Amadis, but you who have performed such signal exploits would not have gained much by conquering a knight of so little renown as I am. At this King Cildadan said with a smile to Lisuarte, You should throw down your wand, sir, to separate these two knights, and thus jestingly they were led to talk of other things. Now King Perion besought Lisuarte that he and his knights might return to the Firm Island, and send his 2 knights to the meeting, as had been determined, but King Lisuarte replied, that since it had pleased God thus to bring them together, they would not separate till all was concluded. Arquisil now spake with Amadis, saying he was ready to perform his promise, and return to prison. Amadis then rode out with him, and when they were away from all others, said, My good sir, I have been prevented from speaking to you before, as you have seen, but now that we have opportunity to speak, I will tell you what is in my mind. Now that the emperor is dead, you are the right heir to the empire, and I know likewise that you are well beloved by all the people, and if any one disliked you it was the emperor, for his envy of your good qualities. So great a thing as this you ought to attend to. You have here the greater part of the best knights of Rome, and I have in the Firm Island Brondachel of the Rock, and the Duke of Ancona, and the Archbishop of Talantia, with sundry others who were taken upon the sea. We will send for them, and before we separate they will do homage to you as emperor, and if there be any opposition I will assist you to obtain your right. If Arquisil was well pleased at this you may easily guess, for he had expected to be held prisoner in some place from whence he should not soon have been released. My good sir, he replied, I know not why all who are in the world do not seek after your friendship. If thanks were sufficient for such a kindness I would offer them, but what can I offer? Certes nothing but my person, and all that God and my right may bestow upon me. Therefore, as you have said, bring this to effect, and what I gain will be more yours than mine. I will undertake it, said Amadis, and with God's help you shall depart emperor from hence, or else hold me not for a knight. Before we return to the monastery, said Amadis, I will show you the man in the world who hates me most. And with that they entered Lubayna, and went to the lodging of Don Gandales, and to the chamber where King Aravigo and Arcalaus were held prisoners. They found them in one bed, and with their clothes on, for since their captivity they had never undressed. Amadis knew the enchanter, and said to him, What dost thou do, Arcalaus? Who art thou who asked? Amadis of Gaul, whom ye have so much desired to see. Then Arcalaus looked at him more attentively. Certes, you say truly, for though it is long since I saw thee, I remember that thou art the same whom I had in my power in Castle Valdarin. The compassion which I then had upon thy youth and comeliness had since occasioned me many and great troubles, and hath at length brought me to such state that it behoved me to ask thy mercy. Amadis replied, If I should have mercy, wouldst thou cease to commit those great iniquities and cruelties to which thou hast been accustomed? No, quoth he, for my age, so long addicted thereto by its own will, cannot now give up what hath so long been its delight, but necessity, whose strong curb can change all customs from good to evil, and from evil to good, would make me do that in my age which my youth in liberty neither would nor could. What necessity, replied Amadis, could I lay thee under if I set thee free? Arcalaus answered, I would give thee up my castles and all my lands, to increase which I have done so much ill to my conscience and fame, and would reserve no more than it might please you, for your virtue, to allow me, for at present I can do nothing else. It might be that this pressure and your great goodness would work that change in me which reason hitherto had not been able to effect. Then Amadis replied, Arcalaus, if I have any hope that thy disposition can be amended, it is only from the knowledge which thou thyself hast that thou art a wicked sinner. Take courage therefore in this consolation. It may be this prison of the body which thou so much dreadest may be the key to release thy soul, which thou hast had so long enthralled. Then he would have left him, but Arcalaus cried out, Amadis, look at this unhappy king. A little while ago, and he was on the point of becoming one of the greatest princes in the world, and in a moment fortune, which had been so favourable, beat him down and placed him in this cruel captivity. Let him be an example to thee, and to all who have or desire to have honour and dominion, and remember that to conquer and to pardon is the character of great spirits. Amadis did not answer, because he was his prisoner, and this reason was against him, that he, though by his arms and his enchantments had conquered many, had never spared. Howbeit he knew that what he had now said was spoken well. As soon as they returned to the monastery, Amadis called for Ardian, his dwarf, and bade him go to the Firm Island, and tell Oriana and her company all that had taken place. And he gave him a letter for Ysanjo, wherein he bade him send all the Roman prisoners. Well pleased was the dwarf to carry this news, because he hoped from it great honour and much profit. He mounted his horse, and rode by day and by night, with little respite, till he arrived. Oriana had heard of the two battles, and that the Emperor of Rome was slain, and how the good man Nasciano had made a truce, but she knew nothing more, and was now very sorrowful that he could not bring about peace. And she did nothing now but tell her beads and make offerings and romerias to all the churches in the island, and continually pray for peace. Now when she heard that the dwarf had arrived and brought tidings for her, her heart was greatly disturbed, fearing what he might tell her both of her father and Amadis. But he, as soon as he saw her, said, Lady, I ask for albricias, the reward of good tidings, not according to what I am, but according to what you are, and what the tidings are that I bring. Oriana answered, My friend Ardian, it seems things go well with your master, but tell me, if my father is living? Living, lady? quoth the dwarf, alive and well, and happier than ever he was. Holy Mary, cried Oriana, tell me all, and if ever God gives me any good, I will make thee happy in this world. But when she heard all that had befallen, she knelt down, and lifted her hands, and said, O Lord Almighty, the helper of all that be in need, blessed be thy holy name, and blessed be that fair child who has been the occasion of all this good. I am bound to love him better than any one can think. They who heard her thought she said this because of the succour which Esplandian had procured for the king, but it proceeded from the bowels of a mother. Queen Briolania and Melicia then asked him concerning Child Esplandian, what manner of youth he was, and how the king requited his service. Good ladies, he answered, I was with Amadis in the king's chamber, when Esplandian went to kiss the king's hand for the favours which he promised him, and I saw the king draw him closer, and lay his hand upon his head, and kiss his eyes. And as for his beauty, I tell you, that though he is a man, and you think yourselves full handsome, if he were before you, you would hide yourselves, and not dare be seen. It is well then, said they, that we are shut up here, where he cannot see us. Oh, quoth the dwarf, however you were shut up, you and all fair ladies would go far to seek him. At that they all laughed merrily. But Oriana, looking at Queen Sardamira, bade her be of good cheer, for when the Lord was thus helping her sorrows, she also would not be forgotten. The queen thanked her, and asked Ardian what was become of those unhappy Romans who were with King Lisuarte. He told her that he had seen Arquisil talking in friendship with Amadis, and that her brother Flamineo was hurt, but not badly. When Ysanjo had read the letter of Amadis, he took the Roman chiefs from the tower where they were held prisoners, and gave them horses, and all things fitting for the journey, and sent his own son and other persons to guide them. And the other prisoners, who were about 200, he released also, and sent them to Amadis. When they arrived at the monastery, they kissed the king's hand, who received them kindly and with good cheer. But when they saw Arquisil, neither he nor they could refrain from tears. Amadis courteously received them, and taking them apart without Arquisil, he said, Good sirs, I sent for you, that as things appear to be drawing to a happy end, ye might be present, being men of whom reasonably much account should be taken, and also to tell you that I have Arquisil's promise to return to prison, at my discretion, as probably you have heard. But considering the lineage from which he is sprung, and his own nobleness, I resolve to confer with you, that as there is no other to whom the empire can of right belong, you should take him for your emperor, in doing which you would do two things. First, you would discharge your duty by giving to the empire so good a knight, who is the right heir, and who would bestow great honours upon you; and secondly, as to what relates to your own captivity and his, for without delay you should be at liberty to return into your own country, and I would always be your good friend as long as it pleased you, for I love Arquisil as though he were my own brother. Upon this the Roman lords desired Brondajel of the Rock to speak for them. We are much beholden to you, Sir Amadis, said he, for this gracious speech, but this is weighty business, and the consent of so many wills is necessary, that we cannot reply till we have consulted with the knights who are here. For though little account may be made of them, yet in this, sir, they are of great importance, for they possess cities and towns and fortresses in the empire, and many offices which concern the election. If it please you, therefore, let us see Flamineo, and we will summon the rest in his presence, and then we shall be enabled deliberately to answer. Amadis upon this said they had answered like good knights, and he besought them that there might be no delay. Incontinently those lords went to horse and rode into the town, which by this time was cleared of the dead, for King Lisuarte had summoned the people of the surrounding districts to bury them. Glad were they to see Flamineo, albeit the great misfortunes which had befallen them made their countenances sorrowful. They told him what had passed, and the chiefs of the Romans were forthwith assembled. Then, when they were all met, Brondajel of the Rock thus began. Honourable Knight Flamineo, you and these our good friends know the misfortunes which have fallen upon us, since first we came to this island of Great Britain by command of the Emperor, whom God pardon. Of this I will not speak. We were prisoners in the Firm Island, and it pleased Amadis of Gaul to send for us hither, where he hath shown us great honour, and spoken to us at length, saying, that as our empire is now without a lord, and the succession more justly appertaineth to Arquisil than to any other, it would please him if we would choose that knight to be our lord and emperor, and that he would then set us free and become our faithful friend and ally. And so earnestly did he propose this, that it appeared to us he would rejoice if we did so with good will, and that if we refused he would employ his force to bring it otherwise about. For this cause you are now summoned, and to me it seems that this which Amadis desires of us is what we ought most earnestly to have requested of him. For who is there, who either by his right, or for his courage, or for his virtues, deserves the empire so well as Arquisil? Certes none. He is our countryman, brought up among us, we know his good disposition, and that we may ask privileges of him as our right, which a stranger belike would deny. Moreover, thus should we win the friendship of the famous Amadis, who, as when he was our enemy he had such power to injure us, so being our friend will he remedy the past with much honour and advantage. Now then, sirs, speak as you may think fit, having no regard to our captivity or tribulation, but only as reason and justice shall direct. Such influence have those things that are just and reasonable, that even the wicked cannot easily withstand them. But these knights were men of much discretion and understanding, and though on such occasions there are often many discordant wills, they all agreed that what Brondajel of the Rock had advised was reasonable, and that what Amadis recommended should be done, that they and their emperor might leave the land in which so much evil had befallen them, and return to their own country. With this answer the chiefs returned to Amadis. Then all the chiefs and people of the empire there present, being assembled in the church, they did homage to Arquisil as their emperor, and he swore to maintain their privileges and customs, and granted them all the favours which they reasonably asked. End of Book 4, Chapter 36. Book 4, Chapters 37 to 40 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 37. How King Lisuarte assembled all the kings and chiefs and knights in the monastery of LOBEIRA, and told them the services which he had received from Amadis of Gaul, and the guerdon which he gave him. When King Lisuarte had left his bed and was sufficiently recovered, and all the other wounded knights had been healed by the skill of that great master Helisabad, the king on a day summoned all the kings and chiefs of both armies to the church of the monastery, and addressed them in this manner. Honourable kings and renowned knights, I need not call to your remembrance the things which have now befallen us, for you also were present, and if an end had not been found to them, we also, who are living, should have been among the dead. Leaving this then apart, and knowing the great evil to the service of God and to our own person and kingdom if they had gone on, I have detained the noble King Perion of Gaul and all the princes and knights of his army, that I may speak in their presence and in yours. Then turning to Amadis, he said, Brave Sir Amadis of Gaul, it is not my custom to praise a man in his presence, nor is it your inclination to be praised, but I must call to the remembrance of these knights all that hath passed between you and me, since you first abode at my court as the knight of Queen Brisena my wife. These things were notorious to all, but they must see that I also acknowledge them, and that there is a good cause for the guerdon which I design to bestow. After you had defeated Dardan the Proud in my presence, and given me your brother Don Galaor to be my knight, which was the best gift that ever yet was made to any king, I and my daughter Oriana were entrapped by the wicked enchanter Arcalaus, and led away without any means of defence, for my knights were all withheld by the word which I had given, so that she and I were in danger of death or cruel prison, and my kingdom in hazard of being lost. Then did you and Galaor, returning from adventure on which the queen had sent you, put your lives upon the chance to help us, and we were both rescued, and our enemies slain or put to flight, and immediately after the queen my wife was succoured by you, and Barsinan, the father of this lord of Sansuena, defeated, who besieged her in our city of London, so that as with great treachery and imminent danger I had been taken, I was by you with honour saved, to the safety of my kingdom. Again, when the battle of the 100 knights on each side was appointed between me and King Cildadan, who is here present, before the day arrived you rid me of the enmity of this knight Don Quadragante, and slew Famongo Madan and Basagante, the fiercest giant of all the islands in the sea, and rescued my daughter Leonoreta with all her ladies and 10 of my bravest knights, when all my power could not have saved them. In the battle, such were the giants and knights whom King Cildadan brought against me, that I could not have won the victory but for you, who slew with one blow the brave Sardaman the lion, and with another delivered me from Madanfabul of the Vermilion Tower, who had disabled me, and plucked me from the saddle, to carry me on board his ship. You then conquered that most valiant and renowned Ardan Canileo the Terrible, to the great honour of my court, for nowhere else could be found 1, nor 2, nor 3, nor 4 knights who dared meet him in the lists. All this, it may be said, you were bound to perform, being in my service, and for your honour. I will therefore relate what you have done, since, by my fault, who gave ear to evil counsellors, rather than by yours, you left my house like an enemy. At that time, when we were at the greatest enmity, you and the king your father, and Don Florestan your brother, came to my help when King Aravigo, with the 6 knights and so great a power, was come up against me, and chiefly by the power of ye 3, though I had many good knights on my part, I obtained such victory as secured my person and kingdom in greater honour than before, though reasonably then because of our quarrel you might have fought against me. And now at the end I know that after the 2nd battle it was you who held back, whereby I and mine were saved from the danger in which we stood, as they all knew. Of the last danger I need not speak, for the blood of our wounds is yet flowing, and the souls which we there let loose have not yet had time to find a resting place. Now then, sirs, what guerdon can be equal to such services? None but this, that reserving all my honour so long as I shall live, my kingdoms, which have so often been protected by his hand, should be given him in marriage with my daughter Oriana, and that as without my knowledge they are already joined in marriage by their own consent, so now that I do know it, I acknowledge them as my children, and the successors of my kingdom. When Amadis heard the consent which the king had thus publicly given to his marriage, he knelt before him, and perforce kissed his hand, saying, "All that you have said in my praise, sir, might well have been excused, for considering the honours and favours which I and my lineage have received from you, we were bound to these and far greater services. For this therefore, sir, I will return you no thanks. But for the last favour, not the inheritance of your kingdom, but for the gift of your daughter Oriana, I will serve you while I live with more obedience and affection than ever son served his father, or vassal his lord." At that King Lisuarte right lovingly embraced him, and replied, "And you also shall find in me the same love as in the father that begot you." All they who were present marvelled greatly that the king had so entirely laid aside his former enmity. Whether or no they were pleased, I may be excused from saying. And they asked one of the other what the king might mean by saying that Amadis and the princess were already joined in marriage, as from the time she had been taken on the sea by him they had perceived no such thing, and far less before. But then the king called upon the holy man Nasciano to relate all, that they might know with what justice Amadis had rescued her from the Romans, and also that the king was without fault in delivering her up to the emperor, being ignorant of her marriage, and that if Oriana had then plighted herself without her father's knowledge, great cause and reason was there that she should so do. The good man then related it over as he had done to Lisuarte in the tent. But when Child Esplandian heard who were his parents, it need not be asked if he were pleased or not. The hermit knelt with him before both the kings and before his father, and made him kiss their hands, and they gave him their blessing. Then Amadis said to King Lisuarte, Sir, as from henceforward it will be my pleasure to do your service, so am I now constrained to ask favours of you. And the first is that you would be pleased to give your daughter Leonoreta to the Emperor of Rome to wife, and to beseech him to accept her, that we may be both your sons. The king thought it well to accept this alliance with Arquisil, and promised him his daughter, whom he was well contented to receive. King Lisuarte then asked King Perion if he had any news of Galaor, and King Perion told him how Gandalin had brought tidings that he was somewhat better. I tell you, quoth Lisuarte, that though he is your son, I do not love him less than as a son. If it had not been for these differences, I would have gone to see him in his sickness. I beseech you send for him if he be in a state to come. I must go forthwith to Windsor, where I have ordered the queen to meet me, and for the honour of Amadis, I and the queen and my daughter Leonoreta will join you in the Firm Island, to be present at his marriage and at the emperor's, and we will see the wonders which Apolidon left there, and greatly would it please me if Don Galaor should be there, for I have long desired to see him. Agrayes then besought the king to send for his uncle Don Galvanes and Madasima, and bring them in his company. This the king promised, and said that he would depart on the morrow and return as speedily as might be, that all the knights and their people might return to their own countries, and it was determined that all the fleets should be made ready in the haven of the Firm Island, that they might depart from thence. Chapter 38. How King Lisuarte went to Windsor, and how he and Queen Brisena and their daughter resolved to go to the Firm Island. Lisuarte took with him King Cildadan and King Gasquilan and all his people, and in 5 days arrived at his town of Windsor, being more cheerful in semblance than in heart, for though he well knew that both his daughters were now honourable disposed, yet it was after he had been conquered, and the glory all appertained to Amadis. But he was now advanced in years, and grieved to behold so much slaughter, and as he had heretofore regarded so inordinately the glories of the world, that he had forgotten the state of his own soul, so now he felt that God had justly thus chastised him. He took Esplandian by the hand, and led him to the queen, who had already learned all that had passed from Brandoyuas. When he entered, the queen knelt to him, and would have kissed his hand, but he drew her toward him, and embraced her lovingly as one whom he loved with his whole heart. And while the other dames and damsels kissed the king's hand, Brisena took Child Esplandian, who was kneeling before her, in her arms, and kissed him oftentimes, and said, O my fair and fortunate child, blessed be the hour in which thou wast born, and the blessing of God and my blessing be upon thee. The King of Sweden and King Cildadan then came and saluted her, and she courteously, as was her manner, welcomed them and the other knights. By this it was supper time, and the 2 kings and many other knights sat at table with the king, where they were plentifully served with various meats, as was the custom and beseemed the board of such a man. After they had supped, King Lisuarte gave order that these knights should be lodged in the palace, and he and the queen retired to their chamber, and when they were in bed, the king said, Dame, if peradventure you marvelled at what you have heard concerning your daughter Oriana and Amadis of Gaul, so also did I, for certes any such thought was far from us. I am only grieved that we knew it not, for then all these deaths and losses might have been spared. But now that it is come to our knowledge, there is no remedy but that Oriana should remain with the husband whom she has chosen, and, setting aside all animosity, to acknowledge the truth, there is no emperor or prince this day in the world who can equal him, and Leonoreta will be Empress of Rome. You must therefore get ready, for I freely promised Amadis to do him honour, that we would go to him in the Firm Island, and there you must put on a cheerful countenance, and forbear to speak of what has passed. The queen then kissed his hand, because he had thus controlled the pride and anger of his heart, and told him she would obey, and that since he had 2 such sons, he should give thanks to God, notwithstanding the manner had not been according to his own will. So on the morrow they gave order for their departure. Chapter 39. How King Perion and his troops returned to the Firm Island, and of what they did before King Lisuarte arrived. The history saith that King Perion and his companions returned in good array, as they had come. The emperor always lodged in the same tent with Amadis, and slept in the same bed, and all his people and tents and accoutrements were under the care of Brandogel of the Rock, as his high steward, as he had been to the Emperor Patin. When they arrived at the Firm Island, they found Oriana and all her company in the garden, so fair and so richly attired that it was a wonder to behold, and you would have thought that they did not look like earthly persons, but as if God had made them in heaven and sent them there. The joy that they then had to see themselves met together again in safety, and being now certain of peace, cannot in any manner be expressed. King Perion went first, and they whom it behoved humbly saluted him, and the others kissed his hand. Amadis led the emperor to Oriana. Agrayes and Florestan and Quadragante and Don Brian of Monjaste went to Queen Sardamira, and Olinda and Grasinda. Don Bruneo to his beloved Lady Melicia, and the other knights to the other princesses and damsels. Then Amadis took Gastiles, the nephew of the Greek Emperor, and Grasandor, the son of the King of Bohemia, and led them to his cousin Mabilia, and said, My good lady, take these princes and honour them. And she with that took them by the hand, and seated herself between them. At this was Grasandor greatly pleased, for as we have told you, on the first day that he saw her his heart was disposed to her love. Thus were all the knights conversing with the damsels as it pleased them, except Amadis, who greatly desired to speak with Oriana and could not, by reason of the emperor. So he took Queen Briolania by the hand and led her towards him, and said to him, Sir, speak to this lady and keep her company. The emperor then looked round, for till now he had not taken his eyes from Oriana, and when he saw the queen how fair she was, and also those other ladies, how excellent above all others that ever he had seen, he said to Amadis, Truly, sir, I believe that these ladies were not born into the world like other women, but that the wise Apollyon made them by his great art, and left them here in this island, where you found them. I cannot think but that either they or I must be enchanted, for if you should seek such another company in the whole world, it could not be found. Amadis at this embraced him laughingly, and asked him if he had seen no such company in any court. Certes, he replied, neither have I, nor has any other one, except it were in the court of heaven. At this time King Perion, who had been talking with the fair Grasinda, came up, and taking Queen Briolania by the hand, said to the emperor, Good sir, if it please you, let you and I be with this fair queen, and Amadis talk with Oriana, which I believe will be greatly to his pleasure. So Amadis then full joyfully went to his lady, and seating himself with her apart, said, O lady, with what services can I requite you, that by your consent our loves are now made known? Oriana answered, It is now, sir, no longer time that you should proffer such courtesies, or that I should receive them. I am now to follow and observe your will with that obedience which wife owes to husband, and henceforward I desire to know the great love which you bear me, only by being treated by you, my lord, as reason requires, and no otherwise. Of this then no more. How is my father, and how does he brook all this? Your father, replied Amadis, hath a great heart, and though in secret he may feel otherwise, he appears well satisfied. You know he is to come hither with the queen and your sister. Oriana answered, I cannot tell you the pleasure which my heart feels, and may it please God that all may be fulfilled as it has been agreed, for you may well believe, my lord, that next to yourself there is no other person whom I love so well as him, notwithstanding his cruelty. But tell me, what think you of Esplandian? Esplandian, replied Amadis, in his manners and appearance is your son, and more cannot be said. I wished that the holy man Nasciano might have brought him hither, for he will soon be here, not choosing to come in so great a company, but the king your father desired he might be left with the queen, and said that they would bring him with them." Thus they remained talking of many things till it was the hour of supper. Then King Perion rose and took the emperor by the hand, and they went to Oriana and said, "Lady, it is time that we should retire." She bade them do as it pleased them, so they all departed, and Oriana and her company remained wonderfully happy. That night all these knights supped in the lodgings of King Perion, and when they had supped, the joculars came in and made all manner of sports for them, till it was time to sleep, and then they all retired, except Amadis, with whom the king his father would speak. So when they twain were together in the king's chamber, Perion said, "Beloved son, since this danger is so happily over, it now remains that as you have shown yourself diligent in procuring the help of all these honourable knights, so you should now display your sense of their services. And as you have now a wife, procure wives for them also, that they may partake the same happiness as they have partaken the same perils. For this end I leave my daughter Melicia at your disposal, that you may give her conformably to her virtue and great beauty. The same you may do with your cousin Mabilia, and I well know that Queen Briolania will follow no will but yours. With these there is your friend Grasinda and Queen Sardamira, for the emperor is here who may command them, if they choose to marry in this land. For there is no lack of knights, their equals in lineage and lordship. But remember that our brethren are now disposed to wive, that they may leave a generation to keep up the life and remembrance of their name. Let this be done soon, for good works lose their worth by delay." On the morrow Amadis assembled all the knights, and said to them, "Good sirs, reasonable it is, that after the great perils you have undergone, and the great renown which you have won, you should now take your rest. It hath pleased God that by your help I have obtained what I most desired in this world, and so I would that you should obtain what you desire, if it be any way in my power. Therefore, sirs, do not hesitate to tell me your loves and wishes, if there be any of these ladies here whom you would have to wife, for as for their cause you have endured so many wounds and dangers, it is reasonable now that you should enjoy the lordships which they possess." For this they all thanked Amadis, and without delay Agrayes said he would take his Lady Olinda. Don Bruneo of Bonamar said, "Amadis knew all his hopes were in Melicia." Grasandor said that he had never surrendered his heart to any woman except the Princess Mabilia, and that he loved her and desired her for his wife. "Good sir," quoth Don Quadragante, "time and youth have hitherto prevented me from repose, and from any other care than for my horse and arms, but now reason and age invite me to another manner of life. If it please Grasinda to marry in this land, I will take her to wife." Then Florestan spake. "It was my desire," quoth he, "when these wars were over, to go into Germany, whereof on my mother's side I am a native, and see all my kinsmen there, whom I should now scarcely know. Yet if I can win the good will of Queen Sardamira, I may change my purpose." The other knights replied that their hearts were free, and that being young men they had not yet acquired enough honour. They therefore besought Amadis to divide the conquests among the good knights who were now about to enjoy a life of more repose, and let them go seek adventures. Amadis then made answer, "I trust in God, sirs, that what ye thus determine is for his service, and will have his blessing. I will therefore thus allot the conquests. You, Don Quadragante, who are son and brother to a king, and have no lands equal to your birth and deserts, shall have the lordship of Sansuena. And you, my good sir, Don Bruneo of Bonamar, shall have the kingdom of King Aravigo with my sister Melicia, and the lands of the Marquis your father may then devolve to Branfil. Don Florestan, my brother, shall have the queen whom he desires, and besides her island of Sardinia, the emperor will at my request give you the lordship of Calabria, which was Salustanquidio's. You, sirs, Agrayes and Grasandor, will content yourselves for the present with those great kingdoms which you will inherit, and I with this little corner the Firm Island, till it shall please God to give us more. At this they were all well pleased, and because to relate all that passed with respect to their marriages with these ladies would be great prolixity, you shall only know that as the knights had said, so said they also. The emperor granted to Don Florestan what Amadis asked, and they were all espoused by the holy man Nasciano, but their nuptials were to be celebrated on the same day with those of Amadis and the emperor. Chapter 40. How Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote of Estravaus and Branfil went to Gaul for Queen Elisena and Don Galaor, and of the adventures which befell them on their return. Amadis said to King Perion his father, Sir, it would be well that you should send for my lady the queen, and for Don Galaor my brother, for whom I have reserved Queen Briolania, with whom he will be happy. King Perion replied, I will write to the queen, and do you send whom you please with the letters. At that uprose Don Bruneo and said, I will undertake this voyage with my brother Branfil if it please you. But then Angriote of Estravaus cried, You shall not go without me. Then said King Perion, I consent that Angriote and Branfil should go, but not you, Don Bruneo, for he would not be your friend who should separate you from your mistress. Don Bruneo smiled and answered, Though this, sir, is the greatest of all the favours I have received from you, yet will I go to serve the queen my lady, for from thence will come satisfaction to all others. Be it so then, quoth the king, and would to God, my good friend, that you may find your brother Don Galaor able to travel. Sir, cried Ysanjo, he is well. There came some merchants here from Gaul on their way to Great Britain, being afraid of the war, and I asked them for Don Galaor. They told me that he had left his bed and was able to go about, though still weak. On the following day these three knights embarked, and setting sail with wind at will, in short time they reached Gaul, where they were honourably welcomed by the queen. But for Don Galaor, I tell you, so great was his pleasure when he saw them, that weak as he was, he ran to embrace them, and the tears came into his eyes, and he said, O sirs, and my great friends, when will it please God that I shall go again in your company and bear arms once more? Be not grieved, sir, quoth Angriote, God will fulfil your desire. But hear now the tidings of great joy which we bring. Then they related to the queen and to him all that had befallen from the beginning, which when Don Galaor heard, he was much disturbed, and said, Holy Mary, has King Lisuarte endured all this, and I not with him in the battle? Now indeed may I say that God in his signal mercy sent me this malady, for certes else I must have adventured myself to death in his service, though the king my father and my brethren were on the other side. Truly, if I had known this in my weakness I should have died for grief. Don Bruneo replied, It is better as it is, and more to the honour of all, that peace is made, as you will see, and you have gained fair Queen Briolania for your wife, who is now with Amadis. Then they gave the letter to the queen, which was to desire that she would come to join Queen Brisena and Oriana and all the great ladies, and be present at the nuptials. When the queen had read this, being a noble lady, and one who dearly loved her husband and her children, she blessed God for what had happened, and said, My son Don Galaor, look at this letter and take courage, and go see thy father and brethren, and there you will find King Lisuarte with more honour to your lineage than he desired. Queen Elisena now gave order to prepare ships for her voyage. 8 days the knights abode with her, and then they all put to sea. So as they went along with fair weather, on the 3rd day they saw a ship coming up at night with sails and oars, and they sent one of Don Galaor's squires in a boat to know who was there. They answered him courteously that it was a dame going in great haste to the Firm Island. Tell her then, quoth the squire, that this fleet is bound thither, and that she need not fear to join it, for it carries such persons that she may well rejoice to go in their company. When the dame heard this, she put out a boat also, and sent a knight to know if this were indeed true. He came up to the ship and said, Sirs, by the faith you owe to God, tell me if the dame in yonder vessel may come up to you safely. She is going to the Firm Island, whither the squire hath said ye also are bound. Angriote answered, The squire said true, and the dame may come safely. Not only shall she receive no harm, but she shall be aided against any who would wrong her. God be praised, quoth the knight, I beseech you tarry for her. You are knights, and will have great sorrow to hear what hath befallen her. Hearing this, that other ship made up to the queen's vessel, which seemed the richest in its appearance, and a dame came forth covered with a black mantle from head to foot, and asked who went in that ship. Angriote answered, it was the Queen of Gaul going to the Firm Island. Sir knight, said she, I beseech you by the virtue to which you are bound, devise how I may speak with her. That may presently be done, replied Angriote. Come on board, she is a lady who will willingly speak with you, as she does with all who require it. When the dame was before Queen Elisena, she courteously welcomed her, and asked who she was. At that she began to weep, and said, I was the wife of the King of Dacia, and in his company was I a happy queen. By him I had 2 sons and a daughter. The daughter who was begotten for our evil fortune, we gave in marriage to the Duke of Suecia, a great lordship which borders upon our country. Now the Duke being a young man and covetous of dominion, thought that as the king my husband was in years, and our sons but boys, the eldest not passing 14 years, he might kill the king and seize them, and thus obtain the kingdom in his wife's right. And as he thought, so did he. For coming under pretext of a visit to our court, and with a large train as if to do us honour, the king my husband went out joyfully to meet him, and that traitor slew him with his own hand. It pleased God to save the boys, for they were behind upon their palfreys, and turned round and galloped into the city and the greater part of their knights with them, and there are they now besieged. At this season I was gone upon a pilgrimage to a very ancient church of Our Lady, which stands upon a rock half a league out at sea. There was I informed of their unhappy fortune, and having none other remedy, I resolved to go to the Firm Island to a knight called Amadis, who is there with many other knights of great renown, and beseech them to have pity upon those young princes, and not suffer them to be so wickedly slain. For if there were but some to encourage and lead the people, that traitor would not dare continue there. When Queen Elisena heard this, she took her hand and made her sit beside her, and besought her pardon that she had not at first honoured her according to her deserts. Since God hath brought you here, said she, you shall go in my company to the Firm Island, and there you will find succour, as all have found it who are in need. I have heard, replied the Queen of Dacia, how Amadis rescued the daughter of King Lisuarte when her father had disinherited her for the sake of a younger daughter, and delivered her up to the Emperor of Rome against her will. And this made me seek that blessed knight, who is the helper of all that are oppressed. But then Angriote and his companions knelt down and besought Queen Elisena that they might go and revenge the great treason, for they were now so near the Firm Island that they might safely depart. This they obtained, and taking with them the Queen of Dacia, who would needs go herself with them, saying that her presence would be of great avail, they parted company from Queen Elisena. Queen Elisena and Don Galaor proceeded, and arrived safely at the Firm Island. When their coming was known, the king her husband and his sons and the emperor took horse, and went with all the other knights to receive her. Oriana also would have gone with all her company, but the king sent to request her not to take that trouble, saying that he would presently bring the queen to her. After Amadis had kissed his mother's hand, he embraced Don Galaor, and asked him how he fared. Better, quoth Galaor, and better I shall be, since the quarrels between you and King Lisuarte are at an end. So they proceeded toward the garden, and there Oriana was ready with the queen and all her company in rich attire to receive her. When she went in, Oriana and the Queens Sardamira and Briolania, hand in hand, knelt down to her with that obedience which they owed to their true mother, and the queen embraced them, and kissed them, and raised them up. Then came up Mabilia, and Melicia, and Grasinda, and all the other ladies, and kissed her hand, and led her to her apartment. When Don Galaor appeared, I cannot tell you the love which Oriana showed him, for, except Amadis, there was no knight in the world whom she loved so well, both for his brother's sake, and because her father Lisuarte so truly loved him, and he had served the king so faithfully. Amadis took Queen Briolania by the hand and said to him, Sir brother, I trust to you this fair queen whom ye have seen heretofore. Don Galaor without delay received her as one no ways abashed at seeing women. Sir, quoth he, I hold it a great favour in you that you give her to me, and in her that she will accept me as her own. The queen said nothing, but her face coloured and became more beautiful. Galaor had not seen her since she went to Lisuarte's court to look for Amadis, when she was very young, but now she was in the perfection of her age and beauty, and so fair did she appear to him, that though he had seen and toyed with many women, yet his heart was never surrendered in pure true love to any but this fair queen. And she on her part, knowing how excellent a knight he was, transferred to him all the great affection she had once felt for his brother Amadis, so that they lived ever after the happiest and most honourable life that can be devised. When Queen Elisena had been thus received, and lodged with the other dames and damsels where only King Perion was permitted to enter, for so it was determined till King Lisuarte should arrive, and all the marriages be performed in his presence, the knights went to such pastimes as they liked best, especially those who affected the chase, for about a league from the island, on the firm land, there were the goodliest trees and thickets, which, because the land was kept well, were all full of venison, and wild boars, and rabbits, and other wild beasts, whom they killed with dogs and nets, or from on horseback. For hawking also there were hares and partridges and waterfowl, so that it may be said that in that little corner were collected the flower of all the chivalry in the world, and all the beauty that could be found upon earth, and all fitting sports and pastimes whereof you have heard, as well as the natural ones, as what Apollyon had made by his enchantments. End of Book 4, Chapter 40. Book 4, Chapter 41 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, Chapter 41. Of what happened to Don Bruneo of Bonamar and Angriote of Estravaus and Branfil, in the succour which they brought to the Queen of Dacia. So joyful was the Queen of Dacia for the aid which she had obtained, that it was some time before she asked the knights who they were. Good lady, quoth Angriote, so little will you know us, that the knowledge of our names will neither lessen nor increase your hope of help from us. These two knights are brethren, the one is Don Bruneo of Bonamar, the other Branfil. Don Bruneo by his spouse is brother to that Amadis of Gaul whom you were seeking. My own name is Angriote of Estravaus. When the queen heard that, she exclaimed, O good sirs, now do I thank God that I found you, for your renown is everywhere gone abroad. They who told me of the great wars between Amadis and King Lisuarte told us also of the best knights who were there engaged, and I well remember your names among the best. Thus they continued their voyage till they reached the kingdom, and then it was resolved that the queen should remain on shipboard till she saw what success they had, and they, taking their horses and arms and their squires and two knights unarmed who were in the queen's company, to guide them, took their way toward the city wherein the princes were besieged, which was a good day's journey from the shore, and they bade their squires carry with them food and barley for the horses, that they might not enter any inhabited place. They rode on till evening, and then rested a while upon the skirts of a forest, and gave their horses to eat, then mounted again and continued their way, till about an hour before daybreak they arrived at the camp. As covertly as they could, they reconnoitred it to see where was the weakest part, that they might break through, and having done that, they bade their squires and the two knights to use their endeavour, while they were fighting, to reach the town. Accordingly they three charged upon 10 knights, whom they found before them. At the first encounter each overthrew his man, and they broke their lances, and then laid about them so manfully with their swords, that the other knights, thinking they were attacked by a greater number, began to fly, crying out for help. Now, quoth Angriote, let us leave them and get to the walls. This they did. The uproar had brought some of the besieged to the ramparts, who knew the two knights, and without delay opened a portal and admitted them. The princes, hearing the outcry, hastily arose, and when they heard that these knights were come to their help, and that the queen their mother was living, of whom before they had heard no tidings, whether she were alive or dead, they were greatly rejoiced, and the townspeople also took heart. So the knights were lodged in the palace, and disarmed, and then went to rest. Meantime there was a great uproar in the duke's camp, the whole army were alarmed, and it was day before the tumult subsided. The duke questioned the knights, and they said they had seen about 8 or 10 horsemen, though they believed there had been more, and that they had entered the town. Upon this he said, they must be some of the country, and I will enquire who they are, and if I can learn, they shall lose their lands. He then bade the army disarm, and retire to their quarters. After Angriote and his companions had slept a while, they rose and heard mass with the young princes, and then required them to summon all their people, that they might see what was their force. When this was done, they said it was enough to resist the numbers of the duke, and they three took counsel together, and resolved that when it was night an attack should be made upon the besiegers, and Don Bruneo at the same time attempt to escape on another side with the youngest prince, and go to certain places in that district which were well affected, but had been compelled to supply the duke's camp, because they saw their king slain, and that the queen was fled, and the princes besieged. Among them it was thought Don Bruneo might collect some succours, when they were encouraged by his presence, and the sight of the prince; the which if he could do, he should make certain signals, and they would sally by night, while he at the same time attacked the camp. When the night was far advanced, Angriote and Branfil and all the people of the town sallied out, and Don Bruneo and the prince went out on the other side, as had been agreed. Angriote and Branfil led the way along a lane between gardens which they had noted by day, and which led into the plain where the army was encamped. This plain was not guarded by day, but by night about 20 men were set to watch it. These they charged so hotly that they soon overthrew them, killing some and beating down the rest. Angriote and Branfil passed on, felling all those who came from the camp at the uproar, and thus they continued their way till they came out into the open plain. The duke was now on horseback, and being enraged to see such confusion excited by so few enemies, he spurred at them, and his people followed so furiously that it seemed as if the ground would split, so that the townsmen were dismayed and fell back into the lane, and none remained in the field except Angriote and Branfil, who bore the brunt of all that multitude, and they, though they bestirred themselves well, and slew many, and even beat the duke from his horse, were perforce obliged to retreat into the lane also, where they halted, for the place was narrow. The duke, though he had fallen, was not wounded; he was soon remounted, and, when he saw the enemies making good their ground, and that those 2 knights resisted all his power, and maintained the pass, he cried out shame upon his knights, that they let 2 men baffle them. With that so many advanced with him, and made such an attack, that Angriote and his comrades, and their people, were driven up the lane some way, and the duke thought he had won the battle, and that he might enter the town with them. So advancing like a conqueror before his men, sword in hand, he came up to Angriote and smote him on the helmet, for which he received payment without delay. For Angriote, after he had seen how this man took the command, always had his eye upon him, and now that he was in his reach, lifted up his sword and dealt him such a blow upon the helmet as took away all his strength and brought him to the ground at the horse's feet. Then he shouted to his people to take him, for it was the duke. He and Branfil immediately advanced and beat back the enemy, for as the lane was narrow they fought to advantage, as they could only be attacked in front. Meanwhile the duke was taken. He, as he recovered, knew not in whose hands he was, but his men thought that he was slain, and retreated into the field. Then the 2 knights forbore to pursue, being satisfied with the advantage which they had gained, and retired into the town. Their horses soon died of their wounds, and their arms were in bad plight, but they themselves had no great hurt. At the gate they found Prince Garinto, for so he was called, and you may imagine the pleasure he felt to see them safe, and the duke a prisoner. Of all this Don Bruneo knew nothing, save only that he heard the uproar. There were only a few men on foot left on the side where he went out, for the rest were gone toward the place of battle. These men were without any to lead them, and he would not endanger the prince by attacking them, but passed through them without hindrance, and thus they rode on all the remainder of the night, following their guide. When it was morning they came in sight of a good town called Alimenta, from whence they saw 2 armed knights coming towards them, and the guides told him they belonged to the duke's party. These were they whom the duke had sent to all the places round, to learn who had succoured the town, and to order more food for the camp. "Look you to the child," cried Don Bruneo, "I will see what kind of knights they can be who follow so wicked a lord." Then he made towards them, who thought he was one of the camp, crying out, "Defend yourselves, ye bad knights, who live with the traitor, for I defy you to death." At this they replied, "You shall have the reward of your folly. We should have let you pass, taking you for a friend." With that they ran at him, all 3 brake their spears, but he whom Don Bruneo encountered was driven to the ground so violently that he could neither move hand nor foot. Sword in hand, Don Bruneo then turned against the other, and a brave battle ensued, but that other knight was not of such force as was Don Bruneo, nor so practised in such dangers, and the blows fell on him so heavy that he dropped his sword and lost both his stirrups, and fell upon the neck of his horse, crying, "For God's sake do not kill me." "Yield then," quoth Bruneo. "I yield," he replied, "to save my life and my soul." "Alight then." This he did, but he tottered and fell. Don Bruneo made him rise. "Go see if thy companion be alive or dead," and he went and unlaced his helmet, and when the other knight felt the air it somewhat revived him. Don Bruneo then beckoned with his sword to the young prince, for the guide had gone some way forward with him, distrusting the event of the combat. When the child came up and saw what Don Bruneo had done, he was greatly amazed. "Good child," said he, "order your enemies to be slain, though this would be but poor vengeance for the treason which their lord committed against your father." The child replied, "But peradventure, Sir Knight, these had no part in that treason, and if it please you, we had better take them alive than slay them." This answer pleased Don Bruneo, and he thought that if the child lived he would be a good man. He then bade the guide lay the one knight who was stunned across his horse, and making the other mount, they all proceeded to the town. Greatly did the townsmen wonder to see those knights who had left them that morning return in such a plight, and in this array were they carried along the street into the square, where the people soon collected, who, when they saw the prince, they kissed his hand and wept, saying, "Sir, if we dared put in execution what our hearts desire, or if we saw any hope, we should be ready to die in your service. But we know of no remedy, for we have no chief or leader." "O men of little heart," quoth Don Bruneo, "do you not remember that you are vassals of the king, this child's father, and now also of the king his brother? How do you now discharge the duty to which you are bound, seeing your lord slain by so great treason, and his children besieged by the wicked duke his enemy?" "Sir Knight," replied one of the most honourable of the townsmen, "you say truth, but we have had none to lead us on, and we are people who live more by our substance than by arms. But now that our prince is here, and you to protect him, say what we are able and ought to do, and to the best of our power we will do it." "You speak like a good man," said Don Bruneo, "and it is reasonable that the king should well reward you, and all who will follow your opinion. I am come to lead you, and to die or live with you." And then he told them he was of the Firm Island, and in what manner he had come with the queen. At this there was a great acclamation, and the people cried, "There never a knight of the Firm Island who was fortunate since the famous Amadis of Gaul won it." "Order us as you think good, and we will obey." Don Bruneo then thanked them for their good will, and made the young prince thank them also. He then had the gates made fast, and said to them, "Go ye to your houses, and eat and make ready your arms. I and the prince will go to the next town, and return hither with such force as we can raise there, and then I will lead you in such manner that if the enemy await us, they shall be all destroyed. They have already enough to do, now such help is come to the king." As they were preparing to depart at noon, 2 countrymen came to the gate in great haste, and bade the guards let them in, for they brought good tidings. So they were led before the prince and Don Bruneo, to whom they related how the duke had been taken, and that his army were breaking up in confusion. "We," said they, "are of a neighbouring valley, and had been to the camp with provisions. and seeing this we came here, that the townsmen might be on their guard lest these men should attempt to spoil them in their retreat. Upon this Don Bruneo summoned all the people to the great square, and he and the prince rode among them, and made these countrymen repeat their tidings. Now, good friends, said he, I will go no farther for succour, for we are enough, and great shame would it be if we should have no part of this glory. And the townsmen all cried, As soon as it is dark let us set forth. He would fain have persuaded the young prince to remain there in safety, but he would not forsake Don Bruneo. So as soon as it was night they set out towards the camp, and when they had advanced some way made the appointed signal. The townsmen seeing it knew that Don Bruneo had sped well, and they prepared to sally, but the besiegers seeing their fires kindled by night, and having lost their duke, were in great alarm, and as fast as they could broke up their camp, and retired while it was yet dark, so that they had gone some way before their retreat was discovered. And when Don Bruneo came up to the camp, and they of the town on the other side, they found it deserted. Howbeit they pursued them, and coming up to them at daybreak made great slaughter, and took many prisoners, and returned with much spoil and great glory to the town. They then sent for the queen. Who can tell the joy she felt when she came and saw her son safe and her enemy a prisoner? Angriote and his companions then besought her leave to depart, that they might return to the Firm Island, but she entreated them to remain 2 days, that her son might be made king, and justice done upon that traitorous duke in their presence. They replied that they would willingly see the king crowned, but not the punishment of the duke. He was in her power, and she might deal with him as she thought fit after their departure. The queen then had a great scaffold erected in the square, covered with rich cloth of silk and gold, and there the chiefs of the realm were assembled, and the Prince Garinto and the 3 knights, and they brought the duke, in such evil plight as he was, upon a horse without a saddle. And the trumpet sounded, and the prince was proclaimed King of Dacia, and Angriote and Don Bruneo placed upon his head a crown of gold, set with pearls and precious stones. Then were there great sports and rejoicings made for the rest of the day, to the great shame and sorrow of the duke, whom all the people reviled. But those knights besought the queen to send the duke away, or else they would depart, for they would not see such insults offered to any prisoner in their presence. Upon this the queen remanded him to prison, seeing that it displeased the knights. She now besought them to accept certain rich jewels, but they said they would take no reward for what they had done, only as they had heard that the greyhounds and spaniels of that land were excellently good, if it pleased her they would take some for their sports in the Firm Island. More than 40 were then brought them, and they chose such as they liked best. When the queen saw that they would depart, she said to them, My good friends, since you would not take my jewels, you must needs take one which I value above all others in the world, and that is the king my son, whom you shall present in my name to Amadis, that in his company he may be instructed in all good things that beseem a knight, as God hath already abundantly provided him with temporal goods. And tell him that if my son should live to years sufficient, he shall receive knighthood more honourably from his hand than from any other living, and that for his own sake and for yours, who have recovered me my kingdom, it is at his and your disposal. For this honour they thanked the queen as she deserved, and without delay embarked, the queen going with them to the shore, and on her return she had the duke hanged, that all might behold what fruit the flowers of treason produce. They sailed on till they reached the Firm Island, and then sent to tell Amadis that the young king of Dacia was in their company. Amadis and Agrayes went out to meet him, and they courteously bade him welcome, and lodged him with Don Bruneo, till he should have companions suitable to his age. End of chapter 41 of Book 4. Book 4, chapters 42 to 44 of Amadis of Gaul. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA. Translated by Robert Southey. Book 4, chapter 42. How King Lisuarte and Queen Brisena and the Princess Leonoreta came to the Firm Island, and how those knights and ladies went out to receive them. King Lisuarte, when all things were ready for his departure, set forth with Queen Brisena and the Princess Leonoreta, and his high steward King Arban of North Wales, and King Cildadan and Don Galvanes, with Madasima his wife, who were now come from Mongaza, and other knights. But King Gasquilan had returned to his own country. They travelled on till they came within 4 leagues of the Firm Island, where they rested one night. When Amadis heard that they were so near, it was resolved that all the knights of the island, and all the dames and damsels, should go meet them 2 leagues out. On the following day the knights therefore went out, and all the queens, with Queen Elisena in their company. What dresses they wore, and what riches, and how their palfreys were caparisoned, memory is not equal to relate nor write. But neither before nor since was there ever such a company of knights so highly born, and of such prowess, and of such princesses and fair damsels, assembled in the world. When King Lisuarte saw such a company, and coming towards him, he guessed who they were, and hastened to meet them, and he and King Perion and the emperor embraced. Amadis was somewhat behind, talking with his brother Galaor, and when he came near the king he alighted, though the king called out to him to keep his seat, but he notwithstanding went up to him on foot, and kissed his hand perforce, and then went on to Queen Brisena, whose bridal child Esplandian was leading. The queen bent downward to embrace him, but he took her hands and kissed them. When Galaor, who was so weak that he could scarcely sit on horseback, came near, King Lisuarte went to embrace him, and they both wept, and the king held him thus for a while, and could not speak. Some said that this feeling was for joy at their meeting, but others thought it was for the remembrance of all that had passed, and for grief that they had not been together when their hearts so greatly desired it. You may assign it to which cause you please, but in either case it proceeded from the great love which they bore to one another. Oriana made towards the queen her mother, after Queen Elisena had saluted her, and when her mother saw the thing in the world that she loved best, she took her in her arms, and if the knights had not supported them they would both have fallen. And Brisena kissed her eyes and her face, saying, O my child, God in his mercy grant that your beauty which has brought upon us such trouble and such dangers may remedy all, and bring about peace and happiness for evermore. But Oriana could only weep for joy, and made no answer. Queen Briolania and Sardamira now came up, and took her from her mother's arms, and they spake to the queen and all the other ladies afterward, with that courtesy which was due to one of the best and most honourable queens in the world. Leonoreta came to kiss her sister's hand, but Oriana embraced her and kissed her, and then all the other dames and damsels of Brisena's court joyfully accosted Oriana, whom they loved better than themselves, for she was the noblest lady of her time, and the most affable, and for that reason was she so beloved by all who knew her. Thus is the meeting described, not as it was, for that would be impossible, but as is convenient for the order of the book. They now proceeded all together toward the island. When Queen Brisena saw so goodly a company of knights, and how they all looked to Amadis, he thinking himself the most honoured who was nearest him, she was astonished thereat, and though till now she had thought there was no household in the world equal to King Lisuarte's, she now thought that his court was in comparison like that of a poor count. She marvelled how a knight who had nothing but his arms and his horse could have attracted such state, and though he was the husband of her daughter, yet could she not help envying him, desiring that power and dignity for her husband, and afterward for Amadis by inheritance. Howbeit she concealed this feeling, and went with a cheerful countenance, though in her heart she was disturbed. Thus as they went along Oriana could not keep her eyes from Esplandian, and the queen seeing this said, Daughter, let this child lead you. Oriana then stopped, and the child came humbly to kiss her hand. She longed to kiss him, but was obliged to refrain now. Then Mabilia drew near him, and said, My friend, I must have a share of your embraces. At this he looked around with so sweet a countenance that it was marvellous to behold, and they went on with the child between them, talking to him, who answered them so well that they looked at each other, and Mabilia said, Was not this nice food for the lioness and her cubs? For God's sake, cried Oriana, do not remind me of that. His father, replied Mabilia, underwent no less a peril when he was in the sea, but God preserved him to be what you behold him, and in like manner has preserved the sun, to excel him and all others in the world. At this Oriana smiled from her heart, and answered, True sister mine, you are tempting me to see which I would have the best. I will not tell you, only God make them each without equal in his time, as till now they have been. When they reached the Firm Island, King Lisuarte and Brisena were lodged in Oriana's apartment, and King Perion and Elisena and Sardamira and Oriana, with all the brides that were to be, in the upper story of the tower. The tables were spread under the covered walks in the garden, and supplied with such abundance of food and wine and fruit that it was a wonder to behold the plenty. Don Quadragante took King Cildadan to his lodgings, and thus did all the other knights, each taking one of King Lisuarte's company whom he loved best. Amadis took for his guests King Arban of North Wales, and Don Grumedan, and Don Guilan the Pensive. Norandel went with his great friend Don Galaor. But the joy which Agrayes had to see his uncle in Madasima cannot be related or imagined, for he loved and reverenced him like his own father, and he took Don Galvanes to his own lodging, and placed Madasima with Oriana and his sister. Child Esplandian had for his companion the King of Dacia, who was of his own age, and became his great friend. After the knights had rested themselves 2 days, they began to give order respecting the marriages, that they might return each to his own land. So as they were talking together under the trees beside the fountain, of a sudden they heard a great uproar without the garden, and were told that the strangest and most dreadful thing was coming across the sea that had ever been seen. Immediately all the knights went to horse and rode down to the coast, and the queens and other ladies went up to the top of the tower, and they saw the blackest and most fearful smoke upon the sea that could be imagined. Presently the smoke began to clear away, and they saw in the middle of it a serpent much bigger than the biggest ship in the world. His wings were more than an arrow's flight asunder, and his tail curled up higher than a tower, and the head and the mouth and the teeth were so huge, and the eyes so terrible, that none could endure to look at them, and that black smoke which rose as high as heaven was the breath of his nostrils, and his snortings and hisses were so terrible that it seemed as if the sea would have burst asunder, and he spouted the water from his mouth so far and so fiercely that if any ship, how great soever, had come near it, it would have been sunk. The kings and the knights, brave as they were, looked at one another, and knew not what to say, nor what resistance they could possibly make. The great serpent, drawing nearer, flew round and round as if in mirth, and clapped his wings so loudly that the rustling of the scales was heard for half a league around. At that the horses all took fright, so that the knights having no power to curb were obliged to alight, and some said it behoved them to arm themselves. But while they were all thus amazed, they saw a boat let down from the side of the serpent, all covered with cloth of gold, and in it was a dame, having on each side of her a child richly clad, upon whose shoulders she was leaning, and 2 dwarfs marvellously ill-favoured, and in this manner the boat came towards the land. Never trust me, quoth Lisuarte, if this be not Urganda the unknown. When the boat came near they knew it was she, for she manifested herself to them in her own natural shape, in which she was seldom, for the most part she assumed other appearances, seeming sometimes an old woman, at others like a girl. She landed and approached to kiss the king's hand, but he embraced her, and so also did the kings Perion and Cildadan. And then she turned to the emperor and said, Good sir, though you know me not, I know you, and shall be your friend, and you must remember me whenever you need my help, for though you may think my dwelling place is far from your country, it would be for me no labour to perform the whole journey in a day. Courteously did the emperor thank her, saying that he had gained more in gaining her goodwill than by great part of his dominions. She then looked at Amadis and said, I must not lose your embrace, noble knight, though now you will regard little what such as we can do. Good lady, quoth he, my will always be to serve you for the great favours which I have received at your hands, but my power will always be weak to requite them. Then having saluted her other friends, she proceeded to the garden gate, and there giving the two fair children into Esplandion's care, she went in, and was so well received as never other woman was in other place. She looked round, and seeing all that goodly company, exclaimed, O my heart, see what thou wilt hereafter, thou wilt feel it like solitude, after having in one day seen the best knights in the world, and the fairest and most honourable queens and damsels that ever were born, and the truest love. So she besought leave of the queen that she might be Oriana's guest, and there she was honoured of them as though she had been the lady of all. Chapter XLIII. How Amadis gave his cousin Dragonis in marriage to the Princess Estrellata, and made him King of the Deep Island. Dragonis, the cousin of Amadis, was not in the Firm Island when Amadis divided the conquests among the knights, and gave them those damsels in marriage, for he had gone from the monastery of LOBEIRA with a damsel to deliver her father, the which adventure he had happily accomplished, and being then near Morgaza he had gone thither, and was now returned to the Firm Island in company with Don Galvanes and Madasima. Now, because he was so good a knight, Amadis, who dearly loved him, took him aside and told him that he had learned how the King of the Profound Island, who had fled from the battle of Lubayna sorely wounded, was since dead, and that he would give him that island to be the king thereof, that the inheritance of his father might descend to his brother Palomir, and the Princess Estrellata to be his wife. Willingly did Dragonis accept of this princess and that island for a kingdom, though he had before determined to go with Don Bruneo and Quadragante and assist in putting them in possession of their dominions, and he thanked Amadis as so good an offer deserved, saying that he was ready to follow his advice, and at all times bound to his service. Amadis then asked of King Lisuarte the duchy of Bristol for Don Guilan the Pensive, and the Duchess, whom he had loved so long, for his wife, the which the king readily granted in love to Amadis, and for the desert of that good knight. For this favour Amadis kissed the king's hand, and Don Guilan would have kissed his, but Amadis embraced him lovingly, like the man in the world who was more bountiful and gentle to his friends. Chapter XLIV. How the kings were present at the marriages. The kings now determined that the marriages should be celebrated on the 4th day, and that the feasts should continue 15 days, after which they would return home. When the day was arrived, all the bridegrooms assembled at the apartment of Amadis, being clad in such rich and costly apparel as beseemed such personages upon such an occasion. They mounted their palfreys and rode with the kings and all their company to the garden, where they found the brides, all in rich array, and upon their palfreys also, and then with the queens and other ladies the whole company proceeded to the church, where the holy hermit Nasciano was ready to say mass. When the ceremony and marriage had been performed with all the solemnities which the Holy Church enjoins, Amadis went to King Lisuarte and said, Sir, I ask a boon of you, which you will be nothing loth to grant. The king replied, I grant it. Then, sir, be pleased to command Oriana before it be dinner time to prove the arch of true lovers and the forbidden chamber, for hitherto we have none of us been able to persuade her to the adventure by reason of her great sadness. I have such confidence in her truth and beauty that I doubt not but she will enter without let or hindrance where no woman hath for 100 years entered, for I saw Grimanesa's image made with such cunning as she were alive, and her beauty is nothing equal to Oriana's. Our marriage feast shall then be held in the forbidden chamber. Son, replied the king, what you ask is easily done, but I fear lest it should disturb our feast. Affection will often delude the eyes, and this may have been the case with you and Oriana. Fear not, quoth Amadis, my heart is assured that it will be as I say. The king then sent to Oriana, who was with the queens and the other brides, and said to her, Daughter, your husband hath asked a boon of me, and it is only you who can perform it. I would have you, therefore, make good my promise. She knelt down and kissed his hand, saying, Sir, I would to God that I could in any way serve you. Tell me what it is to be, and if I can do it, there shall be no delay. Then he raised her up and kissed her cheek, and said, Before dinner you must prove the adventure of the Arch of True Lovers and of the Forbidden Chamber, for this is what your husband hath asked. When they heard this, some there were who rejoiced that the attempt was to be made, and others who were fearful lest she should fail where so many had failed, and thus be put to shame. So they left the church and made to the place beyond which none could pass who were not found worthy. When they reached this place, Melicia and Olinda said to their husbands that they also would prove the adventure. Thereat Don Bruneo and Agrayes were greatly rejoiced to see with what courage they would put their truth to the proof, but yet fearing lest it might turn out otherwise, they replied that they were so well satisfied that the proof need not be made. Nay, said the brides, we will attempt it. If we were elsewhere it might well be excused, but being at the place, it shall never be thought that we feared in our hearts this proof. Since it is so, replied the husbands, we cannot deny that we shall receive from it the greatest joy that can be. Then they told King Lisuarte that these also would prove the adventure. In God's name, quoth the king. They all alighted, and it was agreed that Melicia and Olinda should enter first. They then advanced, and one after the other passed under the arch without opposition, and went where the images of Apolidon and Grimanesa stood, and the figure which stood upon the arch sounded his trumpet sweetly, so that all who heard it were delighted, for except they who had before heard the same, they had never heard so sweet sounds. Oriana then came up to the line of the spell, and she looked round at Amadis, and her face coloured, then she turned and advanced, and when she was under the arch, the image began his music, and from the mouth of his trumpet showered down flowers and roses in such abundance that they covered the ground, and the sound was far sweeter than what had before been uttered, delightful to all who heard it, so that they would willingly have remained listening so long as it should continue. But as soon as she passed the arch the sound ceased. She found Olinda and Melicia looking at their own names, which were now written in the jasper table. They seeing her, joyfully went to her, and led her to behold the images. Oriana looked carefully at Grimanesa, and saw that none of those who were without could compare with her beauty, and she herself began to fear, and would willingly have declined the adventure of the Forbidden Chamber. In that of the arch she had had no fear, knowing her own heart and true love. Willingly would they have tarried longer, if they who were without had not expected them. So hand in hand they went out, so well contented and so proud of what they had achieved, that their beauty seemed to have been brightened by the success. Their 3 husbands, who had before proved the adventure, went through the arch to meet them, which none of the knights could have done, and the trumpet sounded again, and again showered more flowers, and they embraced their wives and kissed them, and thus they all came forth together. This done, they proceeded toward the Forbidden Chamber. Then Grasinda approached Amadis and said, Sir, though my beauty may not be such as to gratify my heart's desire, yet I cannot for pride forbear this trial. It never shall be said that this was achieved and that I had not proved it. That come what will, I will adventure. Amadis, whose only wish was that all might prove it before Oriana, that her glory might be the greater, replied, Lady, I can only attribute this resolution to the greatness of your heart, which wishes to achieve that wherein so many have failed. And he took her by the hand and said, This fair lady will attempt the adventure, and so should you also, Olinda and Melicia, for with such beauty as God hath given you, ye ought without fear on so great an occasion to adventure it. Perchance it may be accomplished by one of you, and then Oriana will be freed from the alarm which she feels. This he said, but in his heart he knew that none but Oriana could compare with Grimanesa's beauty. Grasinda then commended herself to God and began her way. She reached the copper perron with little trouble and went on, but when she was near the marble perron she was opposed. Howbeit, discovering more resolution than could have been expected from a woman, she held on, and reached the marble perron. but then she was seized without remorse by her goodly locks, and thrown out senseless. Don Quadragante took her, and though knew he there was no hurt in all this violence, yet he was greatly moved, for albeit he was now not a young man, yet did he as entirely love his lady as any of the other bridegrooms. The gentle Olinda came next, led by Agrayes, who had little hope that she would succeed, notwithstanding his great love, for he had seen the image of Grimanesa, howbeit he thought she could advance among the foremost. She reached the marble perron without let, but there the resistance began, and having only advanced one step farther, she also was cast out. Melicia then came on with good cheer and a proud heart, and she passed both the perrons, so that all thought she would have entered the chamber, and Oriana herself was dismayed. But when she had advanced one step beyond Olinda, she was thrown out, as if she had been dead, for they who advanced farthest were thrown out with most violence, as it had been done to the knights before Amadis achieved the adventure. The grief of Don Bruneo to see her in such plight moved many to compassion, but all they who knew that there was neither danger nor hurt laughed at his alarm. And now Amadis led on Oriana, in whom all beauty was centred. She advanced with gentle step and firm countenance to the line of the spell, and there she crossed herself, and commended herself to God, and went on. She felt nothing till she had passed both the perrons, but when she was within a step of the chamber, she felt hands that pushed her and dragged her back, and 3 times they forced her back to the marble perron, but she with her fair hands repelled them on both sides, and it seemed as if she were thrusting hands and arms from her, and thus by her perseverance and good heart, but above all by reason of her surpassing beauty, she came, though sorely wearied, to the door of the chamber, and laid hold on the door post, and then the hand and arm which had led in Amadis came out and took her hand, and above 20 voices sung these words sweetly: Welcome is the noble lady, who hath excelled the beauty of Grimanesa, the worthy companion of the knight who, because he surpasses Apolidon in valour, hath now the lordship of this island, which shall be held by his posterity for long ages. The hand then drew her in, and she was as joyful as though the whole world had been given her, not so much for the prize of beauty which had been won, as that she had thus proved herself the worthy maid of Amadis, having, like him, entered the forbidden chamber, and deprived all others of the hope of that glory. Ysanjo then said that all the enchantments of the island were now at an end, and all might freely enter that chamber. They all went in and beheld the most sumptuous chamber that could be devised, and they embraced Oriana with such joy as though they had not for a long while seen her. Then was the feast spread, and the marriage bed of Amadis and Oriana made in that chamber which they had won. Praise be to God. The End. End of Amadis of Gaul by Vasco de LOBEIRA, translated by Robert Southey.